Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share Infinite Novel Audio Chapter 26. Terrifying Growth, please recommend. Chapter 26. Terrifying Growth, please vote for recommendations. Guyi had seen geniuses before. When he trained in the elite training camp, there were a few powerful freaks, but all of them were cultivated by major forces from a young age. Although they were all young, they had been cultivating for a long time. It was precisely because they had been systematically cultivated from a young age that they were able to cultivate body exertion, various movement techniques, and combat techniques to a very profound realm by their 20s. But Yi Yun was different from them. He was born in the public housing area of China, orphaned from a young age, and had never undergone formal training before becoming a student of the Dojo of Limits. It was precisely because of this that Yi Yun appeared even more of a genius. Guyi reigned in his surprise, not showing too much of it. He feigned a casual tone and said, it's barely passable. It's getting late today, so get some rest. Wake up at 6 tomorrow to prepare for my strict training. Holding his long spear with both hands, Yi Yun bowed slightly and returned to his room. Yi Yun consistently cultivated his daily Gene Prime energy homework, and soon calmed his restless mood, slowly drifting into sleep. Meanwhile, in the adjacent pavilion, the bright lights stayed on late into the night. Guyi sat at his desk, constantly typing on his laptop, occasionally furiously hitting backspace. Yi Yun's changes that day forced Guyi to adjust his training plan. In Guyi's view at this moment, Yi Yun's talent had exceeded his expectations. If he followed the previous plan, it might delay Yi Yun's cultivation and be an irresponsible act towards Yi Yun. So Guyi had to stay up late to adjust the plan, sacrificing his sleep. Closing his laptop, Guyi let out a long sigh. This should be about right. Yi Yun's current conditions are all at a relatively elementary stage. I'll adjust it later based on his progress. It seems Inspector Wang and the others can also misjudge sometimes. I wonder what other surprises this Yi Yun will bring me. Early the next morning, Yi Yun arrived in the courtyard. Guyi was already standing there, but Yi Yun noticed Guyi seemed a bit tired. Just as he was about to express concern, he heard Guyi speak. Yi Yun, since you've chosen to cultivate spear techniques, I won't stop you. You also have some talent for cultivating the long spear, so continue down this path. If there are any problems later, they can be corrected in time. Guyi stared at Yi Yun and continued, although I don't practice spear techniques, I have communicated with many martial artists who do. There's no problem with guiding your cultivation in the early stages. Feel free to cultivate without too many worries. When your realm becomes profound, there will still be plenty of people who can guide you. Hong, the master of the Dojo of Limits, as the founder of the Dojo of Limits and currently the strongest on Earth, possesses extremely powerful charisma. Especially among the martial artists of the Dojo of Limits, Hong enjoys immense popularity. This has led to a phenomenon. Many martial artists who join the Dojo of Limits choose to cultivate the cultivation technique passed down by Hong. World Annihilation. Hong's World Annihilation spear technique is rated as ultimate, an extremely difficult spear technique to get started with. It encompasses exertion techniques, spear arts, movement techniques, guiding techniques, and so on, making it an extremely comprehensive cultivation technique. However, out of 100 people who choose to cultivate World Annihilation, perhaps only a dozen or so can truly succeed in cultivation, and a large portion of them cannot cultivate to a profound realm, merely getting started. However, no matter how difficult, it cannot stop the enthusiasm of martial artists. Moreover, a large number of people choose to cultivate World Annihilation, so a considerable portion of them eventually achieve good proficiency. As a core member of the Dojo of Limits, Guyi, although he does not cultivate spear techniques, has exchanged ideas with many people and is quite familiar with spear techniques. Yi Yun strongly agreed with Guyi. He was currently in the foundation building stage, and Inspector Wang's cultivation insights were already sufficient for him. Those cultivation insights were Inspector Wang's painstaking efforts from his initial steps to where he was today, now clearly presented before Yi Yun. Coupled with Inspector Wang's copied spear technique talent, Yi Yun was confident he would quickly get started. Over the next day, under Gu Yi's arrangement, Yi Yun systematically carried out various exercises. Gu Yi also included himself in Yi Yun's training plan, personally guiding Yi Yun's movement technique training, patiently explaining exertion techniques, and engaging in actual combat with Yi Yun to improve Yi Yun's assimilation of these insights. Throughout the day, Yi Yun felt incredibly fulfilled and was very satisfied with Gu Yi's arrangements. In the past few months, he had been exploring on his own. Although it wasn't a waste of time, there was still a certain difference in efficiency. Gu Yi was the teacher specifically assigned to Yi Yun by the Dojo of Limits. In the elite training camp, Gu Yi would not have any other students. He was solely responsible for Yi Yun. Therefore, Gu Yi's training plan allowed him to fully devote himself to Yi Yun's training and cultivation, and the results were naturally different. As days passed, Yi Yun completely settled into the elite training camp. On odd-numbered days, he stayed in the training camp to train with Gu Yi, while on even-numbered days, he went to 1001 City to hunt monsters. After understanding Yi Yun's strength, Gu Yi also made specific arrangements for Yi Yun's monster hunting, focusing on honing Yi Yun's movement technique and the gains from his spear technique. Therefore, when Yi Yun went to hunt monsters later, he did not pursue hunting more monsters to increase his combat points, but rather chose suitable monsters for honing based on his cultivation results, and the effect was equally significant. It was precisely because of this that, although Yi Yun's combat points were significantly higher than many other students in the training camp, they were not exaggeratedly high. Coupled with the fact that his body exertion rank and trial tower rank had not been updated, his ranking on the Black Dragon rankings was even lower than it appeared on the second day, falling to the 160s, placing him among the bottom tier of students in the elite training camp. Yi Yun's entry into the elite training camp as a 17-year-old intermediate god of war Psyker Master had initially caused quite a stir. However, after nearly a month, aside from his powerful spiritual power, Yi Yun had not shown any outstanding qualities in other aspects. Therefore, the attention on him gradually diminished. While they wouldn't belittle an intermediate god of war like Yi Yun, there was no longer much room for respect. Morning of March 27, 2056. After completing another sparring session with Gu Yi as usual, and resting for a while, Gu Yi led Yi Yun out of Twilight Cloud Pavilion. As they walked, Gu Yi slung an arm over Yi Yun's shoulder and said with a smile, "Hey Yi Yun, right now, the entire elite training camp is completely disparaging you. They say you're just slacking off in the elite training camp, not properly being a Psyker Master and just taking up a spot for nothing. Aren't you angry at all?" Yi Yun had become very familiar with Gu Yi over these past 20-plus days, and he was accustomed to Gu Yi's occasional erratic behavior. Compared to when he was training, Gu Yi at this moment was a completely different person. Yi Yun unceremoniously slapped away Gu Yi's right hand, rolled his eyes at Gu Yi in exasperation, and then also said with a smile, "Isn't this exactly what you wanted to see? It's already the 27th, and I have an hour of trial tower usage time this month, plus a single assessment opportunity as a new student this month. There's no way my trial tower rank is still 1 as it is now, right? And for the body exertion rank verification, you've been delaying letting me verify and update it. Isn't it just to suppress my combat power amplification? You know my strength best, and I'm also well aware of it. The Black Dragon rankings points ranking won't have any impact on me." Gu Yi listened to Yi Yun's reply without any embarrassment. He could tell from Yi Yun's tone that, although he saw through his thoughts and intentions, there was no resentment, and he was very calm about the current situation. Gu Yi recalled asking Yi Yun about his goal, and Yi Yun had simply replied casually, "I'm just here in this elite training camp to improve myself. As long as I can keep progressing, what do I care what others think of me?" Yi Yun's current performance precisely proved this point. Gu Yi was very satisfied. Just as Yi Yun said, he knew better than anyone about Yi Yun's current strength and nearly a month of progress, clearly understanding how terrifying Yi Yun's progress speed was. With Gu Yi's unreserved and strict training plan, and the help of predecessors' experience and insights, Yi Yun, from his very first contact with a spear to now, after more than 20 days, has not only built a solid and firm foundation, but has also mastered various spear arts one by one. His proficiency in spear techniques has reached the specialization realm. Combat techniques such as swordplay, saberplay, and spearplay are divided into 4 ranks: elementary, specialization, perfection, and concept. Generally, building a foundation takes several years, and even a spear technique genius needs several months to a year. But Yi Yun only took less than a month to firmly establish his spear technique foundation and enter the next realm of specialization, catching up to years of effort by others. As for Yi Yun's movement technique, it had already reached the micro level. After a month of training, his mastery of micro-level movement technique became even more refined and profound. In Gu Yi's view, the current training intensity was insufficient. With just a few hours of extensive monster sparring in the trial tower, he should be able to steadily enter the next stage, which is the perfection level of movement technique. With his nearly perfection level movement technique and already specialized spear technique, if Yi Yun were to undergo the trial tower assessment now, he could easily surpass Luo Feng's second trial tower assessment score, comfortably achieving a 2.0 level. At that time, his points would directly double and his rank improvement would be terrifying. Chapter 27, Trial Tower. Second update, please recommend votes tilde. As for body exertion, it tests a martial artist's talent even more. Many martial artists can't even get started with body exertion, only being able to exert their inherent strength. Yi Yun gathered the talents of many strong individuals in body exertion, and after a month of targeted training, he also made great progress. Before coming to the elite training camp, Yi Yun was only at a level of 1.5, but now he can steadily reach 2.8 times his body exertion. Moreover, after Gu Yi's guidance, Yi Yun's 2.8 times body exertion is not just about punching power. Whether applied to a spear or used in his legs, it can also achieve 2.8 times the power, which is an overall improvement. If either body exertion rank or trial tower rank were to be assessed, Yi Yun's points would surge. While it wouldn't immediately put him in the top 100 of the Black Dragon rankings, he wouldn't be as miserable as he is now, able to maintain a position outside the top 100. Gu Yi clasped his hands behind his head and continued softly. As a newly admitted student, you only have 1 hour of trial tower usage time this month, which is scheduled for today from 10:20 a.m. to 11:20 a.m. From 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. in principle, the trial tower virtual space is not allowed to be used. However, as the assessment opportunity for new students in their first month, this restriction does not apply. You can choose any day to start the assessment at 12 p.m., and this assessment has no time limit. As long as you are strong enough, you can even reach the 7th floor. Yi Yun immediately understood Gu Yi's meaning. He continued Gu Yi's words. So you plan for me to use this trial tower assessment opportunity at 12 p.m. today, after the fixed 1-hour trial tower training time ends. Gu Yi nodded lightly. After this month of training you, I am even more certain that my idea is correct. You yourself know your current movement technique rank. Major achievement of the subtle rank should be the best description. You are only missing a trigger to reach the perfect rank movement technique, and this trial tower's virtual space is the best catalyst I can think of. Therefore, such an opportunity cannot be interrupted. After you come out at 11:20, rest for a bit, and then use the new student assessment opportunity at 12 p.m. to continue this insight. The two walked and talked, and soon arrived outside the 9-story tall tower at the very center of the elite training camp. This 9 heavens tower, some 50 to 60 meters high, also had a very large footprint. Standing before it, one would feel incredibly small. Gu Yi took Yi Yun up in the elevator to the 9th and highest floor of the 9 heavens tower. Stepping out of the elevator, they saw a huge hall. In the hall were some mats, and many students were training on these mats, some cultivating combat techniques and movement techniques, others simulating battles, full of passion. Yi Yun had met all these people before, as they were all students who went out to hunt monsters on the same day. Seeing Gu Yi bring Yi Yun in, their attention was inevitably drawn, but after realizing it was Yi Yun, they lost interest and also understood Yi Yun's purpose. For more than 20 days, Yi Yun had never come to this Nine Heavens Tower to train, except when going out to hunt monsters with them. So, his sudden arrival at the 9th floor of the Nine Heavens Tower today could only mean one thing. His trial tower usage time had arrived. As the most important training base of the elite training camp, the Nine Heavens Tower naturally wouldn't only have the ancient civilization gravity room and the trial tower virtual space. It also had 10 self-developed simulated gravity rooms, as well as some rooms specifically for training various techniques, making it the most familiar training ground for many students of the elite training camp. These students were different from Yi Yun. Their teachers had more than one student. Some had 3 or 4, some 4 or 5, and some even as many as 10. This meant that each of them did not have much time to cultivate under their teacher's guidance. More often, they relied on themselves and communicated with other students. The Nine Heavens Tower, which gathered many elite students, naturally became the best place. Feeling the gazes from all around, Yi Yun remained unperturbed, following Gu Yi through the hall and into a passage at the very back, then to the end of the passage where there was a small room. Entering the room, Gu Yi turned on the light and the slightly dim room instantly brightened. Yi Yun looked around and found that this small room only contained 2 sofas, each with a dark blue helmet on it. Gu Yi said softly, "This is your first time using the trial tower virtual space, so I will guide you. From now on, you'll have to come by yourself." Gu Yi motioned for Yi Yun to sit on one sofa while he sat on the other. Yi Yun lay down, imitating Gu Yi, and immediately felt quite comfortable. At this moment, Gu Yi's soft voice came, "All right, put on the helmet." Yi Yun took a deep breath and gently put on the helmet. The moment he put on the helmet, Yi Yun felt his head buzz. The next moment, his consciousness blurred slightly and he appeared on a silver land. Seeing Gu Yi appear right beside him, Yi Yun immediately understood that his consciousness had entered the virtual space. Although he was mentally prepared, Yi Yun still felt incredibly novel after truly entering. This virtual space looked incredibly vast, with no end in sight, and the silver ground underfoot extended into the distance, as smooth as a mirror. Above, there was an entire panorama of cosmic starry wonders, giving a sense of immense grandeur. It wasn't until Gu Yi pointed with his right hand that Yi Yun saw a towering pagoda-shaped building not far away. The tower was divided into 7 floors, and he could vaguely see different monster patterns carved on its body. This was the only building in the virtual space, the trial tower. It was his first time experiencing the virtual space, and Yi Yun still found it somewhat unbelievable, feeling his body that was almost real. If excavating ancient civilization ruins on Earth can achieve this level, then what kind of powerful and realistic effects would the virtual universe of the Virtual Universe Corporation have? After a slight stretch, Yi Yun adapted to this new body generated by the virtual space. He knew that after everyone put on the helmet, only their consciousness could enter this virtual space. Nothing else could be brought in. The virtual space would generate a new body with the same physical qualities for everyone, and this body would be used for the trial tower rank assessment. The generated new body had a punching power of 10,000 kilograms, a speed of 150 ms/s, and a nerve reaction speed of elementary god of war excellent. It was precisely because everyone used a body with the same physical qualities that it could most accurately reflect each person's true combat power. For example, Hong of the Dojo of Limits with such physical qualities could still rush into the 6th floor of the trial tower, demonstrating a powerful level of combat power at the same rank. When the rank is higher, the gap in combat power between others and him will be even greater. Walking to the entrance of the trial tower, one could more clearly feel the shock of the trial tower. Yi Yun and Gu Yi, compared to the trial tower, were like 2 small ants. Even with only consciousness entering, they could clearly feel the pressure. Yi Yun looked at the black stone pillar on the left side of the trial tower's entrance. As he approached, his information gradually appeared: name, Yi Yun; gender, male; identity, Elite Training Camp Official Student Trial Tower Rank 1. Meanwhile, the black stone pillar in front of Guyi on the other side also displayed its carvings at the same time. Name: Guyi. Gender: male. Identity: God of War Trial Tower Rank 3.9. Yi Yun muttered to himself. Guyi's advanced God of War strength, combined with his powerful body exertion, movement technique, and saber technique, could only reach the 3rd floor, although a rank of 3.9 was not far from the 4th floor. It clearly still lacked a significant amount of strength support. Guyi saw through Yi Yun's thoughts and couldn't help but say, "Yi Yun, don't look at me like that. The difficulty of this trial tower doubles with each higher floor. You don't know how difficult stage C of the 3rd floor is. Every time I'm just a little bit short of passing, but I know that if I want to make up that little bit, I'm afraid I'll need my body exertion to advance further. And by that time, perhaps I'll already be in existence beyond the God of War level." Yi Yun understood Guyi's meaning. Hong's ability to reach the 6th floor indicated that Hong's body exertion and spear technique were much higher in rank than others. According to Guyi, most powerhouses beyond the God of War level, meaning planetary level powerhouses, generally had superior body exertion and combat techniques compared to God of War level powerhouses. Although there were exceptions, generally, those who could reach the 4th floor of the trial tower were planetary-level powerhouses. Suddenly, an emotionless electronic voice echoed throughout the entire virtual space. "Yi Yun, please select your combat uniform and weapon. After selection, enter the trial tower for the assessment." Yi Yun attached great importance to the trial tower assessment. He had never worn a combat uniform before, but now, under Guyi's guidance, he chose one that fit his size, and then selected an alloy spear. After the selection was complete, the combat uniform and spear appeared on the ground, and Yi Yun quickly equipped them. Guyi nodded lightly, then stroked his chin and said, "Go in. With 1 hour, if you're fast, even if you die once or twice, it should be enough to pass the 1st floor, right?" In the trial tower virtual space, during each student's training time, it was possible to restart after dying and failing. However, for the first month's assessment opportunity, there was no such good thing. A single death meant direct failure. But if one was inherently powerful, they would have the opportunity to endure for a long time in such a one-time assessment, even exceeding the allocated 1 hour. The final outcome still depended on the strength of each martial artist undergoing the trial tower rank assessment. Chapter 28, First Level: A Stage Failure. 3rd update, seeking recommendation votes. Looking at the dark entrance ahead, Yi Yun adjusted his breathing and slowly stepped inside. As soon as he passed through the entrance, Yi Yun immediately felt the surrounding scenery change. It was no longer the silver ground and cosmic sky, but a vast grassland. Everywhere he looked was green, stretching as far as the eye could see. Just as Yi Yun was observing, the electronic synthesized voice sounded again. "Trial Tower First Level: A Stage. Kill 50 elementary beast General Mang Oxes attacking you within 10 minutes. If you die midway, or fail to complete the kill target within the specified time, it will be considered a challenge failure. Yi Yun, this is your first time entering the trial tower, so you have 5 minutes of preparation time." After listening, Yi Yun was not surprised. Guyi had already emphasized the assessment objective of the first level to him. Each level of the trial tower is divided into 3 stages, A, B, and C. Only by passing the previous stage can one enter the next stage's challenge, and the difficulty of each stage will increase exponentially. If one challenges continuously, it is actually a great test of the challenger's energy. According to the trial tower rank assessment regulations, if one passes the stage of the first level, the trial tower rank will become 1.3. Passing the B stage of the first level is 1.6. Completely passing all 3 stages of the first level and entering the next level will update it to 2.0. The 5 minutes of preparation time for the first entry is to allow each challenger to adapt to the newly generated body. Yi Yun held his spear and practiced for a while, already fully adapted, and there was no problem with fighting. With an emotionless prompt, the 5 minutes were up. Yi Yun's first trial tower challenge, First Level: A Stage, officially began on the grassland 100 meters in front of Yi Yun. 50 strong ox-like monsters appeared simultaneously. Each was nearly 3 meters tall. Looking from afar, the herd of Mang oxes, gathered together, immediately exuded a different sense of oppression. Mang oxes possess sharp horns and sturdy bodies. If hit head-on, not to mention being gored by the horns, even the sheer impact force is enough to cause severe internal organ damage, or even death by impact. Each of the Mang oxes simulated by this trial tower seemed to have entered a rage mode. Looking at the unfamiliar human not far away, they all stomped their hooves, exhaled thick white steam from their nostrils, and charged wildly towards Yi Yun. After a month of training, Yi Yun had completely adapted to facing monsters. At this moment, although the 50 Mang oxes in front of him charged with impressive aura, larger than tanks, Yi Yun showed no panic. He gripped his spear tightly, fully focused, and calmly waited for the Mang oxes to arrive. The 100-meter distance was covered in an instant. The first charging Mang ox quickly reached Yi Yun. Yi Yun did not evade, keeping his spear thrust forward. 2.8 times his strength instantly erupted, accurately piercing the Mang ox's neck, 3 meters off the ground. Then, using the Mang ox's own momentum, Yi Yun leaned back, powerfully throwing the Mang ox away. Using his spear as support, he completed a move of 4 ounces, deflecting 1,000 pounds. The first Mang ox was easily killed by Yi Yun, but the next moment, Yi Yun was submerged by the ensuing herd of Mang oxes. Yi Yun's small figure, within the massive herd of Mang oxes, was completely undetectable from the outside. Yi Yun was amidst the Mang ox herd. Because the Mang oxes were too large, not many could surround Yi Yun at the same time. He skillfully wielded his spear, maximizing its advantages. Every thrust of the spear would cause a Mang ox to bleed on the spot, or at least be severely wounded. The spear in Yi Yun's hand was like a swimming dragon, as if it had a spirit of its own. It would thrust, lift, parry, or smash, completely unconstrained by form. Combined with Yi Yun's fully unleashed minute-level movement technique, these Mang oxes simply couldn't touch Yi Yun's figure. The rhythm of the battle remained firmly in Yi Yun's control. With a certain confidence in his heart, Yi Yun also let loose. He began to consciously use the surrounding environment and terrain to evade the Mang ox's various charges, goring attacks and squeezes. He even factored in the other Mang oxes. Yi Yun had not forgotten his purpose in coming to this trial tower, which was to make further progress in his movement technique. Therefore, seeking stability was not what Yi Yun wanted. His current attempt was to train for perfect level movement technique, abandoning the stable situation and beginning his plan. Minute-level movement technique is the ability to use the smallest amplitude and energy to evade attacks, achieving the most efficient evasion. And perfect level is a higher level of control over the surrounding environment, using any object in the surroundings, such as living beings, stones, buildings, terrain, etc., to perfectly utilize the environment and perform the most precise evasions. This is perfect level movement technique. Of course, as the demands for evasion become higher and higher, the possibility of error during the cultivation of movement technique is also very high. Once a calculation error occurs in one place, it can affect the whole, leading to a very dangerous situation. Yi Yun was currently attempting this, calculating every usable object around him. Just then, Yi Yun had just dodged a Mang ox from the right, while simultaneously parrying a frontal Mang ox with his spear, when suddenly a Mang ox charged from the left side, its sharp horn fiercely goring Yi Yun in the waist. It's over. There's a flaw in the calculation. Reappearing on the grassland, he could still vaguely feel some pain. The herd of Mang oxes in front of him had disappeared. Yi Yun recalled what he had just experienced, summarized the lesson, and whispered, "Continue." The next moment, a new challenge for Trial Tower First Level a stage began again. Yi Yun once again fought with 50 agitated Mang oxes. In the 9th Heavens Tower's 9th floor hall, a white youth asked a female China student beside him, "Liu, this Yi Yun has finally entered the trial tower." Didn't you always say before that his points were lagging because he hadn't participated in the trial tower assessment? It's already been 20 minutes. I wonder what changes have occurred in his ranking. The China female student, referred to as Liu Min, had neat short hair and an extremely striking appearance, though without any makeup. Her aura was very cold. She glanced at the white youth and said emotionlessly, "Evans, you'd better mind your own business. You've been in the elite training camp for 3 years and are still hovering around the top 100. Many students who came in after you have surpassed you. Do you actually have the time to care about a newcomer who just entered the training camp? Where there are people, there is Jianghu." Within the elite training camp, excellent elite students from all over the world gather, most of whom come from the 5 major countries, as well as some other base cities. After entering the elite training camp, they naturally form different small groups. The numerous students from China occupy a significant share within the elite training camp, and their own strength level is also very high. Therefore, within the entire elite training camp, China students can be considered a rather large group. Evans came from a base city in the European Union. His family belonged to the HR Alliance. Due to the HR Alliance's large scale, Evans's group was also very strong. He and Liu Min were taught by the same teacher in the elite training camp and had always been competing in many aspects. These past few days, Yun had been the subject of much discussion in the elite training camp. Liu Min and others, also China students, naturally did not want to see their compatriot Yi Yun's predicament. In most cases, they maintained Yi Yun's reputation, but Yi Yun himself never came forward to offer any explanations, so Liu Min's explanations seemed somewhat pale and were mocked by Evans's group. When Liu Min hit a sore spot, Evans showed no shame. He laughed heartily and said loudly, "No matter what my situation is, this Yi Yun just isn't good enough. The quality of your new batch of China students is far inferior to our HR Alliance." Just then, Evans's communication watch rang. Looking at the caller ID, Evans didn't care. He answered and put it on speaker directly. "Hey Evans, Yi Yun's ranking on the Black Dragon rankings has indeed changed, but it only went up a few spots, still around 156th. Hearing this news, Evans's smile became even harder to hide. Knowing that Yi Yun had entered the trial tower, Evans had already sent someone to wait in front of the Black Dragon sculpture to find out about Yi Yun's assessment. Now that more than 20 minutes had passed, the first level a stage assessment should have been experienced at least once. However, judging from the results, Yi Yun obviously did not successfully pass the first level a stage assessment. Otherwise, his trial tower rank would certainly have immediately reached 1.3. If his points had increased by 30%, it would be impossible for him to only rise a few places. The reason for this result must be that Yi Yun failed in the first level a stage, so Yi Yun's trial tower rank might be 1.1 or 1.2, which would not have such a big impact on his points. Liu Min, who was nearby, also heard this result. Coupled with Evans's laughter, Liu Min's expression became somewhat unpleasant for a moment. She didn't feel sorry for Yi Yun's lack of strength, but she found it very difficult to bear Evans being so arrogant. She and Evans entered the elite training camp in the same batch, studied under the same teacher, and belonged to different groups. So they were natural rivals. Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share Infinite Novel Audio. But because Liu Min was more diligent and had more outstanding talent, she had always been able to consistently suppress Evans. For a recent period, due to Yi Yun's issue, Evans had been smug for a long time. Liu Min could originally retaliate verbally, but Yi Yun's performance today truly left Liu Min speechless and unable to refute. Chapter 29. Introduction to Perfect Level Body Movement. Evans was about to continue mocking Liu Min when suddenly, another message came through the phone. "No, wait. What am I seeing?" The voice was filled with utter shock, and Evans's brows furrowed. He immediately shouted, "Oliver, what happened?" Oliver had only joined the elite training camp 5 months ago and had a good relationship with Evans. Today, when Yi Yun came to the trial tower for assessment, Evans had Oliver go to the Black Dragon statue, wanting to see the change in Yi Yun's rank. Originally, seeing that Yi Yun's rank hadn't changed much, Oliver was secretly pleased and relieved. He himself was only rank 150, and if he were surpassed by a newcomer like Yi Yun, he would definitely feel a bit uncomfortable deep down. But now, Oliver was completely shocked. Yi Yun's rank had initially stayed at 156, but just now it suddenly shot up, jumping to 139. After a quick calculation, Oliver immediately understood that Yi Yun must have passed a stage, and then, relying on his high-ranking beast general hunting achievements, his points surged, and his rank increased accordingly. Hearing this news, the smug look on Evans's face immediately vanished. In fact, most newcomers who just entered the elite training camp could only rank at the very bottom in their first month. Not to mention the top 100, even being outside the top 100 was considered very good. Now, Yi Yun's rank was 139. Although it didn't make him seem like an unparalleled genius, he had already shown a certain potential, far surpassing Evans himself when he first entered the elite training camp, making him feel a bit awkward for a moment. Meanwhile, a hint of a smile appeared on Liu Min's cool face. Evans, I told you long ago to properly cultivate yourself and not always put your mind on other miscellaneous things. From what I see, Yi Yun might even surpass your rank next month. Let's see how you'll have the face to stay here then. Evans's face was grim. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something but not knowing how to start. A breath was stuck in his chest, unable to be released, making him feel very uncomfortable. The two temporarily stopped talking. Evans and Oliver's call had not been disconnected. After a few minutes of calm, Oliver's voice came through the phone once more. This time, however, in addition to shock, there was already a hint of numbness in his voice. Evans, Yi Yun's rank has gone up again. He's now rank 125. What? Evans could no longer remain calm. He felt the gazes of the surrounding students, especially the mockery in Liu Min's eyes, and was instantly filled with shame and anger. He quickly left the 9th floor of the Nine Heavens Tower. He wanted to personally rush to the Black Dragon sculpture and see with his own eyes how far Yi Yun, whom he had always underestimated, could go. Watching Evans flee in disarray, Liu Min's mood greatly improved, and her smile was almost irrepressible. However, after a moment, Liu Min couldn't help but marvel at Yi Yun's abnormality. It had only been less than 10 minutes since Oliver mentioned the rank increasing to 139, and Yi Yun's points rank had surged again, clearly indicating a very high possibility of him breaking through another new stage. And according to the process, the stage he just passed to reach rank 125 was Stage B of the first floor of the trial tower. Liu Min knew that Stage B had a full 100 Mang Ox, with a time limit of 30 minutes. The fact that Yi Yun could finish it within 10 minutes could only mean one thing. Yi Yun's limit was far from just that. Curiosity arose in her heart, and Liu Min also stopped her training, heading towards the Black Dragon sculpture. She had a premonition that this time, Yi Yun might directly rush into the top 100 of the Black Dragon rankings. The news of Yi Yun's sudden rise in rank quickly spread throughout the training camp. When everyone learned that Yi Yun might forcefully rush into the top 100 in his first month of entering the training camp, they were all incredulous. Such a situation was completely inconsistent with Yi Yun's usual low-key performance. Even the other half of the students in 1001 City of the Wilderness area were paying attention remotely. A student with great potential was enough to attract everyone's attention. At this moment, Yi Yun was still in the virtual space of the trial tower, dealing with a large group of attacking Mang Ox. According to his plan, Yi Yun used these Mang Ox to cultivate his movement technique, aiming to squeeze his potential. The fact was as Yi had predicted. His movement technique was indeed at the peak of the subtle level, not far from the perfect level. So, after dying a few times and getting familiar with the Mang Ox's attack rhythm, his mistakes gradually decreased, and he successfully passed stage of the first floor assessment, which was when his points rank increased to 139. The subsequent Stage B of the first floor, Yi Yun actually felt was not as difficult. It only added 50 more Mang Ox, but because the Mang Ox were too large, the number of Mang Ox that could simultaneously besiege Yi Yun did not increase. It was just that the number of Mang Ox doubled, which would place a heavier burden on his stamina and energy. Yi Yun had entered a state of comprehension of perfect level movement technique. The groups of Mang Ox around him could no longer pose a threat. In less than 10 minutes, he had killed all 100 Mang Ox without sustaining any damage himself, and his rank directly reached 125. What Yi Yun was currently undertaking was Stage C of the first floor, also the final stage, which required killing 200 Mang Ox within 50 minutes. Besides the 190 fixed elementary beast general rank, the other 10 were elite monsters, meaning they were intermediate beast general rank. Yi Yun understood that the difficulty of this Stage C assessment of the first floor lay primarily in those 10 intermediate beast general Mang Ox. Not only were their strengths greater, but more importantly, with the participation of intermediate beast general Mang Ox, all the Mang Ox became organized. Under the command of the 10 intermediate beast general Mang Ox, they launched planned attacks one after another, making them even more difficult to deal with. This Stage C of the first floor was actually not that simple. Many students who had just arrived at the elite training camp in their first year would get stuck here. To pass this stage, two conditions must be met: sufficiently powerful movement technique and at least a 2x force output rank. After everyone entered, their physical qualities were all at the elementary warrior level. If their force output rank was not enough, it would be very difficult to break through the defenses of the intermediate beast general Mang Ox. If the battle dragged on, the 10 intermediate beast general Mang Ox could definitely tear a person to shreds and smash them to pulp. In this Stage C of the first floor, Yi Yun also lost his previous ease and once again felt immense pressure. His spirit was tense, maintaining calculations of the surrounding environment and familiarizing himself with the rhythm of the organized attacks of the Mang Ox. For a time, he was in a precarious situation. Yi Yun moved around nimbly within the herd of Mang Ox, busy but not chaotic. He remained very calm deep down. Every spear thrust landed precisely at the most suitable spot, providing active support for his next evasion point. He slowly began to master the increasingly familiar rhythm of the perfect level movement technique. Yi Yun plunged his spear into the head of the last intermediate beast general Mang Ox. Looking around, tall Mang Ox corpses lay everywhere, spreading out, with blood gushing out and staining the emerald green grass. Yi Yun himself was also covered in blood, his face somewhat pale, and his physical strength greatly depleted. Time taken: 28 minutes and 42 seconds. Killed 190 elementary beast general Mang Ox, 10 intermediate beast general Mang Ox. Stage C passed, trial tower first floor passed. Congratulations, student Yi Yun. As the electronic voice announced, Yi Yun saw all the Mang Ox around him disappear, and the originally boundless grassland also changed, replaced by a vast desert. Yi Yun, congratulations on completing the first floor's trial. Next is stage of the trial tower's second floor trial. Your goal is to kill 50 elementary beast general Ironclad Scorpion within 10 minutes. Good luck. From the desert around him came a rustling sound. One by one, dark red armored scorpions emerged. Their bodies were not large, but their long pointed tails and two iron pincers all proclaimed their threat. Yi Yun was about to raise his spear to meet the challenge when his consciousness suddenly blurred. The next moment, he saw his familiar room and heard Gu Yi's voice beside him. All right, take a little rest. Yi Yun, how do you feel? Yi Yun sat up, slowly took off his helmet, gently shook his head, and then said with a smile, I feel great. This virtual space is even more realistic than I imagined, and the burden on my spirit isn't very heavy. The cultivation effect is excellent. Now it seems that this trial tower is indeed a good place. No wonder everyone is scrambling for cultivation time. Gu Yi nodded slightly, smiling as he said, after 1 hour, what are your results? Did you get any insight into the perfect level movement technique? Yi Yun actually had a slight regret. He had finally entered the comprehension stage of the perfect level movement technique and was about to practice with those ironclad scorpion to maintain his state. But he didn't expect that time was up, and he was kicked out of the trial tower virtual space. The first 20-odd minutes, Yi Yun spent familiarizing himself with fighting the Mang ox and attempting to cultivate the perfect level movement technique, taking a relatively long time to pass stage of the first floor. Then, he passed stage B of the first floor in less than 10 minutes. Finally, after spending a little over 28 minutes to pass stage C of the first floor, there was very little time left, and he had no opportunity to experience the ironclad scorpion of the second floor. Yi Yun said softly, "I just passed all of the first floor. I've gained quite a bit of insight into the perfect level movement technique. Just as Teacher Gu, you said, after a rest, if I take the trial tower assessment at 12 o'clock, it should strengthen this comprehension, thereby allowing me to initially master the perfect level movement technique." Gu Yi was immediately overjoyed upon hearing this. He had only roughly estimated Yi Yun's progress and formulated some plans and goals. Now, Yi Yun's performance had clearly exceeded expectations, making all his worries over the past month worthwhile. Chapter 3062. It was already 11:20, not far from 12 o'clock. There was no trial tower allocation scheduled at this time. Yi Yun had slightly closed his eyes, recovering his energy and savoring the insights from the perfect level movement technique he had just mastered, preparing for another trial tower assessment at 12 o'clock. Gu Yi did not disturb Yi Yun further. He quietly exited the room, gently closed the door, and walked through the passage to the hall on the 9th floor. He noticed that the number of students here had significantly decreased, but he wasn't surprised. It was normal as it was close to mealtime. Gu Yi left the 9 Heavens Tower and returned to the Twilight Cloud Pavilion. However, compared to Gu Yi and Yi Yun's calmness, the expressions of the many elite training camp students gathered in front of the Black Dragon statue were quite a sight. Earlier, Yi Yun had successfully cleared the first floor of the trial tower. The trial tower rank had been updated to 2.0, double what it was before Yi Yun entered the trial tower. Similarly, his points had also doubled, and his ranking was updated again, rising from 125th to 112th. The higher one climbed on the Black Dragon rankings, the harder it became to improve. Although Yi Yun's trial tower rank had increased to 2.0, his power exertion rank remained unchanged, so his combat power amplification was still not as high as imagined. Being able to rise to 112th place was already very good. Evans also stood there, his face dark, not saying a word. Oliver, standing beside him, glanced at Evans, then cautiously said, "Evans, Flissus just sent word that Yi Yun's teacher has left the 9 Heavens Tower, but Yi Yun's figure was not seen." Yi Yun only has 1 hour of trial tower time this month, and it's long past the time. Why isn't he out yet?" Oliver seemed to have thought of something at this moment and whispered, "Every new student who joins the elite training camp has one opportunity for a trial tower assessment, and this assessment can start at 12 p.m. on any given day. Evans, do you think Yi Yun might be?" Evans's brows were completely furrowed. Listening to Oliver's analysis, he immediately felt that this was the only possibility. The trial tower from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m., if there are no special circumstances, will not have training time allocated. Yi Yun not coming out yet could only mean he was waiting for 12 p.m. to begin. This conclusion made Evans feel even worse. When they each joined the elite training camp, they basically used up this opportunity at the very beginning, not only to experience it, but also to verify their own strength. They all thought Yi Yun was the same, but they didn't expect that Yi Yun had not yet undergone the trial tower assessment. In other words, it was very likely that Yi Yun would refresh his trial tower rank again in the upcoming assessment. If that happened, wouldn't it mean his point ranking would still rise? Evans had been in the elite training camp for 3 years, but his point ranking on the Black Dragon rankings had not yet entered the top 100, belonging to a relatively lagging group. Seeing that Yi Yun's ranking was very likely to surpass his in the first month, Evans was completely unable to accept it internally. Some people, when they lack ability, instead of striving for improvement, they focus on those who are not as good as them. When they are surpassed by others, their hearts become extremely unbalanced, like a clown. Yi Yun was unaware of Evans's existence and thoughts, but even if he knew, he would only ignore them. Yi Yun found even a glance at such a person to be too much. 12 p.m. in the training room. Yi Yun finished resting, lay down again, put on his helmet, and re-entered the virtual space. He smoothly entered the trial tower, and the challenge for the second floor, Stage A, immediately began. Just like the first floor, Stage A, this second floor, Stage A, also featured 50 elementary beast generals. The difference was that the ironclad scorpion's flexibility was far beyond what the Mang Ox could compare to. Based on experience, at most, more than 20 ironclad scorpions could attack simultaneously. Their small size was their greatest advantage, posing a greater test for a martial artist's movement technique and combat skills. The students who were stuck on this second floor were also the most numerous in the training camp. To deal with monsters like the ironclad scorpion, Yi Yun also adjusted his fighting style accordingly. He no longer pursued wide-open attacks. His long spear danced, making it impenetrable, and his feet constantly moved across the desert, dodging the ironclad scorpion's attacks while looking for opportunities to counterattack. This was a special trial tower assessment opportunity. Once he died, he would be teleported out. So at first, Yi Yun was very cautious, with no intention of being reckless. He fully unleashed the perfect level movement technique he had comprehended. After familiarizing himself with the ironclad scorpion's fighting style, Yi Yun no longer delayed. His specialized spear technique was fully displayed, and ironclad scorpions fell one after another. Time taken, 4 minutes 26 seconds. Killed 50 elementary beast general ironclad scorpions. Second floor, Stage A passed. Congratulations, student Yi Yun. After passing stage of the second floor, Yi Yun was completely certain that his perfect level movement technique had truly reached the introductory level, and he could enter the perfect level movement technique state at any time. Although it consumed a lot of energy, the power unleashed was even more significant. Having confirmed this, Yi Yun was no longer too worried about the upcoming second floor stages B and C. According to others' experience in clearing the stages, a perfect level movement technique, combined with a spear technique at the second realm, was completely capable of passing the second floor. What Yi Yun didn't know was that, as he progressively cleared the 3 stages of the second floor, his ranking on the scales of the Black Dragon carving jumped 3 more times, breaking into the top 100 and settling at 92nd place. For many years, no new student entering the elite training camp had managed to break into the top 100 in their first month. Although Yi Yun's current rank was only 92, it was already enough to prove his genius. Everyone could see that, if he continued to develop like this, in just 2 or 3 years, Yi Yun would undoubtedly secure a spot in the top 5 of the elite training camp. However, everyone's astonishment didn't last long before they saw Yi Yun's ranking surge again, leaping from 92nd to 62nd, an increase of 30 ranks. The concept of 62nd place was completely different from 92nd place. It represented that Yi Yun's true strength was already among the upper echelons of the current elite training camp, and this was not even relying on his identity as a Psyker Master. This was only his first month. Everyone was unable to predict what kind of progress he would make if given more time. At this moment, Yi Yun's name instantly spread to the ears of various major forces again. The momentum was completely different from the first time. That time, Yi Yun was highly regarded because he was specially recruited as a core member by the Dojo of Limits. This time, however, it was Yi Yun's own prodigy performance that brought immense shock to everyone. Meanwhile, Yi Yun himself quietly returned to the Twilight Cloud Pavilion. As soon as he entered the courtyard, Yi Yun saw Gu Yi greeting him with a smile. He gave Yi Yun a hug, punched him lightly on the chest, and exclaimed, "Ha, I knew you could do it, kid. You went from entry-level movement technique to perfect level in just 1 month. Those old geezers must be scared by you now." Although Gu Yi had returned early, he had learned about Yi Yun's rise in rank. With his experience, he naturally understood that Yi Yun must have relied on his mastered perfect-level movement technique to consecutively clear the 3 stages of the trial tower's second floor. causing his trial tower rank to enter the 3.0 realm, which led to the step-by-step increase in his ranking. Yi Yun secretly complained that Gu Yi really didn't know his own strength, rubbed his chest slightly, and then said with some regret, "Teacher, such an assessment opportunity is too rare. There's no time limit. But the golden vulture on the 3rd floor is too abnormal. I've also entered the perfect level movement technique on my own, but under their aerial swoops and grasping attacks, I'm still somewhat unable to cope. My trial tower rank remains at 3.1, and for now, that's probably all I can achieve." Gu Yi nodded. This result was pretty much as he expected. A newly entered perfect level movement technique combined with a spear technique at the 2nd realm was enough to sweep through the 2nd floor, but it was somewhat insufficient to deal with the 3rd floor. The monster on the 3rd floor was the golden vulture, a type of flying raptor. Its strong, massive wings and talons made it a far greater threat to martial artists than ground monsters. Although they were also elementary beast generals, if caught by a golden vulture's giant talons, the damage was secondary. More serious was being lifted into the air, where movement techniques could no longer be utilized, leading to being torn apart. Yi Yun, having foreknowledge, was already cautious enough, but currently it was still not enough. He was accidentally caught and lifted by one golden vulture, his feet off the ground, unable to exert force. Unable to perform his movement technique, Yi Yun was instantly torn to shreds by numerous golden vultures. After dying, Yi Yun had no further opportunities to continue, ending this assessment. Not having cleared stage of the 3rd floor, Yi Yun's trial tower rank temporarily remained at 3.1. Gu Yi patted Yi Yun's shoulder and comforted him, saying, "There are plenty of opportunities. A trial tower rank of just 3.1 isn't enough to make your rank jump to 62. Have you already tested your punching power exertion rank?" Yi Yun grinned and nodded. After finishing this trial tower assessment, he didn't exit, but stayed in the virtual space of the trial tower to conduct a punching power exertion rank test. As long as one is in the virtual space of the training room or challenge room and asks the virtual space AI to perform a punching power exertion rank test, a punching power testing machine will appear. One only needs to strike this machine with full force to get specific punching power readings and determine the exertion rank. Such a test is very convenient, and more importantly, absolutely fair, because in this virtual space, everyone has the same physical quality, with no differences whatsoever. Chapter 31. Hong in the virtual space. With the same body, a normal punch of brute force is a standard 10,000 kg, with an error of no more than 10 kg. Therefore, to achieve higher data, one can only rely on solid power exertion. This is the most authoritative explanation for testing the rank of punching power exertion, with no possibility of cheating. Yi Yun had never intended to hide his strength. The reason he hadn't undergone any tests was due to Gu Yi's planned arrangements. This time, after the trial tower assessment ended, Yi Yun simply updated his power exertion rank data, increasing it from the initial 1.5 to 2.8. It was precisely because of this validation that his ranking surged again, jumping to 62nd place. Gu Yi was very satisfied now. He smiled at Yi Yun and said, "Tomorrow, the 28th, you have one last day to hunt monsters and accumulate battle points. You don't need to push yourself too hard, just maintain your previous level and your ranking for this month should be secure. This afternoon's training is suspended. You should take some time to thoroughly comprehend the insights you gained about movement techniques." Yi Yun nodded slightly. He was also very satisfied with his cultivation this month. With points settled at 24,000 on the 28th of each month, if he could maintain a ranking around 60th, he would receive more resource support next month, and his progress efficiency would inevitably be higher. In his first month at the elite training camp, Yi Yun broke into the top 60, instantly causing a huge sensation. However, the subsequent impact was not as exaggerated as imagined. Other forces, apart from increasing Yi Yun's importance, had no intention of contacting him. The reason for this was that Yi Yun had already signed a contract with the Dojo of Limits, becoming a core member of the Dojo of Limits. It could be said that his allegiance was determined early on. Other forces, whether the China military or the HR alliance, could only be envious. They didn't have the guts to snatch away Hong's person, and they also knew their place. Compared to Hong, the strongest person on Earth, their appeal was certainly far inferior. Precisely because of this, after Yi Yun's ranking soared, he continued to live a peaceful life. No one disturbed him, allowing Yi Yun to continue cultivating and living according to Gu Yi's plan, without any fluctuations due to his increased fame. As for the idea of socializing with other students in the elite training camp, it was even less present. For Yi Yun, this elite training camp was just a temporary stop, a place for him to hone and improve himself. He couldn't stay here for a long time, and all social interactions were unnecessary for him. On the evening of March 30th, Yi Yun finished a day of cultivation and was about to rest when he suddenly received a message from Gu Yi. Yi Yun followed Gu Yi along the path leading to the depths of the elite training camp, unsure of their destination. Gu Yi, however, had strangely abandoned his usual relaxed demeanor, walking ahead in silence, appearing much more serious. It wasn't until Gu Yi stopped that Yi Yun noticed Gu Yi had brought him to Inspector Wang's villa in the middle of the night, without revealing anything along the way, leaving Yi Yun wondering what they were going to do. Stopping outside the villa, Gu Yi maintained a serious expression and whispered, "Inspector Wang, that old man, just called me specifically, asking you to come over. I don't know the exact situation, but I'm guessing he saw the potential you displayed and wants to improve your treatment. When you go in, be smart, don't be afraid to offend anyone, and try to secure as many benefits for yourself as possible. With your performance, they should be very lenient." Yi Yun was not surprised. Instead, he felt it was only natural. Achieving such results in his first month at the elite training camp already demonstrated his extraordinary talent. The Dojo of Limits had always adopted a policy of strong support for cultivating younger generations. He just didn't know what changes there would be compared to the previous contract. Taking a light breath, Yi Yun gave Gu Yi a reassuring look and slowly walked into the already open villa gate ahead. Inspector Wang's villa within the elite training camp was very secluded, with a quiet and deep environment and no sounds around. This wasn't Yi Yun's first time here, so after entering the gate, he went directly to the living room. As soon as he stepped into the living room, Yi Yun saw a man standing by the window. The man had his back to Yi Yun, was about 1.9 meters tall, dressed in black clothes and black pants, and had a neat crew cut. Sensing Yi Yun's arrival, the black-clad man slowly turned around. Yi Yun finally saw the man's face. He looked to be in his early 20s, not particularly outstanding in appearance, but his entire aura was not something ordinary people could possess. The man himself was like a long spear piercing the sky, full of sharp kai. Even though there were other people in the living room at this moment, Yi Yun's vision was completely occupied by the black-clad man, as if the black-clad man was the only light in the entire room, and everything else was in darkness, utterly unable to compete with him. Even with Yi Yun's current spiritual power, which was close to that of a senior war god, he couldn't help but feel a momentary trance. He had a feeling in his heart that if the black-clad man willed it, he could take his life in the blink of an eye. The next moment, a subtle, almost imperceptible smile appeared on the black-clad man's calm face. Then, Yi Yun felt the oppressive sensation from the black-clad man slowly disappear, and the special feeling he had earlier also vanished. "Yi Yun, you are very good." As if a sharp, long spear had rained in its aura, the black-clad man now appeared very gentle, completely different from before, demonstrating his absolute control over himself. "Yi Yun, hurry and greet the curator." At this moment, Yi Yun finally noticed Inspector Wang beside him and immediately realized, hastily saying, "Greetings, curator." With his recent personal experience and Inspector Wang's reminder, how could Yi Yun not understand? The black-clad man standing before him now, who had reigned in his imposing presence and seemed like an ordinary person, was none other than the grand curator of the entire Dojo of Limits, the richest man on earth, the strongest in the world, and a great grandmaster of inner cultivation, Hong. Hong slowly walked up to Yi Yun, appearing very amiable. His voice was deep but powerful. Yi Yun, don't be so reserved, sit down. Yi Yun nodded slightly, then sat on the sofa with Hong and Inspector Wang. Inspector Wang smiled slightly and then said, Yi Yun, the curator is inspecting our elite training camp. He heard about you and decided to meet you. Don't be nervous, this visit is not for anything bad. Hong nodded slightly and then said, Yi Yun, I'm sure you know that the core member recruitment contract you signed to join our dojo of limits was personally drafted by me. I had long heard of your talent, but you still gave me a surprise after only 1 month in the elite training camp. Hong never stinted on his praise for a genius like Yi Yun. He paused slightly, a hint of recollection in his tone. From the great Nirvana to today, I have seen too many geniuses. Without being modest, I am one of the most outstanding among them. But neither I, nor Thunder God, ever progressed as quickly as you have only cultivated for a few months. And even without considering your identity as a Psyker Master, you already possess the martial artist strength to initially challenge a god of war. If you can maintain this rate of progress, perhaps your future can surpass mine and Thunder God's. As the current strongest person on Earth, Hong, from the great Nirvana to today, has always protected humanity's survival on Earth. However, maintaining the current situation is the best he can do. Facing endless monsters, Hong has no way to change anything. His strength improvement has temporarily hit a bottleneck. Therefore, Hong has always been committed to the overall development of Earth. Whether it was establishing the Dojo of Limits or later the elite training camp, it was all to cultivate more outstanding younger generations who could help him resolve the current situation on Earth. However, up to now, the two strongest people on Earth are still him and Thunder God. The potential of others is inferior to theirs, and years of cultivation have only added a few people who have just entered the planetary level. Regarding Yi Yun, Hong does not believe he will necessarily surpass him and Thunder God and reach a higher rank. It's just that Yi Yun's performance in recent days has given Hong a glimmer of hope. If he can truly continue to progress like this, it's not impossible. Even if there's only a tiny possibility, Hong will not give up. So he is prepared to increase Yi Yun's cultivation, allowing Yi Yun to fully utilize his talent without any interference and push forward with all his might. And such cultivation, for Hong, would not be difficult at all. Yi Yun looked into Hong's profound eyes and roughly understood Hong's meaning. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Hong's voice again. I don't want you to waste your talent, so I'm giving you a goal. Within 1 year, if you can break through to a rank beyond God of War level, whether as a Psyker Master or a martial artist, as long as you surpass God of War level, I will allow you to choose 3 items from my treasure vault. Regardless of their rank or value for you to pick, Hong extended his right hand, and Inspector Wang gently handed a black, long spear to Hong. Hong caressed the spear, saying with a hint of emotion, I know you also cultivate spear techniques. This long spear is named Blacklight, and it has accompanied me for 20 years. Now I present it to you. A complete set of the World Destroyer spear technique, along with my insights and annotations, will also be sent to you later. During this year, if you have any questions, you can find Guyi. Any resources you need can be fulfilled as much as possible. I only hope you remember our agreement and use this year to become an existence beyond God of War. Chapter 32 Promise. After Hong finished speaking, he gently got up, patted Yi Yun on the shoulder, and left the villa directly. In the spacious living room, only Yi Yun and Inspector Wang remained. Inspector Wang looked at Yi Yun, who was still a little stunned, chuckled, and then said, I didn't expect the curator to think so highly of you. This Blacklight was also the curator's favorite partner a few years ago. I asked for it for a long time, but he never gave it to me, but today he gave it to you. Yi Yun, you must not let down the curator's cultivation. Yi Yun had already regained his composure. No matter whether Hong looked for him today or not, he would not change his goal. Reaching beyond God of War level, which is planetary level, as soon as possible, was already the most important part of his plan, and he had long decided to go all out. Inspector Wang saw that Yi Yun did not respond, so he continued, But Yi Yun, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just do your best. No matter the outcome, we will not blame you. Over these many years, I have followed the curator to establish the dojo of limits and have seen many geniuses. The curator had high hopes for them, but there were only a few who surpassed the god of war level. As a senior, I know how difficult this path is. You don't need to be too concerned, just do your best. Because of Yi Yun's talent and Hong's high regard, Inspector Wang's attitude towards Yi Yun had changed slightly. He no longer just regarded him as a talented junior. He also hoped that Yi Yun could fulfill his agreement with Hong and reach a new realm. Yi Yun held Blacklight, feeling its smooth gun body, and showed a confident smile. Inspector Wang, I won't speak boastfully. The curator thinks so highly of me, and I don't want to disappoint him. In 1 year, I will work doubly hard. Inspector Wang smiled and nodded, saying softly, I will keep an eye on you. If there's anything you can't solve, you can come directly to me. Yi Yun exchanged contact information with Inspector Wang and walked out of the villa's door. Gu Yi was squatting alone in a corner, with his hands clasped together. When he saw Yi Yun come out, he immediately jumped to Yi Yun's side and asked somewhat eagerly, Yi Yun, what did the curator tell you when he met you? When Hong came out earlier, Gu Yi also saw him, so he understood that Inspector Wang's phone call tonight was actually because Hong wanted to see Yi Yun, and he couldn't help but guess Hong's purpose. Yi Yun carried the Blacklight long spear in his right hand, walking towards Twilight Cloud Pavilion while telling Gu Yi about Hong's agreement and support. After hearing about this agreement, the smile on Gu Yi's face disappeared, and his brows furrowed instead. After deliberating his words, Gu Yi finally spoke, his voice somewhat hesitant and soft. Yi Yun, let me tell you, it's really difficult to surpass God of War. If you don't achieve this goal within a year, I hope you don't lose confidence. Your future is still very bright. Gu Yi is 30 years old this year. As early as 5 years ago, when he left the elite training camp, he was already a senior war god. However, in these 5 years, he has made almost no progress. He is only 1 step away from surpassing the god of war level, but Gu Yi still doesn't know how to take that step, filled with confusion. In Gu Yi's opinion, although Yi Yun's talent is much stronger than his, reaching senior war god is a sure thing and won't take much time. But if it's the next higher level, surpassing god of war level, Gu Yi feels it's not that easy, or rather, not something that can be achieved in such a short time. However, Gu Yi still thought highly of Yi Yun. He didn't want Yi Yun to be discouraged and lose heart if he didn't achieve his goal the first time, so he immediately began to encourage Yi Yun, giving him a preventive shot. Looking at the unusually serious Gu Yi, Yi Yun couldn't help but laugh. Old Gu, we've been together for a month now. Am I as fragile as you imagine? The curator is willing to help me grow, so I will naturally go all out to fight for it. Of course, if things don't go as planned, I won't be disheartened. Who can say what will happen in the future? Gu Yi saw that Yi Yun's demeanor was not feigned and contained ample confidence, so he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, resumed his relaxed expression, and leaned closer to Yi Yun, whispering, Hey, Yi Yun, if you really meet the requirements, you'll hit the jackpot. The curator's private treasure vault. Everyone knows there are countless good things inside. Just taking one out would be something you couldn't buy anywhere else. Yi Yun nodded slightly, but he knew in his heart that if he really entered Hong's treasure vault, it wouldn't be just 3 treasures. As long as he could find something pleasing to the eye, Yi Yun could only say one thing, I want them all. Yi Yun spoke with a smile, unable to hide his joy. The curator's treasure vault is good, but the curator, he is even better. Being able to meet Hong today was indeed beyond Yi Yun's expectations and outside his plan. Yi Yun naturally wouldn't waste such a good opportunity. The copying eye activated, copying all of Hong's talent in the law of light and his talent in the state of mind. Besides these, Hong's cultivation insights in exerting force, movement techniques, and spear techniques were all copied. Not one was left out. However, this time, it seemed that too many things were copied, and Yi Yun's head felt slightly uncomfortable. This feeling also served as a warning to Yi Yun to exercise a certain degree of discretion and choice when copying similar experiences and insights in the future. After all, the strongest existence on Earth right now, Hong, is only a planetary-level martial artist, but his experiences and insights are already a massive amount of information. Yi Yun currently has some difficulty in receiving them. If it were other more powerful existences, his head might directly explode. Things like talents don't cause any burden when copied, but if it's experiences and insights, the information is too vast to bear. This should be related to the strength of my spiritual power. I need to pay more attention to it in the future. It had only been a few months since he obtained the copying eye, and Yi Yun was still in a stage of exploration and familiarization. So far, he had summarized some insights, but the powerhouses he could come into contact with on Earth were still too weak, so he couldn't draw complete conclusions. Therefore, Yi Yun kept a mental note, and when he entered the vast universe later, he could slowly test his ideas. Upon returning to Twilight Cloud Pavilion, Yi Yun did not cultivate further but went directly to sleep. Waking up the next day, Yi Yun felt his spirit had recovered a lot, and only then did he have the leisure to sort out Hong's experiences and insights that he had copied. After a few tens of minutes, Yi Yun let out a long breath, having a good understanding of Hong. Hong and Thunder God were among the first batch of martial artists to rise during the Great Nirvana period. Later, after surviving the Great Nirvana, they unearthed some remnants of ancient civilization from various ruins and relics. Through various opportunities, they stood at the peak of Earth. Therefore, although Hong's spear technique is said to be self-created, it still bears some traces of ancient civilization. However, the remnants of ancient civilization were too incomplete. For Hong to grow to his current realm, it was already due to his powerful talent. Other things could not help him anymore. Hong's body's force exertion was also close to 7 times, slightly inferior to Thunder God. His spear technique had long departed from general routines. The concept level was merely Hong's starting point. Now, Hong's spear technique, fused with his understanding of the domain of light, had already surpassed the 4 basic spear technique realms, completely forging his own Tao. Originally, if Yi Yun were to successfully break through to beyond God of War level within a year by himself, he would not have 100% confidence. However, after meeting Hong, Yi Yun suddenly felt his grasp greatly increased. Hong's experience as a reference could help him avoid many detours, equivalent to lighting up the path to the next realm for him. March had reached its last day. Yi Yun reviewed his cultivation for the month. His movement technique had reached the perfect level. His body's force exertion rank had reached 2.8 times. His spear technique was at the 2nd specialization of the 4 realms, and his basic physical quality had also not fallen behind. With the continuous help of dragon blood within a month, his original punch force of over 40,000 kilograms increased to nearly 60,000 kilograms, already approaching the bottom line of an elementary god of war's punch force rank. Similarly, the strength of his spiritual power also approached that of a senior war god. Yi Yun could feel the dark golden sphere in his mind releasing mist faster and faster. It was estimated that when he entered the senior war god Psyker Master stage, it would shatter, and at that time, the period of rapid physical quality improvement would also end. However, Yi Yun had no worries. In the apprentice-level stage, improving physical quality was simply too easy. Hong must have a considerable number of various herb and wood spirits in his possession. Taking out just a few of them could quickly improve physical quality. Yi Yun was very clear about his current advantage. His spiritual power would definitely reach the level of senior war god, and even the peak of apprentice level first. Therefore, if he were to reach beyond God of War level within a year, the path of a Psyker Master was the fastest and most suitable. He would not give up his advantage and had basically determined his goal. Entering the peak of apprentice level for spiritual power is basically without any difficulty, but to break through into planetary level, it still requires the support of will. So from now on, I must start training my will. That book, Fundamentals of Spiritual Power, must also be obtained as soon as possible. After briefly pondering the current situation, Yi Yun already had a concrete plan. As long as his combat power amplification could reach 16, he would be able to get a duplication of Fundamentals of Spiritual Power. The Heavenly God pictorial included in it is a method for training spiritual power for the object-controlling faction of Psyker Masters. Although its rank is very low, Yi Yun is only at the apprentice level, so it can be said to be perfectly suitable for the current Yi Yun. Chapter 33 Spirit Currently Within the Know. 9 Ruin on Earth. If one completes the death mission for elite training camp students, they can obtain more powerful Psyker Master control secret techniques, including the Psyker Master's Fundamentals of Spiritual Power and the 9-9 Soul Forging method, which can greatly accelerate the breakthrough into the planetary level. However, Yi Yun currently has no way to take this path. He is clear about his strength. Completing the death mission for elite training camp students would definitely take more than a year, and if that happened, the agreement would be considered a failure. Of course, Yi Yun is not an inflexible person. If a year passes and he still doesn't see any hope for his own breakthrough, there is one last option. What is hidden deep beneath Australia's Mist Island, Babata. But for now, Yi Yun doesn't need to be so anxious. His current spiritual power strength is still some distance from Senior War God. He needs to take things one step at a time. Once he reaches the peak of Senior War God, he can then determine how to proceed. For now, he just needs to keep working hard and cultivating. Hong's arrival and departure were silent. Apart from Yi Yun and a few others, it had no impact on the elite training camp. The Twilight Cloud Pavilion, where Yi Yun and Guyi resided, also remained peaceful. On March 28th, the Black Dragon rankings points were locked, and Yi Yun's final rank stabilized at 60th. Therefore, in April, he still hunted monsters on even-numbered days and stayed in the elite training camp for training on odd-numbered days. Guyi was originally a teacher specially arranged for Yi Yun by Hong and Inspector Wang. After learning about the agreement between Hong and Yi Yun, Guyi once again adjusted Yi Yun's training plan. This time, the plan was finalized after an overnight discussion with Yi Yun, and it was a plan they both believed best suited Yi Yun's current situation. For Yi Yun's spiritual power to improve, the enhancement of his physical fitness is essential. Otherwise, it would not be enough to support his progressively stronger spiritual power. Therefore, physical training remains the top priority, and for Yi Yun to obtain fundamentals of spiritual power, he must increase his combat power amplitude to 16. This is not a simple goal. Generally speaking, both his body exertion rank and trial tower rank must reach 4.0 or above. Because of this, apart from dedicating 2 hours to training spiritual power control, Yi Yun still spent most of his time training body exertion, as well as movement techniques and spear techniques, not neglecting any aspect of his cultivation. As time entered April, Yi Yun's days were incredibly fulfilling. He possessed sufficient experience from his predecessors, so it can be said that his path forward was very clear. He just needed to run it himself. Therefore, compared to ordinary people, Yi Yun's training and cultivation were more motivated. It's not that people don't work hard, it's that they work hard in the wrong direction. Including Guyi, many advanced god of war powerhouses, can you say they are just wasting their lives every day? No, they work harder than anyone else every day, all for the sake of stepping into a new realm. But no matter how hard they work, it has little effect. Lacking guidance and luck, a breakthrough is not something that can be achieved just by talking about it. Yi Yun, however, had no such worries. He could advance with full force in the correct direction, avoiding countless detours. He was progressing almost every day, every hour, every minute. As the saying goes, there are no shortcuts on the path to success. Yi Yun was clearly on a shortcut, possessing excellent talent, the correct Tao, and unremitting effort and persistence. Tell me, what reason is there for him not to succeed April 16th, the central area of 1001 City in the West Asia Wilderness area? Yi Yun was stepping on a shield, about 20 centimeters off the ground, with the blacklight spear on his back, searching for his prey. Suddenly, a familiar gray rock wolf appeared in Yi Yun's line of sight. Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share Infinite Novel Audio. Since encountering a pack of gray rock wolves on March 2nd, it had been a long time. and Yi Yun finally saw traces of gray rock wolves again. A thought flashed through his mind, and Yi Yun slowly landed, not hiding his movements, exposing himself to the gray rock wolf's perception. After entering the wilderness area, Yi Yun would completely suppress his aura and strength, maintaining the same physical fitness as in the Trial Tower virtual space, which was the elementary warrior rank. This was to better train his movement and spear techniques, and also to ensure that such hunting did not lose its refining effect. Sensing Yi Yun, who had restrained and suppressed his aura, the eyes of this intermediate beast general rank gray rock wolf lit up, very human-like. It was originally the scout of its pack, and it hadn't been out long before encountering suitable prey. The gray rock wolf was extremely excited, emitting a low growl, then it too pounced towards Yi Yun. Yi Yun showed no surprise, his expression unchanged and his body made no movement. He remained standing on his shield, and the long spear on his back shot out with a whoosh, thrusting towards the gray rock wolf. The blacklight long spear, under Yi Yun's spiritual power manipulation, engaged in battle with the gray rock wolf. He was using this method to demonstrate the variations of his spear technique, and for a time he fought the gray rock wolf to a standstill. Manipulating a long spear with spiritual power was a training method Yi Yun had discovered himself in recent days. Previously, among the people he had encountered, none were powerful psyker masters, so he couldn't borrow their experience for spiritual power training. Yi Yun had no choice but to design this training plan himself based on some experience gained from reading books in his previous life. Yi Yun understood that psyker masters and martial artists were two different Daos. While the two Daos might eventually lead to the same destination, there were very distinct differences in the early stage. The biggest difference was amplitude. Because of this, different cultivation methods were naturally required. The current punch force exertion rank mentioned on Earth is actually the body amplitude of a genetic martial artist. For example, Thunder God's body amplitude is 7 times, while Yi Yun's is currently 2.8 times. As for the spiritual power amplitude of a psyker master, it refers to the number of weapons that can be simultaneously manipulated to attack while exerting the strongest attack power. For example, the current Yi Yun, through conscious training, can simultaneously control 4 flying daggers and exert their strongest attack power, which means Yi Yun's spiritual power amplitude has reached 4 times. The foundation of a psyker master lies in the word spirit. And spirit is divided into spiritual power and the more mysterious divine thought. The amplitude of spiritual power has nothing to do with spiritual power strength. To improve this, one must possess powerful divine thought. Only when divine thought is strong can one simultaneously manipulate more weapons to exert the strongest attack power. Yi Yun deeply understood the importance of divine thought. Not to mention the distant future, an apprentice-level 9-stage peak psyker master who wants to break through into the planetary level, besides their spiritual power reaching its peak, also needs their divine thought to be strong enough. Spiritual power permeates the mind of every psyker master, existing as a tangible presence, while divine thought is an intangible, untouchable existence. The role of divine thought is like the commander of an army, and spiritual power is the foot soldier. With a sufficiently capable commander, the foot soldiers in the army can naturally exert greater combat power. When divine thought is strong, the amplitude of spiritual power can also be stronger. Generally speaking, an ordinary apprentice-level peak psyker master whose spiritual power amplitude reaches 12, meaning they can simultaneously control 12 weapons to exert their strongest attack power, is considered to have met the standard for breakthrough into a planetary-level psyker master. However, psyker masters with a stronger brain region expansion, such as Luo Feng in the original work, have higher breakthrough requirements, needing a spiritual power amplitude of 16. Yi Yun estimated that his current situation was similar to Luo Feng's during that period, so he had a pretty good idea of what his breakthrough limit might be. As for how to strengthen divine thought, Yi Yun also knew that, generally speaking, persistent training and cultivation enduring hardships and difficulties, could make one's will firm. Firm will itself is also a manifestation of strengthening divine thought. However, such enhancement is relatively passive, not only difficult to improve but also very slow. In the vast universe, all major schools of Psyker Masters have secret techniques for training a Psyker Master's divine thought. These secret techniques can systematically help every Psyker Master to improve their divine thought step by step, which is their ability to manipulate spiritual power. According to the cultivation of these secret techniques, even if the time required may vary for each person due to talent, there is basically a possibility of progress. The speed of improvement, of course, cannot be compared to not having a secret techniques. Currently, Yi-Yun does not have these conditions, but he knows the general direction, so he has been strengthening his ability to simultaneously manipulate multiple weapons. The early stage was relatively difficult, but after more than 10 days of effort, he has achieved considerable results. Just like fighting the gray rock wolf in front of him, Yi-Yun's spiritual power manipulating the long spear was only maintained at the elementary warrior rank, in order to deepen his control over spiritual power, making such manipulation more precise and meticulous. Moreover, Yi-Yun ingeniously used spiritual power to manipulate the long spear to perform spear techniques, which can be said to have greatly increased the difficulty of the operation. Although the spiritual power was only maintained at the elementary warrior rank, the consumption greatly increased. Yi-Yun appeared expressionless, but in reality, he was not as relaxed as he seemed. The spiritual power strength of an elementary warrior rank was actually somewhat inferior to that of an intermediate warrior rank gray rock wolf. However, Yi-Yun incorporated his spear technique, which was about to cross into the third realm, and instead gained the upper hand in the battle with the gray rock wolf, firmly suppressing it. The situation was completely within Yi-Yun's control. Yi-Yun did not immediately deliver a fatal blow. The gray rock wolf had given a signal at the very beginning, and Yi-Yun was waiting for the gray rock wolf pack to arrive. Chapter 34 Extreme Training. The gray rock wolf that was currently battling Yi-Yun, although possessing a certain level of intelligence, was not a lord-level monster after all, and did not discern Yi-Yun's intentions. It was in a perilous situation under Yi-Yun's hand, struggling to hold on, knowing it was not Yi-Yun's opponent, but it never imagined that Yi-Yun was merely toying with it. Deep down, the gray rock wolf was anticipating the arrival of its pack. Then it could kill this hateful human before it. A few minutes later, wolf howls echoed from all over the mountains, and a hint of joy simultaneously surfaced in the hearts of both Yi-Yun and the gray rock wolf. The gray rock wolf even responded with a similar howl, and in a short while, over 30 gray rock wolves gathered, surrounding Yi-Yun. Blacklight flew back, hovering above Yi-Yun's head, and then Yi-Yun stepped down from the shield. The shield floated gently, and the next moment it disintegrated into several small parts. These parts were roughly elongated, like miniature spears. Yi-Yun stood with his arms crossed, watching the many wolf packs lunging towards him, his posture unchanged. The spears hovering above his head and the several small spears floating beside him, scattered in all directions, blocking the gray rock wolf pack's advance. At this moment, the relaxed expression on Yi-Yun's face had vanished, replaced by a serious one. Controlling multiple spears simultaneously was not difficult, but if it was to resist beast general-level monsters, it became quite challenging. Moreover, Yi-Yun, this abnormal individual, maintained the strength of an elementary Psyker Master, and the power of each attack was clearly insufficient. In situations where he could not kill with one blow, it naturally became increasingly difficult to cope. However, Yi-Yun needed such a scenario. For him, if he went all out, it would only take less than a second to harvest the lives of all gray rock wolves, but that would not help in training his spiritual power or spear techniques. It would only increase some combat points. Controlling multiple spears with the spiritual power of an elementary Psyker Master was inherently a challenge to himself, and an extreme challenge. While maintaining the situation was difficult, if he could persist, he would gain immense benefits. It was an effective exercise for a Psyker master to control spiritual power, and it could also better improve his consciousness strength. Yi Yun's current spiritual power amplitude was 4 times, so in the current battlefield, only Blacklight and the other 3 small spears could exert their strongest attack power. The others, scattered throughout the battlefield, could only serve to restrain. However, Yi Yun's attempts and training during these days were not without effect. He had integrated spear techniques into the control of spiritual power, which had been quite successful. Now, all the spears Yi Yun controlled were executing spear techniques, with varying power, but with the spear techniques fully unleashed, they still resisted the Grey Rock Wolf Pack's attack. Among this group of Grey Rock Wolves, there were 3 extremely robust and powerful individuals, who were elite intermediate beast general-level Grey Rock Wolves. They clearly possessed greater intelligence and knew that the flying spears were not the key at this moment. The focus was on the calm and composed male human standing there, so they kept roaring, ordering to break through and attack Yi Yun. However, with the spear techniques unleashed from the several spears Yi Yun controlled, they simply could not break through, only able to emit furious roars, still entangled with the spears. Thanks to the insights into spear techniques from Hong, Yi Yun's progress in cultivating spear techniques was extremely rapid, nearing the perfection of the 3rd realm of spear techniques. Now, when controlled by spiritual power, there was still some weakening. If he were holding the spear himself, coupled with his force exertion level already raised to 3.0, he could kill a Grey Rock Wolf with 1 spear. Such a battle continued, posing a significant test to Yi Yun's energy. Spiritual power, due to its massive total volume, could sustain for a long time, but the subtle energy required for precise control was not as easily recovered. Constantly maintaining full spiritual power amplitude further increased Yi Yun's consumption. However, the more extreme the situation, the more it could temper his will, and the longer he could persevere, the more significant the effect on improving his consciousness. In these past 10+ days, Yi Yun relied on such extreme training methods, squeezing his potential. Each time he reached his limit, he gritted his teeth and persevered, which allowed his spiritual power, which had previously been unexercised and relatively crude in control, to reach its current 4x amplitude. Time slowly passed, and Yi Yun appeared very patient. Such a group of Grey Rock Wolves was an excellent target for him to train his spiritual power amplitude. After the initial familiarization, Yi Yun was now increasingly adept, and the several spears he controlled were also more at ease, subtly showing signs of breaking through to 5x spiritual power amplitude. Being able to vaguely feel his progress and growth, Yi Yun was in a good mood. Maintaining such training efficiency and continuously improving his spiritual power amplitude and raising his consciousness strength, reaching 16x spiritual power amplitude within a year was not impossible. However, compared to Yi Yun, who was becoming increasingly relaxed and in a great mood, the Grey Rock Wolf Pack situation was not so good. The 3 leading elite intermediate beast general Grey Rock Wolves clearly understood the current situation. The human in front of them was not afraid of their threats, and many of their companions had already suffered serious injuries. If this dragged on, the entire wolf pack might perish here. The 3 leader Grey Rock Wolves were the strongest, and the strongest Blacklight was fighting them. The 3 of them exchanged glances, having already made a decision. 3 high-pitched roars simultaneously erupted, and then Yi Yun saw several Grey Rock Wolves suddenly erupt, charging towards Blacklight and the other spears, allowing them to pierce their bodies. At the same time, the 3 leader Grey Rock Wolves and the rest of the Grey Rock Wolves rapidly retreated. Because the Grey Rock Wolves in front had used their lives to block, Yi Yun was unable to stop these Grey Rock Wolves from retreating immediately. By the time he pulled out the spears, he saw the 3 elite high beast general Grey Rock Wolves, each leading a team of Grey Rock Wolves, rapidly fleeing in 3 different directions, completely disregarding everything else. Seeing such a situation, Yi Yun couldn't help but secretly praise them. As expected of a Grey Rock Wolf Pack, that had reached the Beast General rank, especially with the presence of high Beast General leaders. The entire wolf pack system and discipline were very complete. When they saw that the stalemate would continue and potentially lead to devastating consequences, the Grey Rock Wolf Pack decisively adopted a cut-off-the-tail strategy. Yi Yun glanced briefly and discovered that the several Grey Rock wolves who had voluntarily chosen to sacrifice themselves under his spears were very thin, each relatively old, appearing like the old, weak, sick, and disabled within the Grey Rock wolf community. In such a difficult situation, the Grey Rock Wolf Pack's choice could be said to be the method that could preserve the living group to the greatest extent. Not only were those sacrificed the weakest batch in the group, but when they finally chose to retreat and flee, there was no panic at all. Instead, they were very organized and disciplined, with the 3 high Beast General Grey Rock Wolf leaders each leading a team to retreat in different directions, which would increase their chances of survival regardless. If they had encountered anyone else, the Grey Rock Wolf Pack's strategy would undoubtedly be very correct. Even if the opponent chose to pursue later, at most only one team would be sacrificed, and the other 2 teams would very likely escape. Yi Yun gently shook his head and muttered to himself, "Thank you for the sparring, may you rest in peace." A flying knife shot out from Yi Yun's sleeve, instantly catching up with one wolf pack, and then in less than 2 seconds, the flying knife changed direction, annihilating the other 2 Grey Rock Wolf packs. Not a single Grey Rock Wolf could escape the deadly flying knife. Yi Yun had no intention of holding back against these monsters. Even though most of the monsters in this entire specially built 1001 city had never killed humans, they were monsters after all, and Yi Yun would not show any mercy. Ending a day of hunting, Yi Yun had reaped a rich harvest. He sat on the fighter jet returning to the elite training camp, and the gazes of the surrounding students were completely different from before. Not a single person dared to look down on Yi Yun anymore. Even Evans and others in the corner had lost all their temper. Respect from others is always brought by strength. Yi Yun's final ranking in the Black Dragon rankings for March was 60th, which was already startling enough. Only half of April had passed, and Yi Yun's ranking was steadily within the top 60, showing no signs of dropping. When his force exertion rank was updated to 3.0, he jumped to around 50th place. Such a strong upward momentum indicated that Yi Yun still possessed infinite potential. Entering the top 60 in the first month was nothing. No one would doubt that if Yi Yun continued like this, it would not take several months for him to qualify to compete for the top 10 in the Black Dragon rankings. What made everyone feel regretful was that Yi Yun had no desire to interact with others. In these past days, apart from a few students also from China, Yi Yun basically did not speak to them, let alone form any friendships. Even so, they would not say anything. Yi Yun's powerful strength and potential were his capital for pride, and he was fully qualified to act this way. What they didn't know was that Yi Yun was now single-mindedly focused on fulfilling his agreement with Hong, and all his energy was placed on how to improve his strength, leaving no room for other thoughts. Returning to Twilight Cloud Pavilion, Yi Yun found that Gu Yi had not yet rested, and a stove was set up in the courtyard. Gu Yi held several skewers in his hand, each strung with several pieces of unknown large meat, which he was roasting on the stove, sizzling with oil, and a unique aroma could be smelled from afar. Chapter 35 Outlook. Yi Yun's face was covered in black lines. After more than a month of getting along with Gu Yi, he had come to understand a lot about Gu Yi's unreliability. From time to time, there would be some behaviors that left him speechless. After returning today, Yi Yun didn't expect that Gu Yi could be so bored. Gu Yi also noticed Yi Yun's return. He smiled lazily, holding meat skewers in both hands, raised an eyebrow slightly at Yi Yun, and said with a grin, "Come, Yi Yun, you've returned just in time. This is the hind leg meat of an advanced beast General Thunder Rabbit that I finally managed to get someone to procure today. The meat is tender and delicious, and with my special sauce and grilling technique, it's definitely a rare delicacy. Rabbits are so cute. How could you eat rabbits?" Gu Yi looked at the Thunder Rabbit hind leg skewer in his hand and couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. cute rabbits. With one kick of its hind leg, this thunder rabbit could easily kick an intermediate war general martial artist to death. Now you're telling me it's cute? Yi Yun unceremoniously took a handful of grilled thunder rabbit skewers. The moment he put them in his mouth, he felt the taste was excellent, and the meat quality was also very good, with juice overflowing. He had been tired all day, so he finished the skewers Gu Yi had grilled in a few bites. Hey, at least leave some for me. After they had eaten their fill, the two leaned against the steps in the courtyard, looking up at the bright starry sky. For a moment, it was incredibly peaceful, and neither of them spoke. Yi Yun turned his head to look at Gu Yi beside him. Gu Yi still had that indifferent look, but Yi Yun knew that in places he couldn't see, Gu Yi's training volume and intensity were no less than his own. Clearly, he hadn't lost his passion for improving his strength. It was just that after staying at the senior war god rank for many years, his mindset was no longer as urgent as before. During these days, Yi Yun had been living with Gu Yi. To say they were both teacher and friend might be inappropriate, but for Yi Yun, Gu Yi was indeed a good friend. In front of Gu Yi, it was one of the rare times Yi Yun could relax. At this moment, Gu Yi looked at the bright stars in the distance, then suddenly looked at Yi Yun, saying with a longing smile, "Hey, Yi Yun, do you think there are humans like us living in the distant depths of the universe? What kind of magnificent and spectacular sights does the boundless starry sky hold?" The longing for the starry sky is a thought that humans on Earth have had since ancient times. It is humanity's desire for knowledge and exploration of the unknown. Although the current Earth has undergone many destructions, hardships, and even reorganizations, every time humans are born on it, they will spontaneously develop a fundamental and primal curiosity about the universe and starry sky. Yi Yun chuckled and said, "Old Gu, what's the point of thinking so much now? The universe and starry sky are indeed vast and great, but we are still too weak. For your current sentiments, work hard and cultivate. Perhaps one day, you and I can witness the true appearance of this universe." After speaking, Yi Yun supported his knees and slowly got up, returning to his room. Gu Yi, left behind, was deep in thought, holding a small wine flask from who knows where in his right hand, taking a shallow sip and muttering to himself, "Weak. Strength." After returning to his room, Yi Yun did not rest immediately. Gu Yi's sigh had also stirred his anticipation for the universe and starry sky. The Earth at this stage was indeed too backward, and the means and speed of improvement were greatly limited. Only by leaving Earth and truly entering the human universe could Yi Yun's talent technique be fully utilized. Time passed day by day. Yi Yun followed his plan, steadily cultivating and improving in the elite training camp, undisturbed by any external factors. The results of his cultivation were not far off from his own expectations, with rapid improvement in all aspects. Although he already possessed powerful talent technique and sufficient guidance from predecessors, Yi Yun consistently maintained strict demands on himself, without any slack. He trained according to his predetermined plan at all times. His daily life seemed monotonous, but Yi Yun didn't feel the slightest bit of boredom. Being able to clearly perceive his strength improving step by step was something many people envied. Evening, June 7th. Yi Yun finished a day of cultivation and looked towards the east, a sigh in his heart. The college entrance examination has begun. Since entering the elite training camp, Yi Yun often contacted Luo Feng and Wei Wen during his cultivation downtime, though it was limited to chatting and strengthening their bond. Yi Yun had no intention of interfering with Luo Feng's growth. Although Yi Yun knew that no matter what he did, Luo Feng would still rise. A fated protagonist isn't just talk. However, Yi Yun still hoped to maintain a plot that was as close to the original as possible, so that his advantage of foreknowledge could be maximized. Of course, Yi Yun understood that with his involvement, as his strength gradually increased, it would inevitably have an increasingly significant impact on the entire swallowing starry sky world. With more major events involved, the entire world would certainly not remain the same as before, and his own experiences would definitely undergo different changes. However, in this early stage, it could still provide him with great help in grasping the direction. The college entrance examination was an important turning point in Luo Feng's early destiny, signifying his true beginning as a martial artist and his path to becoming stronger. Earth was the cradle of Luo Feng's early growth, and every experience had a significant impact on his later Dao. It was precisely because of this that Yi Yun's mind was as clear as a mirror. He had a much broader universe to explore. With talent technique at his disposal, the entire universe was his cultivation base. As for the opportunities on Earth, except for a limited few, they were not highly ranked in the universe. It was fine to leave them for Luo Feng to slowly explore. More importantly, for Yi Yun, the opportunities Luo Feng obtained were equivalent to him also obtaining them. One opportunity became two or even more. This was a huge profit. This was the difference in perspective. Before Luo Feng entered the know, ruin, he had no understanding of the information in the universe at all. In his eyes at the time, being able to break through and become an existence beyond a god of war was already a huge goal. The universe's starry sky was too distant in Luo Feng's eyes. Feeling a little agitated, Yi Yun couldn't fall asleep for a while. He walked out of his room and went to the underground training room. Turning on the punching power testing machine, Yi Yun held his breath and concentrated. Then, continuous bang, 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 bang sounds came as Yi Yun alternated his left and right hands, striking the punching target of the punching power testing machine with each punch. 162,345 kg, 164,587 kg, 163,215 kg. The numbers on the punching power testing machine's screen constantly changed, displaying the punching power of each of Yi Yun's punches. After dozens of punches, Yi Yun gathered all his strength, let out a low roar, and swung his right hand like a cannonball, heavily striking the punching target. 604,563 kg, looking at the numbers in front of him, Yi Yun let out a long breath, quite satisfied with his punching power level. By the end of March, Yi Yun's physical fitness had already reached a punching power of 60,000 kilograms. After 2 months of continuous intense training, he finally stepped into the God of War rank and reached the intermediate God of War level, progressing extremely rapidly. It was precisely because of this that Yi Yun's spiritual power had long since reached the peak of a senior war god. In terms of pure attack power, Yi Yun could be said to be an undisputed invincible god of war, an invincible god of war in every sense below the planetary level. However, Yi Yun had no intention of being complacent. Unlike Luo Feng, who was a blind man at the time, he knew that the so-called invincible god of war was merely at the apprentice-level peak in the universe, completely insignificant. Many races, even without cultivating, directly reach the planetary level or even territory lord rank upon adulthood. His own achievements were truly not worth being proud of. Therefore, Yi Yun had never been particularly concerned about physical fitness or spiritual power strength. Instead, he worked hard on body exertion, which is body amplitude, and spiritual power amplitude. He knew that these were the things that could truly be late-game combat power explosive devices. After a long period of comprehension and exploration, Yi Yun's body exertion rank had increased to 3.8, which allowed him to deliver a bare-handed punch of over 600,000 kilograms. By the end of April, Yi Yun's Black Dragon ranking score ranked 24th. In May, his available time in the trial room reached 6 hours. Relying on his spear technique, which had stabilized at the third realm, and his increasingly proficient movement technique at the perfect level, Yi Yun finally passed through stages A and B of the third floor of the trial tower consecutively. His trial tower rank stopped at 3.7. A trial tower rank of 3.7, combined with a body exertion rank of 3.8, made Yi Yun's combat power amplitude exceed 12, ultimately placing him 5th on the Black Dragon rankings in May. In just 3 months, Yi Yun broke into the top 5 of the elite training camp. Every month, he maintained an astonishing rate of improvement. Such a situation had never occurred in the history of the elite training camp. Which of those in the top 10 of the rankings wasn't an old-timer who had stayed in the elite training camp for more than 3 years? Yi Yun's performance left everyone speechless. It was like this. When someone is a little better than you still have the thought of comparing yourself and striving to surpass them. But if someone's progress speed far exceeds yours by a large margin, the desire to compare and surpass will fade and extinguish. There is simply no possibility of competing with them. In May 2056, Yi Yun met the requirement of a combat power amplitude of 12, completing the first additional condition on the Dojo of Limit's core member recruitment contract he had signed. He received the rewards stipulated in the terms. Secret manuals and combat suits had already been delivered. The King-level intelligent fighter jet, valued at 180 billion, was still parked within the elite training camp, and Yi Yun had not yet had the opportunity to use it. The improvement of combat power amplitude becomes increasingly difficult in the later stages. Otherwise, the original terms would not have given Yi Yun 3 years to strive for a combat power amplitude of 16. However, Yi Yun was confident that he would achieve this goal within June Chapter 36, skillfully making people distressed. Yi Yun's progress in his strength has always been steady. With more than half of June remaining, Yi Yun felt that breaking through to 4.0 and above would not be difficult. What needed to be focused on was improving his trial tower rank. The 3rd floor of the trial tower features the flying monster Golden Vulture. Being in the air is their greatest advantage, and the test of movement technique and spearmanship has once again reached a new level. Yi Yun only successfully broke through stages A and B of the 3rd floor after his spearmanship reached the 3rd realm of perfection, combined with his increasingly proficient perfect trank movement technique. Stage B of the 3rd floor had 190 elementary beast general golden vultures and 10 intermediate beast general golden vultures. Yi Yun's passage through this floor was actually a bit difficult. Under the command of the intermediate beast generals, the Golden Vulture monster group's attacks were very well organized, and the difficulty was far beyond what a simple group of elementary beast general golden vultures could compare to. As for Stage C of the 3rd floor, the number of elementary beast general golden vultures only increased by 100, but the number of intermediate beast general golden vultures doubled. Their attacks became even more ferocious and violent, and the time and opportunities for dodging became fewer. Any slight mistake would lead to immediate failure. Yi Yun estimated that he would need to wait for his movement technique or spearmanship to advance another realm before he had the confidence to challenge and pass. However, with his 5th place ranking in the Black Dragon rankings for May, Yi Yun had ample trial room usage time in June. Plus, with 20 days remaining, if he honed his movement technique and spearmanship, there was still great hope of clearing all stages of the 3rd floor. Trial Tower Virtual Space 3rd floor Stage C, black-feathered raptors filled the sky, their massive wings spread out, occupying a large expanse of the heavens. Looking down from above, one could hardly see any gaps. Hundreds of raptors occupied every direction, swooping down from all sides. Upon closer inspection, one could feel that these raptors were very organized, not swooping down all at once, but divided into multiple teams. The time intervals between each team's swoops were perfectly timed, seamlessly connected without any sense of pause. At the center of these raptors' encircling dive, Yi Yun gripped his long spear, fending off the grabs of their massive claws and the swings of their wings. Golden vultures surrounded him from all directions, even blocking out the light, making it mostly dark. Yi Yun's feet were constantly moving, because once he stopped, he would inevitably be subjected to endless pounces. He could only find tiny opportunities to dodge in the gaps between the Golden Vulture's group attacks. His long spear constantly swung, his spearmanship displayed without reservation, increasing his chances of evasion. His perfect trank movement technique was also utilized to its fullest. Everything around him, whether it was the terrain, buildings, trees, or even the golden vultures themselves, became things Yi Yun could utilize. This was also why Yi Yun was able to persist amidst the golden vultures' group attacks. However, the sheer number of golden vultures was too great. The perfect trank movement technique requires controlling the surrounding environment and utilizing everything nearby to dodge. This demands extremely high calculation ability and consumes a lot of physical and mental energy. The difficulty lies in the fact that the actions of these golden vultures are actually very difficult to calculate. The presence of intermediate beast general golden vultures makes their attacks full of variables and very prone to mistakes. Since June, Yun has spent half of his cultivation time in the elite training camp. Due to ample trial room usage time, he basically arranged trial room training every day. However, Stage C of this third floor was indeed difficult. One careless mistake would lead to being caught and killed by a golden vulture. The trial tower rank only increased a little, and has not yet broken through to 4.0 and above. Today was already June 26th, and Yun was still fighting in Stage C of the third floor. Looking at these incredibly familiar giant golden vultures in front of him, Yun even felt they looked somewhat pleasing to the eye. Just then, as Yun was strenuously resisting the endless pouncing attacks from all directions, suddenly, from various angles in the sky, 10 golden vultures simultaneously swooped down towards Yun below. Their attacking formation formed a large circle, and as they flew further down, the size of this circle rapidly shrank. Their speed was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, they were directly above Yun's head. Yun's heart showed no ripple of emotion at such a change. He had experienced this many times over the past few days. Whenever the situation became somewhat deadlocked, those intermediate beast general golden vultures, who had been observing from high in the sky and directing the situation, would personally descend and form a certain formation. This large circle was one of their most commonly used ones. The first time Yun faced such a situation, he was completely unprepared and was taken out in one wave. Later, after getting familiar with it, he discovered that this was the only fixed attack pattern of the golden vultures he could summarize, so he paid particular attention to it. After dying many times, he also managed to figure out some ways to counter it. The 10 intermediate beast general golden vultures' own flight speed far exceeded that of the elementary beast general golden vultures. The extreme speed brought extreme offensive power, further enhancing the might of their massive claws, which was equivalent to a burst of strength. In terms of sheer power, it already surpassed the intermediate beast general rank. Yun's current body only possessed the physical quality of an elementary beast general. He relied on his powerful strength, as well as his movement technique and spearmanship, to be able to fight against so many golden vultures. Once the opponents he faced were too powerful and numerous, resisting them became extremely difficult. Yun let out a long breath and shouted. Based on the golden vulture's flight speed, he precisely calculated their arrival time. At the opportune moment, he gripped the latter half of his long spear with both hands and swung it in a wide circle towards the sky. With this spear strike, Yun went all out, unleashing his full 4.0 strength. The temporary power was enough to match the attack power bonus brought by the charging intermediate beast general golden vultures. If struck by this spear, even these intermediate beast general golden vultures would suffer extremely severe internal injuries. However, the golden vultures were extremely intelligent and easily detected Yun's intention, and could also feel the powerful force on Yun's long spear. In the nick of time, these 10 intermediate beast general golden vultures simultaneously flapped their wings frantically. The continuous flapping of their massive black wings generated gusts of strong wind. The strong winds generated by the flapping of their giant wings actually caused these golden vultures to forcefully halt in midair despite their powerful dive. Although the halt was very brief, it was enough for them to miss Yun's sweeping long spear, thus avoiding Yun's full-powered strike. Once the long spear had swung past, the 10 golden vultures flapped their giant wings again, continuing to grab at Yun below. Yun at this moment retracted the long spear he had just swung out, holding it horizontally across his chest with both hands. His feet also burst forth with full power, charging straight forward. The few golden vultures obstructing him in front were directly knocked back, allowing Yun to leave his original position. And the spear strike Yi Yun had just swung horizontally into the air was not without effect. At the very least, it had a certain weakening effect on the speed of these 10 golden vultures. After their brief halt and subsequent attack, their power and speed were greatly reduced, which allowed Yi Yun's subsequent lateral movement to evade their first wave of swoops. However, after Yi Yun knocked away the giant claws of a few ordinary golden vultures, he didn't stop. Instead, he immediately performed a forward roll on the spot. The next moment, the spot where he had just been standing was swept by several giant claws, sending up a large amount of dirt and gravel, and creating a large hole. It turned out that this intermediate beast general golden vulture attack was not just one wave. 10 intermediate beast generals took the lead, forming the first wave of attack circles. After being resolved by Yi Yun, a second batch of 10 intermediate beast general golden vultures followed immediately, precisely targeting Yi Yun's moment of relaxation after dodging the first wave of attacks. Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share infinite novel audio. Yi Yun's emotionless dodging was so practiced it was almost heartbreaking. This was the culmination of experience gained from dozens of deaths. At this moment, he appeared extremely disheveled, but in reality, he was expressionless and as steady as an old dog, not under much pressure. Having died so many times at the hands of these golden vultures, Yi Yun had not been without considering methods to deal with them. However, no matter how good the method or how perfectly designed, the actual situation could change at any time. One could not completely rely on clever tricks. One's own hard strength was the key to successful passage. Yi Yun could only rely on his movement technique and spearmanship to contend with these cunning flying monsters through repeated training. Although he hadn't succeeded in passing yet, the time he could persist had grown longer and longer, meaning he was constantly improving with each attempt. After dodging 2 waves of what could be called fatal consecutive death pounces, Yi Yun didn't just stand there idly. He transferred the long spear to his right hand, maintaining a javelin-throwing posture. With a soft shout from Yi Yun, the long spear was directly shot out by him. Still maintaining a full power burst, after the long spear was shot out, both its power and speed reached the peak of what Yi Yun could currently control. It instantly struck a golden vulture in the spear's path. After piercing it, its momentum undiminished, it passed through the golden vulture's body, its shaft stained with the golden vulture's bright red blood. This golden vulture whimpered a few times and fell from midair, kicking up a large cloud of dust on the ground. What shocked all the golden vultures was that Yi Yun, who had thrown the long spear, accurately arrived at the spear's landing point and steadily re-gripped the long spear in his hand. The moment he chose to throw the long spear, Yi Yun had already calculated the spear's flight trajectory based on the power he unleashed. The instant the spear was shot out, he also ran simultaneously. Yi Yun had enough confidence in the power of his long spear, so he maintained a straight run, arriving early at the landing point of the long spear, which moved in a parabolic trajectory, and successfully retrieved the long spear. Chapter 37. Oil. Having easily slain a common golden vulture, Yi Yun didn't stop. He unleashed his full power again, throwing his spear. The strength and speed, exceeding all limits, still effortlessly pierced through a golden vulture that couldn't evade in time, resulting in a kill +1. Yi Yun used his spear to clear a path, his relatively slender figure constantly moving among the golden vultures. His powerful calculation ability was on full display. With every spear thrown, at least 1 or 2 golden vultures lost their lives. In just a few tens of seconds, nearly 20 golden vultures perished under Yi Yun's spear throws. Yi Yun's killing spree instantly ignited the wrath of 20 intermediate beast general golden vultures. They all let out sharp cries, and all the remaining golden vultures seemed to be imbued with a furious buff. Under the command of their leaders, they launched an even more frenzied assault and charge against Yi Yun. Yi Yun had anticipated such a situation. With a focused expression, he still didn't cease his attacks. Although the frequency of his spear throws decreased under such offensive pressure, Yi Yun could still find opportunities to strike. As long as his spear was thrown, even an intermediate beast General Golden Vulture dared not face the spear tip's sharpness directly, watching helplessly as their subordinates perished one after another. Yi Yun was very satisfied with his tactics and results. He had contemplated how to deal with these golden vultures for a long time. Flying monsters had too great an aerial advantage. To counterattack, he needed a way to deal with airborne enemies. In recent days, Yi Yun had ingeniously devised this method of throwing spears, and after several trial tower experiments, it had proven quite effective. The golden vulture flock in midair slowly dwindled in number under Yi Yun's relentless spear attacks. Yi Yun maintained high-intensity movement and offensive actions, and the insights and experiences belonging to Hong and others continuously surged in his mind, as if he were immersed in them. It felt less difficult than before. Whether it was his running posture or every spear he threw, everything was executed perfectly. The golden vulture flock seemed on the verge of reaching Yi Yun, but always missed by a hair, allowing Yi Yun to counterattack successfully. Yi Yun entered a wondrous experience. The entire world, whether it was the ground, trees, buildings, or the golden vultures scattered all around, and even the surging air, seemed to change according to his will. Every step he took, or every time he launched his spear, completely fused with this wondrous feeling. While in this state of comprehension, Yi Yun's lethality against the golden vultures increased another notch. Almost every second, a golden vulture's corpse fell from midair. These fallen corpses also became aids that Yi Yun could utilize, not only blocking other golden vultures' attacks, but also concealing Yi Yun's movements, making his actions and footsteps increasingly swift and elusive. After an unknown number of minutes, Yi Yun gradually emerged from this state. It wasn't that he couldn't sustain it, but that he discovered all several hundred elementary beast General Golden Vultures had been slain by him. Feathers, giant claws, and shredded wing flesh littered the ground, and golden vulture bodies piled up across the land. In midair, only 20 intermediate beast General Golden Vultures remained. Having witnessed such slaughter of their human race, these 20 golden vulture leaders were filled with rage. However, no matter how hard they tried, they could never catch up to Yi Yun's footsteps. Each time they felt they were about to touch Yi Yun's clothes, but they always missed by just that much, only catching afterimages. They were completely following Yi Yun's rhythm, watching their fellow human race members being killed and perishing before them, yet they were powerless. Yi Yun savored the feeling from just now, and a strong surge of joy emerged. Under the immense pressure from the many golden vultures, his movement technique and spear technique, which he had been diligently cultivating, both broke through simultaneously, entering the fourth realm, which is the concept realm. Our Yi Yun finally triggered the exclusive passive of every protagonist, epiphany, and level up in battle. It was precisely because of the support of the more powerful concept realm movement technique and spear technique that these originally very troublesome flying monster golden vultures could no longer cause much trouble for Yi Yun. When he entered the state of comprehension just now, slaying those golden vultures felt like teasing them without any pressure whatsoever. With the experience of Hong and others, Yi Yun already had a deep understanding of this fourth realm of movement technique and spear technique. However, the reason he hadn't reached this level before was that this fourth realm of movement technique and spear technique could no longer be cultivated step by step as before. Different people, based on their characteristics, would have different variations, so everyone had to find their own positioning and style and could not completely imitate others. For example, Hong's self-created world annihilation. Spear technique was filled with a sharp aura of world annihilation. This was a concept of Hong's spear technique. Learning Hong's spear technique could not reach Hong's level. At most, one could achieve a concept similar to Hong's, but not exactly the same. Only by forging his own Tao could his future Tao be broader. During his wondrous epiphany just now, Yi Yun also comprehended his own unique concept, which had not yet fully formed. However, Yi Yun already had a general understanding in his heart. His movement technique and spear technique seem to have broken through realms simultaneously due to their tacit cooperation, so the concepts of both were basically the same. It wasn't particularly specific, but it gave Yi Yun a feeling of oil. This oil also represented Yi Yun's spear combat style, excelling at finding peculiar attack points in battle. Even when encountering unfamiliar opponents, his ability to maneuver was extremely outstanding. Combat felt as if it were always under his control, with a very broad perspective and far-reaching calculations in his fighting style. Feeling the concept he had comprehended, Yi Yun felt a bit of a headache. Others had concepts like unparalleled dominance, sharp world annihilation, or even penetrating enemy hearts and swift lightning, but his own turned out to be just oil. But despite the urge to complain, Yi Yun roughly understood in his heart why such a concept had formed at this stage. In recent days, in order to advance to a higher rank of movement technique and spear technique, Yi Yun had been comprehending Hong's cultivation experience and insights. However, Hong's experience and insights were still of too high a rank for Yi Yun at his current stage. This led to Yi Yun, though not being overly ambitious, unconsciously raising his sights. It was precisely because he had access to sufficient experience that, when facing an enemy, Yi Yun would unconsciously view the battle from a higher perspective. With abundant backup experience, the battle could basically be controlled by Yi Yun, with him dictating its direction. Yi Yun's opponents, on the other hand, would feel the complete opposite. They would be very uncomfortable, having the illusion of hitting cotton and being led by the nose. This was actually a special kind of oil formed by rich experience and a superior perspective. But no matter what the concept, since one has entered this realm, there is no distinction of superiority or inferiority. As long as one can perfectly utilize the characteristics of their own concept, it will certainly possess great power. Looking at the 20 intermediate beast General Golden Vultures still in midair, Yi Yun whistled at them. "Thank you for helping me improve. Now, let me end your suffering." With the blessing of concept realm spear technique and movement technique, these 20 golden vultures, which had originally posed a great threat, were all slain by Yi Yun in less than 20 seconds. Time taken, 45 minutes and 26 seconds. Killed 280 elementary beast General Golden Vultures and 20 intermediate beast General Golden Vultures. Phase C passed. Third floor passed. Congratulations, student Yi Yun. Listening to the electronic voice that hadn't sounded for a long time, Yi Yun was in a great mood. The trial tower's rank, after completely passing all 3 phases of the third floor, had also broken through to 4.0. Combined with his own strength output rank, which had already reached 4.0, it meant that his combat power amplification had finally crossed the threshold of 16.0. Seeing the limited time remaining in the trial tower, Yi Yun didn't immediately enter the 4th floor. Instead, he softly called out, "I want to conduct a fist force output rank test." As Yi Yun spoke, a punch force testing machine appeared out of thin air, standing before him. "Student Yi Yun, please proceed with the fist force output rank test promptly." The electronic voice reminded him emotionlessly. Yi Yun's fist force output rank had already increased to 4.0, but he hadn't performed a verification test. Today, the trial tower's rank happened to achieve the 4.0 milestone, so he decided to verify his output rank as well. Taking a deep breath, his muscles tensed all over his body, and continuous surges of power erupted within him. Yi Yun's right fist instantly tore through the air, carrying a terrifying whooshing sound, and heavily struck the punching bag. Boom tilde tilde. The punching bag emitted a muffled thud and shook violently. The display screen of the punch force testing machine clearly showed the number 40,286 kg. Seeing this result, Yi Yun was very satisfied. The initial punch force of this body was uniformly 10,000 kilograms. The punch force data of over 40,000 clearly indicated Yi Yun's fist force output rank. Fist force output rank 4.0. Congratulations, student Yi Yun. Your current combat power amplification is 16.0. Even with such an excellent result, the electronic voice showed no emotional fluctuation. The trial tower rank and output rank updated almost simultaneously. At the entrance of the elite training camp, above the Black Dragon sculpture, Yi Yun's name, which was originally in third place in June, instantly jumped to first place after the combat power amplification update, leading the second place by a significant margin of points. This position could be said to be rock solid. This time, Yi Yun's name rising to first place did not cause any stir within the elite training camp. They had long since become numb to Yi Yun's terrifying speed of progress. Chapter 38 Battle with Gu Yi. Since March, Yi Yun's improvement speed has been observed by all the students in the elite training camp. What's even more terrifying is that Yi Yun has shown no signs of slowing down. He has made courageous and rapid progress every month, breaking one cognitive bottom line after another. According to their general understanding, everyone has a period of rapid strength improvement, which is understandable, but Yi Yun seems to be constantly in a growth spurt, completely unstoppable. Everyone understands that the higher one's strength, the more difficult it is to improve. Perhaps it's possible to increase combat power amplitude to around 8 in a year, but reaching 12 in the second year is incredibly difficult, almost impossible. Yet, student Yi Yun has been making advancements on a monthly basis. Precisely because of Yi Yun's heaven-defying performance, others no longer include him in their comparison lists. Their hearts have all returned to peace. Perhaps only when Yi Yun stops his progress will they be surprised. After finishing this cultivation session in the trial tower, Yi Yun returned to Twilight Cloud Pavilion. Gu Yi learned of the good news Yi Yun brought, and while his heart was similarly numb, he was genuinely happy for Yi Yun. Gu Yi had developed a very detailed training plan for Yi Yun, with each plan having a short-term target. However, Yi Yun almost always exceeded these targets, necessitating repeated revisions to the training plan. Even so, Gu Yi didn't find it troublesome at all. Instead, he was even more pleasantly surprised. This indicated that Yi Yun's potential was continuously growing, always exceeding their expectations, and full of upward momentum. Hong and Yi Yun's agreement, in Gu Yi's opinion, was not an easy task to fulfill. Initially, Gu Yi didn't have that much confidence in Yi Yun. After all, for a Psyker Master to surpass the God of War level, there was too little experience to draw upon on Earth today. However, Yi Yun's performance gave Gu Yi hope. Only 3 months had passed, and setting aside Yi Yun's inherent powerful aura as a Psyker Master, he had also shown heaven-defying progress on the path of a martial artist. Gu Yi is a very confident person, but now, if he had the exact same physical qualities as Yi Yun, he no longer had absolute certainty of victory. During these past few months, although Gu Yi's duty was to train Yi Yun, he did not relax his own cultivation during this process. However, Gu Yi was almost at the peak of a martial artist as a senior war god, and further progress was extremely difficult. He persevered in his cultivation for several months, but the gains were minimal, with almost no improvement. In other words, after Yi Yun's movement technique and spear technique entered the concept level, there was no longer much difference between them. Only in terms of physical qualities had Yi Yun not yet reached senior war god, but if their physical qualities were the same, it would be uncertain what the outcome of the battle would be. Gu Yi was only 30 years old. Watching Yi Yun's deepening skill, his blood surged with excitement. His long-buried passion for battle reignited. He shed his usual lazy, salted fish image, his eyes burning with eagerness as he looked directly at Yi Yun, and said very solemnly, "Yi Yun, let's have a fight." Yi Yun observed Gu Yi's change, and his understanding of Gu Yi made it clear that Gu Yi was very serious at this moment, with no intention of joking. His mind was quick, and he immediately understood Gu Yi's meaning. "Challenge room, shall we go?" Upon arriving at the challenge room in the Nine Heavens Tower, Yi Yun found that its layout was basically the same as the training room. 2 sofas, with dark blue helmets placed on them, clearly products of the same technology. The two did not speak. They exchanged smiles, then each sat on a sofa and simultaneously put on their helmets. On the boundless, vast silver alloy ground, there was only one structure, a fighting arena. Swish. Swish. Yi Yun and Gu Yi's virtual bodies appeared out of thin air on the arena. Just like the trial tower challenges, Yi Yun and Gu Yi both selected their weapons. Gu Yi looked at the 8 maps that appeared and said, Yi Yun, choose a map. Yi Yun looked at the 8 maps. The map scenarios were quite diverse, including a relatively open stadium, a ruined city with dense, dilapidated buildings, a primeval forest full of towering ancient trees, and so on. Almost every map scenario had its own unique characteristics. Yi Yun pondered for a moment and chose the primeval forest scenario, then clicked confirm. As both of them confirmed, the heavens and earth trembled, and the surrounding scene instantly changed. The original arena vanished without a trace. Yi Yun and Gu Yi appeared in a vast primeval forest, surrounded by tall trees, low bushes, and intertwining vines. Due to the dense vegetation, being within this primeval forest, one couldn't feel overly bright light. It was even somewhat dim, with a deep, dark green sensation. Without time to marvel at the realism of the virtual space's simulation, Yi Yun adjusted his state, maintaining a stance ready to strike at any moment. Although this fight was just a sparring match with Gu Yi, Yi Yun knew that Gu Yi also hoped for a sufficiently exciting duel. So, Yi Yun had no intention of holding back at all. He only wanted to give his full effort. He also wanted to see what the outcome would be when his current self faced Gu Yi, who had cultivated for many years. Yi Yun specifically chose the primeval forest as the battle scenario to maximize his advantages. He was not at all rigid. If there was anything that could increase his chances of winning, even by a tiny bit, Yi Yun would not let it go. Battle start. An electronic voice echoed throughout the primeval forest, long and drawn out. Yi Yun held his long spear, not initiating an attack. The next moment he saw Gu Yi, wielding 2 peculiar curved blades, silently arrive before him. Concealed by the dim environment, he made almost no sound. By the time Yi Yun noticed, Gu Yi's curved blade had already struck towards Yi Yun's neck at a very strange angle. What a fast blade. Gu Yi's 2 curved blades had an almost 90-degree bend, perfectly fitting his elbow. Whether attacking or defending, they were utterly seamless, containing silent killing intent within their stillness. However, Yi Yun's movement technique was not for show. He took a small step backward, dodging the curved blade's incision. He could even feel the coldness of the blade on the skin of his neck. Ignoring this, Yi Yun swung his long spear, forcing Gu Yi away from close quarters, and simultaneously exerted force with both hands, thrusting the spear straight towards Gu Yi. Gu Yi crossed his 2 blades, parrying Yi Yun's spear shaft. Seizing the moment he locked the long spear, he moved along the side of the spear, instantly reaching Yi Yun's side again. His right hand curved blade forcefully swept the long spear away, while his left hand curved blade slashed horizontally towards Yi Yun's chest. In combat, Gu Yi was completely different from how Yi Yun usually saw him. He was like an assassin from the shadows, striking with lethal intent, devoid of any emotion. Gu Yi used curved blades, which were unusual weapons, and excelled at close-quarters combat. Therefore, from the start of the battle, he tried his best to close the distance with Yi Yun. Otherwise, if Yi Yun were to utilize his long spear, Gu Yi would find it very difficult to perform effectively. Yi Yun also understood this point. He had intended to use the long spear's reach advantage to expand the battle range, but he hadn't expected Gu Yi's immense combat experience. The 2 curved blades in Gu Yi's hands were like 2 agile long snakes, not only powerful but also choosing attack angles that were extremely difficult for him to defend against. For a moment, Yi Yun was forced to merely parry Gu Yi's continuous, tight attacks. He felt a bitter smile in his heart. He hadn't expected that this primeval forest map scenario would also be very well suited to Gu Yi's fighting style. The various plants restricted his long spear, making it difficult to wield, whereas the short, curved blades had ample room to perform powerfully. Despite being at a disadvantage, Yi Yun did not panic. After several clashes with Gu Yi, he had grown familiar with the combat environment. The concept-level movement technique he had comprehended was instantly unleashed. The surrounding complex vegetation, which had been an obstacle, instantly transformed into conditions Yi Yun could utilize. The execution of his spear technique was no longer restricted, perfectly blending with his surroundings. As Yi Yun's opponent, Gu Yi clearly perceived Yi Yun's change and immediately understood that this was the effect of Yi Yun's concept-level movement technique. He pressed forward with another attack. After several rounds, Gu Yi realized he had lost the offensive rhythm he had just had completely under control. He didn't feel that Yi Yun had become much stronger, yet his own attacks simply couldn't produce any effect. Even when he exerted his full strength with his concept-level blade technique, it was like striking the surface of water, completely unable to threaten Yi Yun, who was protected by the water. Gu Yi's concept was similar to deception. Combined with his unusual blade technique, in an initial battle, his style could defeat over 80% of opponents at the same level. After becoming familiar with it, his win rate would decrease, but would still be very strong. Yi Yun's familiarity with Gu Yi completely exceeded Gu Yi's own understanding. From Yi Yun's perspective, he felt that the concept he had comprehended subtly countered Gu Yi's deception. No matter how varied and strange your moves, you still couldn't escape the limitations of the entire environment. As Yi Yun became more and more familiar with Gu Yi's fighting style, Gu Yi basically had no chance of winning. Yi Yun's flow concept focuses on controlling the rhythm of battle, leading the opponent with an unstoppable momentum. With a higher perspective and stronger experience, there is a great chance to find unique and strange attack angles, thereby achieving a decisive victory with one strike. Although Gu Yi had a premonition of the outcome, he was not anxious and maintained his offensive pace. The next moment, he suddenly saw Yi Yun's long spear fall from Yi Yun's hand, shooting towards his chest at an extremely fast speed. Gu Yi did not expect Yi Yun to make such an attack. His reaction was a beat too slow, and he could no longer dodge. He had no choice but to cross his two blades at an angle, exerting all his strength to block Yi Yun's spear throw. However, after Gu Yi blocked the long spear before he could even take a breath of relief, he saw Yi Yun arrive at his side almost simultaneously, his right hand shaped like a blade, pressed against Gu Yi's throat. Old Gu, you lost. Chapter 39 rewards thanks to Tan JC for the reward. Gu Yi looked at the smiling Yi Yun, feeling in his heart that he had never wanted to kill someone as much as he did now. But the next moment his emotions changed. A sense of frustration emerged, and the twin blades in his hands also fell to the ground. His consciousness exited the virtual space. Gu Yi took off his helmet and stood up holding Yi Yun's outstretched hand, his face somewhat bitter for a moment. As Yi Yun's teacher in the elite training camp, Gu Yi understood Yi Yun's step-by-step progress best, and also knew that when Yi Yun first entered the elite training camp, he truly hadn't hidden his strength. It was only through the training of these past few months that he reached his current level. Recalling his own past experiences, Gu Yi couldn't help but sigh. Truly, it's infuriating to compare oneself to others. After a slight adjustment, Gu Yi also regained his smile, the disappointment and frustration in his heart slowly dissipating, leaving only a hint of relief. Walking back, Yi Yun and Gu Yi walked side by side. Yi Yun said softly with a hint of a smile, "Old Gu, you weren't too disheartened, were you?" "To be honest, I took advantage today. The map scenario I chose was beneficial to me, and you weren't familiar with my newly breakthrough strength. Actually, I feel that at this stage, we're still 50-50. Gu Yi gave Yi Yun an exasperated look. "How have I been these past few months? This kid has made me completely unperturbed long ago. Don't try to comfort me like that. 50-50 at this stage. Get your facts straight, there's no this stage for you at all. However, your comprehension of concept seems very good. If I'm not mistaken, it's a very comprehensive concept, extremely helpful for controlling combat, and won't have any flaws because of your opponent." "Very good." Yi Yun nodded lightly, confirming Gu Yi's guess, and briefly described his feelings about comprehending the concept. As the two chatted, Gu Yi suddenly thought of something and said with a smile, "Oh, I almost forgot. Your combat power amplification has already been certified, right?" Yi Yun also chuckled. "Yes, that's right. A body exertion rank of 4.0 plus successfully reaching a trial tower rank of 4.0. The combat power amplification just reached the 16.0 level." Gu Yi and Yi Yun both understood what a combat power amplification of 16.0 represented. The fourth additional clause in the recruitment contract for core members of the Dojo of Limits, signed previously, had a condition of 16. 0 combat power amplification, with very generous rewards for achieving it. Yi Yun's expression was very relaxed, but Gu Yi understood very well how much effort Yi Yun had put in to achieve such a goal within these few months. Talent was one thing, but without effort, success would be absolutely impossible. Returning to his room alone, Yi Yun pulled out his phone's contact list and dialed a number. The call was answered the next second it was dialed. "Hello, I'm Yi Yun. MM." The voice on the other end of the phone sounded deep and steady. "My combat power amplification has already reached 16.0. According to the fourth additional clause in the recruitment contract I signed, which is within the specified time, I would like to claim the reward for achieving the goal." At the end of the recruitment contract for core members of the Dojo of Limits that Yi Yun signed, there was a special number. Each time Yi Yun met the corresponding conditions, he could dial this number to receive the corresponding reward. In May, when Yi Yun's combat power amplification reached 12.0, he had dialed this number and received rewards such as a king-level intelligent flying warship. However, this time, Yi Yun felt that the voice on the other end of the phone seemed a bit different from the last time. What Yi Yun didn't know was that when this contract was initially drafted, the first additional clause was actually just set there for Yi Yun to see, to serve as motivation, and the later clauses were the real conditions. But after Hong met Yi Yun and made an agreement with him, Hong increased his attention to Yi Yun, including the personnel answering this phone, who were on a 24-hour rotation, specifically to answer Yi Yun's calls at the first possible moment. Hearing Yi Yun's statement, the other end of the phone paused slightly, then replied in a deep voice, "Please wait a moment, we'll verify it." Not long after, the voice sounded again with a slight rise and fall in its tone, indicating a bit of excitement. "Congratulations, Yi Yun. After verification, your combat power amplification is confirmed to have reached 16.0. It is now 10:26 p.m. on June 26, 2056. By achieving the condition of 16.0 combat power amplification before April 1, 2059, you are entitled to an SS rank combat suit, a complete set of weapons, any 3 complete sets of secret manuals, 1 copy of Spiritual Mentor Foundation, 1 king-level intelligent warship valued at 180 billion, and 1 set of the ancient civilization relic Black God. Congratulations again, Yi Yun." After receiving confirmation, Yi Yun was in a great mood. He quickly confirmed the style of the combat suit and the specifications of the spear, and also designated 3 sets of secret manuals. After confirming the details over the phone, Yi Yun hung up and left his room. He unhurriedly walked out of the elite training camp, taking about 30 minutes. Standing at the main entrance of the training camp, Yi Yun's gaze went into the distance. Not long after, a large truck slowly drove up, honking its horn, and stopped at the entrance. Yi Yun was not at all surprised by the truck's appearance. He had already claimed a reward once, so this time felt somewhat familiar. The guards at the entrance looked straight ahead, seemingly recognizing this truck. Yi Yun went to the rear door of the truck. After identity verification, he entered the truck's compartment. Inside the compartment, 3 people were waiting. The leader was an Asian man. He looked at Yi Yun, a slight smile on his meticulous face. In his hands, he held 2 password briefcases. These 2 briefcases differed significantly in size, with one being more than twice as large as the other. The leading Asian man emitted a blue light from an unknown source, which shone on the 2 briefcases. "Reward items, confirmed correct. Student Yi Yun, please confirm receipt of the reward items." Hearing the familiar electronic voice, Yi Yun stepped forward and received the 2 briefcases handed to him by the Asian man. After the rewards were distributed, the Asian man spoke in a deep, somewhat mechanical voice. "Student Yi Yun, according to the instructions from above, the king-level intelligent warship has already been parked in the training camp's airfield. You are now the primary controller of the warship and can go to the airfield to verify it at any time. Also, some rewards are with Inspector Wang, so you'll need to make a trip there. Yi Yun nodded with no questions. He didn't see any problem with the arrangements of the dojo of Limits and Hong. He immediately greeted them, carrying the two briefcases, and hurried back to Twilight Cloud Pavilion. It was already getting late, and Yi Yun originally had no intention of disturbing Inspector Wang immediately. However, he had barely sat down in his room when he received a call from Inspector Wang, and quickly went to Inspector Wang's villa within the elite training camp. Inspector Wang looked at the energetic Yi Yun and also smiled, saying, "The chief knew you would definitely be able to achieve the goal of 16.0 combat power amplification within the specified time, so he has kept some of the rewards with me. I originally thought it would be a while longer, but I didn't expect you to be so efficient." Inspector Wang also witnessed Yi Yun's progress. At this moment, Inspector Wang's view of Yi Yun was completely different from before. He understood in his heart that regardless of whether Yi Yun could fulfill his one-year agreement with Hong, it was a certainty that Yi Yun would become a strong individual who surpassed the god of war level in the future. It was precisely because of this that Inspector Wang now basically treated Yi Yun as someone on the same level, without putting on airs as a senior. Yi Yun clearly had boundless potential and was favored by Hong, so making an enemy of Yi Yun was definitely not a wise thing to do. Yi Yun also chuckled softly, "Inspector Wang, since I've already bravely taken on the agreement with the chief, how can I not work hard? I'm quite satisfied with reaching this point now, but I won't be content with the current results. Fulfilling the agreement with the chief is my goal." Inspector Wang was very pleased with Yi Yun's enterprising aura. He nodded and said, "All right, let's talk about your rewards. Whether it's the combat suit, weapons, secret manuals, warship, or the final Black God suit, they will all be delivered directly to your hands." However, the last book, Spiritual Mentor Foundation, is not so simple. Taking out a dark blue helmet from behind him and handing it to Yi Yun, Inspector Wang continued with a smile, "Isn't it familiar? This consciousness induction helmet is something that our Earth martial artists automatically receive after joining the Martial God Palace. As long as you wear this consciousness induction helmet anywhere on Earth, you can enter the Martial God Palace. The copy of Spiritual Mentor Foundation rewarded to you requires you to enter the Martial God Palace to read it." Yi Yun caressed the dark blue helmet, finding that its shape was similar to the helmets in the elite training camp's training rooms and challenge rooms, clearly a product of the same machinery. Yi Yun knew about the Martial God Palace that Inspector Wang mentioned. It was a virtual space established by Earth-strong individuals. Every martial artist who became a god of war after passing the assessment and certification could receive a consciousness sensor and join the Martial God Palace. It could be said that every god of war was basically a member of the Martial God Palace. Yi Yun held the helmet and said in a low voice, "Inspector Wang, I haven't been certified as a god of war yet. Can I use this consciousness induction helmet?" Although his strength had long surpassed that of a god of war, Yi Yun did not intend to undergo god of war certification so quickly. The ancient civilization gravity room and the trial room virtual space in the elite training camp could still provide great help to his strength improvement, so Yi Yun naturally did not want to give up these benefits so easily. "Brothers, the system is temporarily under maintenance, and there's a slight issue with comment display. All these days, brothers' comments, whether criticisms or suggestions, I will read carefully and reply to diligently. I will absolutely not delete them. Currently, the book reviews cannot be displayed normally, so I hope brothers do not worry. At the same time, thanks to Brother Tan JC for the reward, becoming the first apprentice reader of this book. Thank you, brother." Chapter 40. Palace of the God of War. If he had to be certified as a God of War to use this consciousness induction helmet, Yi Yun would still feel a little uncomfortable, after all. The elite training camp's trial room and the ancient civilization's gravity room were also aids he needed for his current stage of training. Inspector Wang looked at Yi Yun and laughed heartily, then said, "Yi Yun, don't worry. Since the curator placed this consciousness induction helmet with me, he already had plans for suitable situations, precisely to deal with the situation you are currently facing. This consciousness induction helmet was specially made for you by the curator, allowing your consciousness to enter the Martial God Palace virtual space and enjoy some of the Martial God Palace's functions. But before you are truly certified as a god of war, you can only stay in your own room. Unable to communicate with others, and some facilities and activities within the Martial God Palace cannot be used or participated in. It's equivalent to a closed, independent space. After Inspector Wang's introduction, Yun understood that this was equivalent to Hong opening a back door for him, cutting off some of the Martial God Palace's functions and only retaining a single room. This way, Yun could still read and cultivate insights from Spiritual Mentor Foundation within this Martial God Palace virtual space, without any delay. Hong's arrangement was largely similar to what Yun had imagined. It was to allow Yun to continue staying in the elite training camp for training and improvement, without affecting Yun's cultivation of fundamentals of spiritual power. The agreement Hong made with Yun specifically added that regardless of whether it was the Psyker Master Dao or the Martial Artist Dao, as long as Yun could successfully break through beyond the God of War level, the goal would be considered achieved. One must know that at that time, Yun's spiritual power rank was far higher than his physical quality. The reason for this statement was due to the extreme scarcity of cultivation experience for Psyker Masters on Earth. Even though Yun's Psyker Master talent was the strongest Hong had seen in so many years, Hong could not guarantee that Yun would definitely be able to break through to a rank beyond God of War on this path, as he lacked sufficient confidence. March was Yun's first month in the elite training camp. Spiritual power couldn't play a significant role there. Relying on the improvement of his martial artist's explosive force, movement techniques, and combat skills, Yun forcefully climbed to 60th place. Yun also displayed a formidable talent in the martial artist Dao, no less than that of a Psyker Master. Therefore, when Hong met Yun, he added this clause. Based on Yun's progress speed, Hong inwardly favored Yun to break through to beyond the God of War level faster on the martial artist Dao. Not only because of Yun's rapid progress, but a larger reason was that the number of genetic martial artists on Earth far exceeded that of Psyker Masters. Moreover, peak powerhouses like Hong and Thunder God had very rich breakthrough experience, which could allow Yun to avoid many detours, naturally increasing the possibility of a breakthrough. Hong was aware that some facilities within the elite training camp were very helpful even for planetary-level powerhouses, as he himself could not fully pass the trial tower, only reaching the 6th floor. Yun, even without a breakthrough in his martial artist strength, could still use the elite training camp facilities for training and improvement. After receiving Inspector Wang's reply, Yun had no more questions. He had already decided to grasp both the Psyker Master and martial artist paths in his hands in the future, so he naturally wouldn't give up a place like the elite training camp. With Hong's care, he could enter the Martial God Palace in advance, and although only partial functions were enabled, Yun was already very satisfied. Inspector Wang continued. When you are truly certified as a God of War in the future, the curator will lift the restrictions and grant you all the permissions of a God of War. I believe it won't take long. However, I think next time it won't just be about being certified as a God of War. Yun, you might just be our Dojo of Limits' next Martial God Palace Counselor. The Martial God Palace Counselor, Inspector Wang, referred to belong to the Martial God Palace Council, which was the management organization of the Martial God Palace, established by Hong and Thunder God. Only those who became existences beyond God of War could become counselors of the Martial God Palace. Inspector Wang clearly felt that Yun would not be certified in a short time. Once he was certified, it should be when he had breakthrough to beyond the God of War level. After parting with Inspector Wang, Yun returned to the basement of his room and tightly locked the alloy door of the secret room. He was already eager to enter the Martial God Palace and take a look. He activated the consciousness induction helmet's built-in security device, setting a safe range of 5 meters around him. Yi Yun slowly put on the helmet. His consciousness blurred for a moment, and the next moment, Yi Yun saw the surrounding scenery change. He had arrived in an enormous room. The room was over 50 meters long, about 20 meters wide, and 5 meters high, with a total area of over 1,000 square meters. In the center of the room was a large bed with a diameter of 3 meters. In front of the bed was an indoor swimming pool 10 meters wide and 20 meters long. Looking into the distance, there were desks and chairs, luxurious dining tables, recliners, and a cultivation area with yoga mats. The over 1,000 square meter area was neatly divided into many sections. "Welcome, Yi Yun." It was still the familiar electronic voice. Yi Yun, dressed in a white robe, lay on the large bed. The electronic voice continued, "Yi Yun, this is your private room in the Martial God Palace. Besides yourself, no one else can enter your room. This is also the only place currently accessible to you in the Martial God Palace. On your desk, there are 2 books. One is Martial God Palace Regulations, and the other is Fundamentals of Spiritual Power. Finally, I wish you a pleasant time in the Martial God Palace." Yi Yun went to the desk, which faced a huge floor-to-ceiling window. Outside the window was a boundless, misty expanse of clouds. Sunlight shone through the clouds, refracting into colorful light, creating a beautiful and dreamlike scene. Looking further into the distance, nothing could be seen clearly. Martial God Palace Regulations was a black-covered book. Yi Yun gently opened it, and inside there was only one page, briefly introducing the origin and members of the Martial God Palace. However, in the last section, when describing the various functions of the Martial God Palace, all were in a temporarily frozen state. As the gathering place for all God of War and beyond God of War level powerhouses on Earth, the Martial God Palace had very rich functions, including mall, auction hall, arena, plaza, trial tower, and so on. However, Yi Yun's consciousness induction helmet was restricted by Hong, only having an exclusive room and unable to leave the room's area. Yi Yun didn't mind. He temporarily set aside Martial God Palace Regulations and opened the other book beside it. This book glowed with starlight, as mysterious as the starry sky. It was precisely the reward Yi Yun had received, Fundamentals of Spiritual Power. Yi Yun picked up the book, slowly opened it, and read it carefully. After a few minutes, Yi Yun had roughly browsed the contents of the book. He gently put the book down, already having some understanding in his heart. This book, titled Fundamentals of Spiritual Power, indeed introduced the basic characteristics and some fundamental information about spiritual power for Psyker Masters. It also briefly explained the 3 most mainstream Psyker Master factions, their respective characteristics, and the basic information provided was quite comprehensive. Of course, Yi Yun also knew that this spiritual mentor foundation was compiled by Hong from unknown sources. It was merely a foundation, and although it introduced 3 factions, most of the content focused on the most mainstream Psyker Master Object Control faction, with very little description of the other 2. Infiltration into the Sea of Consciousness for attack and beast taming. Yi Yun was not overly ambitious. For him now, this spiritual mentor foundation was already completely sufficient, supplementing his rather awkward weakness of lacking fundamental Psyker Master knowledge. He was finally no longer fumbling alone. For Yi Yun, while this basic knowledge was important, what interested him most was a training method for strengthening spiritual power, included at the end of the Object Control faction's introduction, named Heavenly God Pictorial. It consisted of 99 pictorials, each requiring the control of a different number of blades to follow specific trajectories, and complete the carving of the pictorial within a set time, although Heavenly God Pictorial is called a pictorial. If truly executed, they are actually 3-dimensional graphical trajectories. Each flying knife is required to follow a different path, and their speeds also vary. One careless mistake could lead to a collision, placing extremely high demands on the control of spiritual power. The execution and practice of this Heavenly God Pictorial are very difficult, but each exercise can improve the control of spiritual power little by little. The later pictorials are more difficult, but the training effect is also more significant. To be more specific, it can slowly enhance the consciousness strength of a Psyker master. Yi Yun estimated that, with his current level of spiritual power manipulation, completing the first few stages should not be a big problem. Each subsequent pictorial would require sufficient effort and persistent training. However, Yi Yun was not afraid of such arduous training. Compared to other Psyker masters on Earth, he was already ahead. His spiritual power had long reached the peak of the apprentice level, and now he had a method to clearly see his progress. What more could he be dissatisfied with? June isn't over yet, and I've already obtained fundamentals of spiritual power earlier than I expected. There's still more than half a year until my agreement with Hong. If I train diligently with this heavenly god pictorial during this time, a breakthrough should not be impossible. In these past days, Yi Yun had never given up on training his spiritual power control. Through his tireless cultivation efforts, he could now simultaneously control 8 flying knives, unleashing the strongest attack power, meaning his spiritual power amplitude had reached 8 times, a truly astonishing rate of progress. Chapter 41 Black God. After his consciousness exited the Martial God Palace virtual space, Yi Yun took out the 2 password boxes he received and opened them one by one. The first, larger password box contained a combat suit and a foldable long spear, while the other password box contained a black long boot. After a brief inspection, Yi Yun closed the first password box and took out the black long boot from the other password box. This is the ancient civilization suit, Black God. Yi Yun knew that the Black God suit had various unique shapes. It could be a glove, clothing, a hat, pants, shoes, or even a ring. Once the Black God suit is worn, it will actively penetrate the skin and absorb blood. After absorbing some blood, the Black God suit will undergo a mutation, making the entire Black God suit perfectly fit the human body, just like skin. After being bonded to its owner, it can change shape at will according to the owner's thoughts. After putting it on his bare right foot, about 30 seconds passed, and Yi Yun felt a sensation similar to a needle prick. Then, the black long boot on his right foot immediately changed, like boiling water, with black droplets trembling. At the same time, the area of Yi Yun's right foot covered by the black long boot began to feel waves of pain. Yi Yun let out a light breath, his expression unchanged, as the pain was not very intense. He looked down and saw threads of red flowing into the black droplets. Countless black droplets enveloped Yi Yun's right foot, and as they absorbed these red threads, the black droplets slowly changed. This process lasted about 15 minutes. When the change disappeared, the countless black droplets once again transformed into a black long boot, encasing Yi Yun's right foot. However, Yi Yun's sensation was completely different now. Although he was wearing the long boot, it felt like a part of his body's skin. He could even feel the coldness of the ground. Yi Yun's first contact with the Black God suit felt quite wondrous. With a thought, a black stream of light instantly spread outward from the long boot, starting from Yi Yun's right foot and rapidly spreading over his entire body. In a short while, Yi Yun could feel that his entire body was covered in a layer of black skin, with only his eyes, nose, and mouth exposed. All other parts were enveloped by the black skin. The Black God suit is a planetary-level original force battle suit, and its strength is quite good on Earth. Using it for a short period is not an issue. With a thought, the Black God suit automatically hid. Yi Yun picked up a piece of paper from the password box. The paper contained no complex content, only explaining the Black God suit's uniqueness and rarity, stating that it could only be produced from the #9 ancient civilization relic on Earth. Each person only has one chance to enter this ancient civilization relic, so there are rarely any surplus Black God suits on Earth today. The reward in Yi Yun's hand came from the Dojo of Limits collection over many years, being Black God suits previously held by fallen powerhouses. Otherwise, with a 1-to-1 ratio, there would absolutely be no surplus. Therefore, the Dojo of Limits has a rule. Those who directly receive a Black God suit as a reward must, when the time is right, enter the ancient civilization relic, acquire another Black God suit, and sell it to the Dojo of Limits. Of course, the dojo of limits would not take advantage. The acquisition price would certainly not be low. Yi Yun had long known about such terms, but he had a different plan in mind. He did want to enter that ancient civilization relic, but he decided to do so after reaching the planetary level. He believed that by then, he wouldn't have to spend so much time on that death mission. That night, Yi Yun was in a good mood. Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share Infinite Novel Audio. After unremitting efforts, he finally achieved his goal. Yi Yun returned to his room and fell asleep contentedly. Inside the ancient civilization gravity room, Yi Yun was shirtless, revealing his toned upper body muscles. His muscles were not excessively bulky but rather streamlined, and beneath his slightly bronzed skin, explosive power was contained. Yi Yun stood in a horse stance, sweat continuously dripping. Within the room, 18 thin blades floated, currently moving in different trajectories. Each blade had a different speed, and when combined in their evolution, a discontinuous pattern could vaguely be seen. 1 second later, one blade suddenly slowed down slightly and was hit by another blade flying from the right, causing a chain reaction. The pattern, which was about to form, immediately dissipated, and the 18 blades seemed to lose power and fell to the ground. This heavenly god pictorial is indeed very difficult. In over a month, I've practiced tens of thousands of times daily, and I've only managed to perfectly clear the 12th picture so far. However, my control over spiritual power has been greatly enhanced, and my manipulation has become more precise. The maximum number of powerful throwing knives I can control simultaneously has also reached 12, which means I'm not far from the consciousness breakthrough limit of an apprentice-level Psyker Master. After a while, the room door opened. Yi Yun put on his clothes, put away the blades, and slowly walked outside. A Caucasian male student was already waiting. Seeing Yi Yun walk out, his expression was slightly unnatural, but he still nodded lightly at Yi Yun. Yi Yun recognized this Caucasian youth as Louis, the former number 1 and current second ranked on the elite training camp's Black Dragon rankings. He also nodded in acknowledgement, without further conversation. Louis was an old student of over 4 years, with considerable strength, having reached the level of a senior war god. Before June, he had held the top spot on the Black Dragon rankings for several months. In a few more months, he would reach his maximum term and have to leave the elite training camp. Yi Yun's sudden emergence and dominance of the first place led to a significant reduction in Louis's resource allocation. Therefore, at the end of June, when Yi Yun's ranking leaped to first place, Louis privately sought out Yi Yun and challenged him to an undeclared fight. The outcome of the battle was without suspense. Yi Yun won. Louis was not a sore loser, but he still felt somewhat unnatural when he saw Yi Yun. Yi Yun felt nothing about this. Resources earned through strength were nothing to be ashamed of. Wasn't his purpose in staying at the elite training camp precisely for these rare facilities and resources? Because he ranked first in June, Yi Yun had a full 90 hours of ancient civilization gravity room and trial room usage time in July, which was more than enough for Yi Yun to allocate for training. Excluding the 14 days he had to go out and hunt monsters, Yi Yun divided these 90 hours equally each day, setting a very strict training plan for himself. He not only intended to hone his physical fitness in this gravity room, but also to practice spiritual power in an extremely abnormal way. One must know that being in this gravity room, under the influence of gravity, not only increased the weight of the controlled blades, but also caused significant obstruction to their trajectory changes in the air. It could be said that the difficulty increased by several levels compared to outside. However, the high difficulty brought about an effective improvement in training results. Yi Yun had only cultivated this heavenly god pictorial for just over a month, and was already able to evolve to the 18th picture. His control over spiritual power had also greatly improved, which was sufficient proof that this training method was absolutely effective. As July drew to a close, Yi Yun's ranking remained first. He returned to the familiar Twilight Cloud Pavilion, lay comfortably on his bed, and dialed a number. "Hello, Ah Yun," Hearing this long-unheard voice, Yi Yun couldn't help but show a hint of a smile. Feng Zai, tomorrow is the prospective martial artist actual combat assessment. How is it you have confidence? In Yangzhou City, Jiangnan-based city, Luo Feng had also already gone to bed. Hearing the concern in Yi Yun's words, his heart warmed, and he softly said, "Ah, Yun, don't worry. Although I'm behind you, I've been training diligently. The prospective martial artist actual combat assessment is basically just to test our courage. My combat experience isn't weak, so there will definitely be no problem." Luo Feng's words exuded strong confidence. After the awakening of spiritual power, his current physical fitness far exceeded that of an elementary warrior. He certainly wouldn't feel any fear facing a group of elementary beast soldiers. Yi Yun and Luo Feng chatted for over 20 minutes. As they were about to hang up, Yi Yun said with a smile, "Feng Zai, I believe in your strength. You'll definitely be fine. When I come back for holiday in January, we must have a good get-together." After Luo Feng hung up the phone, he was in a very good mood. He knew that Yi Yun had been chosen early on to go to the legendary dojo of Limit's elite training camp, and his strength must be much greater than his own. However, Luo Feng was not clear about Yi Yun's current specific situation. He was simply happy to have such a good brother. For Yi Yun, in this life's identity, because his parents had passed away, he received a lot of care from Luo Feng when he was young. Yi Yun felt that since he had inherited the identity, he also, deep down, regarded Luo Feng as his true brother, and naturally cared very much about Luo Feng's growth. Yi Yun had also maintained contact with Luo Feng throughout these past few months, but had not interfered with any of Luo Feng's thoughts or plans. Therefore, so far, Luo Feng's development trajectory had not changed. Now that Luo Feng had just embarked on the path of a martial artist, the early stages of tempering were very important. Yi Yun did not intend to forcibly help Luo Feng advance, as that would not be beneficial and might even bring about unusual changes for Luo Feng. Maintaining the current situation was the most suitable approach Yi Yun determined after careful consideration. P.S. There's definitely an issue with comments now. Many comments aren't showing up, just one chapter today. I'm about to prepare to head to the universe, so I need to properly sort out the plot. Also, one more thing I want to mention. The face-slapping plot earlier was actually meant to showcase spiritual power, but it wasn't written well, making many brothers uncomfortable. I apologize for that. I will be more diligent and pay more attention in the future. Chapter 42. Life and Death Adventure. After ending the call with Luo Feng, Yi Yun stretched a little, then returned to his room to rest. August 1st was an important day for Luo Feng, and it was the same for Yi Yun. He needed to maintain his best condition. In the elite training camp, excluding the 2 months of vacation in January and February, the remaining 10 months were spent cultivating within the elite training camp, which could be said to be very safe. However, August of each year was the Life and Death Adventure Challenge within the elite training camp. The majority of deaths and injuries among the elite training camp students came from this annual Life and Death Adventure Challenge. The so-called Life and Death Adventure Challenge was to have all students of the elite training camp enter a dangerous wilderness area and survive an adventure for nearly a month. This was a tradition from the elite training camp's inception, intended to ensure that the cultivated martial artists possessed strong wilderness survival and monster hunting abilities. Without experiencing this step, it would be difficult to become an excellent martial artist. The students of the elite training camp were elites selected from all over the world. Compared to ordinary martial artists, such wilderness training would not result in as many casualties, but there was still an annual death and elimination rate of nearly 10%, making it not an easy challenge. The location chosen for the Life and Death Adventure would not be as relatively safe as 1001 City near the elite training camp. The areas they would go to would definitely be far from human-based cities, similar to places like the Australia continent or the African savannas, which are not only sparsely populated but have also, after so many years of development, absolutely grown into monster paradises. Humanity's current 5 great nations and 23 base cities are relatively concentrated, allowing them to assist each other and resist monster invasions. In fact, most areas on Earth are currently occupied by monsters, and humans temporarily do not have the ability to develop more areas. And this time, the place Yi Yun and the others were going was the heartland of the Australia continent. Upon receiving this news, Yi Yun was not surprised at all. The Australia continent could be said to be one of the most densely populated areas with monsters on Earth. It had always been isolated from the outside world, leading to unrestricted monster development here. Such environmental conditions were simply the most suitable venue for the life and death adventure training. The large number and dense distribution of monsters were only one aspect. The most terrifying part was that many king-level monsters had appeared here. These king-level monsters posed the greatest threat to the students of the elite training camp. Even if Yi Yun encountered them, he couldn't say for sure that he could deal with them. The main deaths and injuries each year were caused by these king-level monsters and advanced lord-level monsters. Gu Yi had already compiled and sent some relevant information about the Australia continent to Yi Yun. After Yi Yun read it in detail, he gained a certain understanding. Starting from the core area of the Australia continent, the various students would disperse to undertake the life and death adventure. There were no other special requirements. What was needed was to return alive. This is an opportunity to get in touch with Fog Island early, but I'm not sure what the situation is with Fog Island right now. On the morning of August 1st, at the square in front of the Nine Heavens Tower of the elite training camp. When Yi Yun arrived, quite a few students had already gathered in the square. The life and death adventure in August was something every elite training camp student had to experience. Everyone's expressions varied. Some looked excited, clearly thrilled by such an opportunity. Some were expressionless, their thoughts unreadable. And others didn't hide their worry, their brows slightly furrowed. Yi Yun looked very light overall. A dozen flying daggers were hidden in his combat uniform. A folded long spear and the shield gifted by Gu Yi were on his back, and with an issued communication watch, Yi Yun carried nothing else on him. Of course, the Black God suit was definitely on him, but Yi Yun also had his own requirements for this life and death adventure. He would absolutely not use the Black God suit unless it was truly a last resort, otherwise, it would not achieve the effect of training. They didn't wait long. Over 100 elite training camp students and more than 10 God of War level teachers leading them had all gathered. Everyone boarded a bus and went to the Hongning Base City Airport, where a passenger plane was already waiting. At 9 a.m., the team of nearly 200 people all boarded the passenger plane. The plane slowly ascended, leaving the range of Hongning Base City, and flew directly towards the Australia continent. This passenger plane was chartered by the elite training camp, so there were no other miscellaneous personnel on board. Yi Yun sat by the window, looking at the blue sky and white clouds outside, and occasionally some flying monsters, passing the time during the journey. Videos were playing inside the cabin, introducing some information about the Australia continent they were about to visit, including its terrain, the types and distribution of various monsters, precautions for each type of monster, and some extremely dangerous areas to approach with caution. The purpose of these videos was to help all students as much as possible and increase their safety assurance. Yi Yun also paid attention to these videos from time to time. The Australia continent was isolated from the world, and there were a great many monster groups and powerful individual monsters, so extreme caution was required. He needed to be cautious while undergoing his own training. Being too reckless, even Yi Yun could not fully guarantee his safety. The passenger plane maintained a steady flight and did not encounter any attacks from flying monsters along the way until it entered the airspace over the Australia continent. While progressing towards the heartland, they finally encountered a group of flying monsters. Yi Yun even saw their ferocious faces through the window, but fortunately the passenger plane was faster and its fuselage was very sturdy, only causing some turbulence before continuing its flight without much impact. After about 30 more minutes, the passenger plane finally slowly descended. Yi Yun followed the flow of people out of the cabin and immediately saw a world he had never seen before. What entered Yi Yun's eyes was a lush green landscape. His gaze extended further into the distance, still unable to see the end, everything covered in green. For humans, it was a desolate wilderness area with no signs of human habitation, but for monsters, this was their home. The landing spot of the plane was in the core heartland of the Australia continent. Looking around, he could still see monsters not far away, but they seemed to be deterred by the aura of the many strong individuals in their location and did not approach. Taking a breath of fresh air, Yi Yun stretched. Under the guidance of the god of war teachers, all the students gathered together. A short-haired China female god of war teacher spoke in a deep voice. Everyone, listen carefully. Immediately use your communication watches to record the coordinates of this place. It is now August 1st, 2056, 3:26 p.m. Your mission is to survive for the next 28 days on this Australia continent. At exactly 12 o'clock p.m. on August 29th, 2056, our plane will be waiting here in advance to pick you up and take you back to Hongning Base City. I declare, the life and death adventure now begins. All the students took out their watches and recorded the coordinates of the plane's landing spot, while the god of war-level teachers who had accompanied them quickly returned to the plane. After a while, the plane circled and took off, then transformed into a blue light and disappeared into the horizon. Suddenly, only Yi Yun and over 100 other students were left in the wilderness area. As the life and death adventure officially began, Yi Yun saw other students gathering in twos and threes, forming teams. Some teams even had 5 to 10 people. Every student in the elite training camp could be said to be exceptionally outstanding, but in this Australia continent, which was full of dangers, most students still chose to act in teams. The principle that there is strength in numbers was still very effective in the Australia continent. To ensure safety, this was also an experience passed down by many seniors. Yi Yun casually glanced around and noticed that some elite students had gathered around Louis. However, for some unknown reason, after a while, the people around Louis left one after another, and Louis took a deep look at Yi Yun, then chose a direction alone and quickly disappeared. Louis could be said to be the most outstanding student in this batch of the elite training camp, possessing the solid strength of an advanced god of war. On this Australia continent, as long as he didn't provoke king-level monsters or encounter super-large beast hordes, there was basically no major danger, so Yi Yun was not at all surprised by Louis's choice to go solo. Ignoring others, Yi Yun checked the satellite map of the Australia continent on his watch. For Yi Yun, this rare trip to the Australia continent, while monster hunting and training were indeed important, also had another goal: to see if he could find the location of Fog Island. The core heartland of the Australia continent, a large mountain range a few hundred kilometers nearby, and a river leading to a large lake, a small island in the center of the lake. The satellite map displayed the terrain very accurately, marking everything from mountains and rivers to lakes and forests. Yi Yun searched for the possible direction of Fog Island based on his impression from the original work. After a few minutes, most of the students around him had gradually left. Yi Yun also gained some insights and clues. Based on the general terrain in his memory, he had roughly identified a few places. These places were not very far apart, and Yi Yun was not in a hurry. He decided to check each place one by one, and along the way, he could also search for monsters to train against. There were still 28 days, which was plenty of time. Chapter 43, Australia. It was August, and the weather on the Australian continent was completely different from that of the usual Eurasian continent. The outside temperature was only about 4 degrees Celsius. However, this had no impact on Yi Yun as he focused on a location on the satellite map, advancing rapidly. Yi Yun planned to first find the mountain range, and then use the mountain range to determine the direction of rivers and lakes. He didn't know how much difference there was between the landing spot of his current plane and Luo Feng's previous one, so he didn't limit himself. Any mountain range that slightly met the conditions was within his screening scope. However, when combined with elements like rivers and lakes, there were only 4 places that Yi Yun truly confirmed. Running in the core hinterland of the Australian continent, it was already difficult to see human buildings. Before the Great Nirvana, the main population of the Australian continent was distributed along the eastern and western coasts. The interior regions were originally a paradise for wild beasts. Now, after so many years of development, they have naturally bred a vast number of monster groups and many powerful individuals. Yi Yun maintained an extremely high speed of advancement, never stopping along the way. Although he encountered many monsters, they were either too low in rank or too numerous, not meeting Yi Yun's standards for an opponent. So he continued towards the mountain range of his first target. A distance of several hundred kilometers took Yi Yun less than half an hour to cover. This was not even Yi Yun's full-speed sprint, so upon arriving at his destination, Yi Yun had practically no expenditure, maintaining a state of complete victory. The mountain range in front of him was not very high, and its undulations were gentle, but it stretched for a long distance, so overall, it still looked quite magnificent. Yi Yun did not stop, entering directly into the mountain range. Each step he took covered dozens of meters, and any obstacles within the mountains were easily overcome by him. Within these layers of mountains, Yi Yun's speed of advancement remained swift as he quickly investigated the information within the mountain range. After more than 10 minutes, Yi Yun arrived at the heart of the mountain range and saw a dark, deep cave entrance appear at the rock face ahead, making it impossible to see the situation inside. The location of this large cave was actually already at the center of the mountain range. Along the way, Yi Yun had seen many different monsters distributed throughout the mountain range, but as he approached this cave, he could no longer see any other monster tracks. According to Yi Yun's speculation, within such a large mountain range, there must be Lord-level monsters present. Now that he had investigated the outer areas and found no traces of Lord-level monsters, then 9 out of 10, this mysterious large cave should be where the Lord-level monsters lived. Of course, there was another possibility. What existed within this large cave was not a Lord-level monster, but a King-level monster, which was a higher rank. Yi Yun hesitated slightly, then turned and left. A few minutes later, Yi Yun returned, but this time he held a pure white rabbit in his hand. This pure white rabbit looked soft-furred and petite, completely harmless. However, from Yi Yun's constantly tensed right hand, it could be seen that this small rabbit's right leg contained extremely strong power, and it would escape if he wasn't careful. Yi Yun did not want to miss the opportunity to fight a Lord-level monster, so he was willing to take a small risk. If it was a King-level monster, he would act according to his strength. With the Black God's suit on him, Yi Yun still had full confidence in being able to retreat completely. He specifically went to the outer area to catch an advanced beast general, which was the pure white rabbit in his hand. It was a unique monster specific to the Australian continent, with a very common name, Australian white rabbit. However, its distribution range was extremely wide, and its human race numbers were vast, leading to significant differences in strength. This Australian white rabbit's strength was Advanced Beast General, which was relatively high level within its entire human race. Quietly approaching the cave entrance, Yi Yun forcefully threw the Australian white rabbit into the cave, completely ignoring the Australian white rabbit's terrified roars. Yi Yun also entered the cave entrance, blocking the Australian white rabbit's path of retreat and driving the Australian white rabbit deeper into the cave. Even though the Australian white rabbit was out of his hands, Yi Yun could still clearly feel the fear it was displaying. If he hadn't been blocking from behind, Yi Yun believed that this advanced beast general Australian white rabbit would absolutely not want to stay in this cave for even a minute. It would have already fled at top speed. Feeling the Australian white rabbit's reaction, Yi Yun was already able to confirm that there must be monsters above Lord level in this cave. He just didn't know what their ultimate strength was. The Australian white rabbit's advance was very slow, and it kept its sounds muffled, almost making no noise. The closer it got to the inside of the cave, the darker the vision became until eventually nothing could be seen at all. Yi Yun slightly narrowed his eyes, adapting to the dark environment. Just then, he suddenly heard a tragic roar from the Australian white rabbit. The roar lasted less than half a second before abruptly stopping, as if its throat had been choked off, and no sound remained. His long spear quickly assembled, and Yi Yun's heart rose in vigilance. The ability to instantly subdue and kill the Australian white rabbit already proved its strength. Coupled with the familiar dark environment's enhancement, it was undoubtedly a very dangerous existence. Yi Yun gripped his long spear tightly, his eyes having closed at some point, seemingly using the long spear as his own eyes, perceiving everything around him. Suddenly, Yi Yun moved. He leaned forward, swinging his long spear in a circle behind him with both hands, and immediately felt a powerful impact. What surprised Yi Yun was that the targets his long spear struck were not just one, but at least three. Maintaining a tense state, Yi Yun was not flustered. After the brief skirmish just now, Yi Yun had already roughly determined the opponent's situation. Although he was unsure how many opponents there were, he could confirm that there were no king-level monsters among them. At most, they were advanced lord-level monsters, still within Yi Yun's solvable range. After knowing the general situation of his opponents, Yi Yun still held the long spear tightly in his hand, with no intention of changing his fighting style. Even if all his opponents were advanced lord-level monsters, Yi Yun still had the confidence to fight them with his martial artist strength. Through his training in June and July, Yi Yun's physical quality steadily increased, and he had long since entered the rank of Senior War God. Although he had not yet grown to the peak of Senior War God, he was a genuine Senior War God. Coupled with his powerful explosive force, movement technique, and spear technique, he was fully qualified to fight lord-level monsters. The dark environment did indeed have some impact on Yi Yun, but after unleashing his concept-level movement technique, Yi Yun immediately felt much more relaxed, and his tense nerves also eased. He began to fight with the monsters around him. Yi Yun had no habit of reserving weaknesses, so during the battle, he was always fighting and retreating, slowly moving towards the cave entrance. As the light gradually brightened, Yi Yun squinted his eyes and could already clearly see his opponents. Black-gray fur, thick tails, and a patch of golden fur on their chests, this iconic golden fur allowed Yi Yun to recognize them immediately. The ones that had been ambushing him inside the cave were 4 Australian grey wolves. The Australian grey wolf is also a unique species that emerged on the Australian continent after the Great Nirvana. However, unlike the rampant Australian white rabbit, the Australian grey wolf is very few in number. Although they still live in groups, the size of their packs is not very large. However, although Australian grey wolves are few in number, each one is very powerful. After reaching adulthood, they can generally achieve lord-level strength. The 4 Australian grey wolves in front of Yi Yun included 2 low-level lord-level, 1 mid-level lord-level, and the last, larger and more robust one, was an advanced lord-level Australian grey wolf. Looking at the Australian grey wolves in front of him, each about the size of a bull, Yi Yun was still very excited. This trip to the Australian continent was originally to find monsters for practical combat training. The combined strength of the 4 Australian grey wolves was already enough to pose some threat to him, making them excellent opponents for honing his spear technique and movement technique. Although the Australian grey wolves were large, they still retained the characteristics of wolf-shaped monsters. Their movements were extremely swift, and their cooperation with each other was excellent. Just these 4 Australian grey wolves alone exerted far more pressure on Yi Yun than the 100 Mang ox he faced previously. Dragging these 4 Australian grey wolves, fighting and retreating, Yi Yun quickly left the cave entrance. As expected by Yi Yun, the 4 Australian grey wolves did not hesitate and also left the cave, arriving in the more open mountain belly outside. Yi Yun fully unleashed his movement technique. Amidst the encirclement of the 4 Australian grey wolves, His long spear danced continuously, with concept integrated into it, as he tangled with the 4 Australian grey wolves. The scene appeared somewhat perilous, but only Yi Yun himself knew that almost every step was within his calculations. As the battle progressed, Yi Yun became more and more familiar with the Australian grey wolves' fighting style, and it became increasingly easier for him. Fighting these 4 Lord-level monsters, Yi Yun felt incredibly exhilarated. He could freely employ his spear technique, and all his usual insights and training were integrated into the battle. The more he fought, the more excited he became. Powerful opponents also served to enhance the effectiveness of his training. However, compared to Yi Yun, the situation for these 4 Australian grey wolves was not as good. There were differences in the strength of the 4 Australian grey wolves, and Yi Yun was exerting his full power. If it weren't for the advanced Lord-level Australian grey wolf bearing the majority of the pressure, they would certainly have already suffered casualties. Chapter 44, Kirishima. Just as Yi Yun fought with increasing ferocity, he suddenly noticed that the 4 Australian grey wolves he was facing retreated without any warning. Then, with a sudden burst of speed, they did not choose their original cave, but instead ran rapidly in another direction. The Australian grey wolves' retreat was so sudden that Yi Yun didn't react for a moment. By the time he noticed, the 4 Australian grey wolves had already run a long distance and disappeared from Yi Yun's sight. Yi Yun put down his spear, feeling a bit helpless. When monsters reach the Lord level, their intelligence greatly increases, almost transcending the realm of beasts and approaching human intelligence. Although still full of aggression, they also judge the situation. After fighting Yi Yun for such a long time, the Australian grey wolves naturally perceived Yi Yun's toughness and strength, knowing that it was impossible to take down this human today. Continuing to fight would only put themselves in danger, so they simply gave up the battle and retreated decisively, with no intention of fighting to the death. Yi Yun understood that Lord-level monsters are very difficult to kill. Each one is incredibly cunning, and once the situation turns unfavorable or dangerous, they immediately choose to flee and retreat. When they are determined to run, human god of war-level martial artists find it very difficult to stop them. They can defeat them, but not keep them. This is the most common scenario when hunting Lord-level monsters. This was Yi Yun's first battle with Lord-level monsters, and he didn't have time to use his flying knives to stop them from escaping. The instantaneous burst of speed from the Lord-level monsters far exceeded several hundred meters per second. Almost in the blink of an eye, they were beyond the effective range of Yi Yun's spiritual power. Of course, Yi Yun's speed when flying on his shield could catch up to the Australian grey wolves, but Yi Yun was fighting Lord-level monsters only to hone his spear techniques and movement skills. He had no intention of chasing them to the death. After driving away the lords from this mountain range, Yi Yun carefully examined the terrain against his map. Perhaps it was the mountain environment that made Yi Yun recall some more specific details from the original work. Yuo Feng, while being pursued, left his mountain stronghold and traveled a few kilometers south, where a river would appear. Comparing this with the satellite map of his current area, Yi Yun ruled out this first location. Although there was a river next to the mountain range, the river was not long and was to the northwest of the mountain range, clearly not matching the characteristics. With a clearer memory of the terrain features, Yi Yun looked at the detailed satellite map on his communication watch, and finally determined the final location of the Misty Island from the few places he had roughly circled. Yi Yun checked the distance. It was about several hundred kilometers from his current location. He felt relieved, but didn't rush immediately. Instead, he marked it on the map, planning to explore it later. After determining his destination, Yi Yun temporarily put aside his thoughts and focused on hunting monsters, honing his movement skills and spear techniques. Yi Yun still generally headed in the direction of the Misty Island Lake, but his speed was slow. He was constantly fighting monsters along the way, experiencing completely different sensations from these unique monsters of the Australian continent, which further enriched his combat experience. His concept-level spear techniques also improved rapidly. Yi Yun could feel that he was subtly beginning to form his own distinctive spear techniques. At Yi Yun's level of spear technique, besides learning the secret techniques and combat techniques created by many seniors, there was another path: to start attempting to explore and create his own spear techniques. The path of self-created spear techniques is extremely difficult. Even geniuses, when their strength was low at the planetary level and astral rank, never considered creating their own combat techniques because their knowledge was still shallow, and the laws they comprehended were far from profound. In such circumstances, the combat techniques they created were very crude, simply incomparable to the well-honed combat techniques passed down by cultivating seniors. However, there are also some extremely confident individuals who choose to start creating their own combat techniques and secret techniques so early. For example, Rong Jun, the savage from the original work, had already started creating his own blade techniques at the astral rank and even earlier. He integrated his own characteristics and incorporated the laws he comprehended, which also possessed considerable power. Self-created combat techniques and secret arts, regardless of their power, are undoubtedly very suitable for oneself and are certainly very handy to use. This is beyond doubt. And for a person to gradually grow into a strong individual, they must inevitably embark on the path of self-created secret techniques. It's just that during the early stages when their strength is low, it's basically difficult to achieve any significant results. Yi Yun knew the reasoning behind this. Currently, Hong and Thunder God are the strongest martial artists on Earth. As pioneers, they also embarked on the path of self-created combat techniques and secret techniques. However, their knowledge was indeed limited to Earth, so the level of the combat techniques and secret techniques they created was very low. It wasn't until Luo Feng later imparted the martial artist legacy of Yun Mo Planet to them that Hong and Thunder God had the opportunity to advance further. Yi Yun had not encountered other geniuses and had a clear understanding of his own talent for creating secret techniques and combat techniques. Therefore, at this current stage, Yi Yun did not deliberately force himself to create secret techniques, but rather let nature take its course, allowing his spear techniques to follow his own will. Because of this mindset, his spear technique improvement speed was quite remarkable. Australian continent at night, beside a turbulent river, Yi Yun sat on a large rock, a bonfire burning in front of him. In his hand, his long spear was skewering a freshly skinned Australian white rabbit, roasting it over the fire. Without adding any seasoning, Yi Yun's appetite was whetted by the slowly sizzling rabbit meat. He used a flying knife to cut off a piece of roasted rabbit thigh meat. The rabbit meat floated in the air and slowly came to Yi Yun's mouth. This is truly excellent. The meat is firm, truly worthy of being the thigh meat of a low-level, lord-level monster. No other seasonings are needed. It's naturally delicious and can become part of my collection. When monsters reach the lord level, just like God of War level human powerhouses, their cells and genes have undergone many enhancements. This also leads to a more perfect state at the level of life genes. Therefore, every lord-level monster is a top-tier ingredient. In 10 days, I've walked several hundred kilometers along this river. I'm about to reach the lake area on the satellite map, and I wonder what the situation of Misty Island is like at this current stage. Early the next morning, Yi Yun followed the river, heading towards the location of the lake. When Yi Yun arrived at the designated area, he found that this 100-kilometer lake looked vast and boundless. However, what was strange was that the entire lake area was completely enveloped in thick mist, while there was no mist at all on the land beside the lake, even on the shore, which seemed very eerie. The mist appeared endless, and the deeper one looked into the lake, the thicker it seemed to become, making it impossible to see the distant scenery clearly. Yi Yun stepped on his shield, hovering slightly above the lake. Without much delay, he flew towards the center of the lake in midair. The lake below looked very calm, but Yi Yun knew that there were countless lord-level monsters in this lake. God of War-level powerhouses, if not for the Black God suit protecting them, would find it very difficult to pass through. As a Psyker Master, Yi Yun naturally had his advantages. He had no intention of provoking these aquatic Lord-level monsters and slowly approached the small island at the heart of the lake. Maintaining a steady pace, Yi Yun, enveloped in thick mist, flew for a while. The surroundings were relatively quiet, but from the water below, strange sounds could faintly be heard. Within this lake, there were many troublesome aquatic monsters, and their rank was very high. Yi Yun had suffered dozens of attacks on his way here, but Yi Yun already knew about such situations, and with precautions, these attacks did not cause much trouble for him. Because of the obstruction from the aquatic monsters, Yi Yun's progress was not fast. After nearly an hour, Yi Yun finally saw the outline of the island ahead. Stepping onto the sandy beach at the edge of the island, Yi Yun sensed carefully. The island appeared vibrant, with various plants distributed upon it, but what was very unusual was that the entire island was extremely quiet, with no monsters present. Yi Yun's expression was calm. This mist-shrouded lake and the island at its center were all the work of Babata. Babata created a special and magical area, the purpose of which was to attract human martial artists to discover and explore it, and then to screen suitable successors to be taken into Yun Mo planet. The monsters in the lake were influenced and evolved, gaining benefits, which is why so many Lord-level monsters crowded into such a small lake. And those most affected, who gained even greater benefits, were the plants on the island at the center of this lake. Back when the Great Nirvana began, martial artists started to emerge among humans. Babata monitored this situation and began to transform Misty Island. He planted a cloud-caressing vine seed and used 3 Muya crystals to accelerate its growth to the planetary level. At the same time, he crushed 2 Muya crystals into dust and sprinkled them over the island. Absorbing the powerful energy of the Muya crystals, a large number of plants underwent evolution and mutation, gaining their own spirit, which became known on Earth as Herb and Wood Spirit. Each of these herb and wood spirits could rival a Lord-level monster. Yi Yun was still at the edge of the island, not moving. He was actually waiting for Babata's reaction. After a while, Yi Yun finally moved, quietly heading towards the interior of the island. There were no monsters on the island, and the overall atmosphere was very peaceful. Unlike the temperature in other parts of the Australian continent, the temperature on the island was relatively high, and the flowers, plants, and trees on the island grew as luxuriantly as they would in spring and summer. Yi Yun slowly moved towards the center of the island, maintaining vigilance in his heart. The mountains and plains were covered with various different plants, and without them revealing themselves, he wasn't sure which ones were herb and wood spirit. Chapter 45. Spirits of plants and trees. Yi Yun traveled about 1 or 2 lie into the depths of the foggy island without encountering a single herb and wood spirit. So he roughly knew that there shouldn't be many herb and wood spirits in the outer areas, and his chosen landing spot for now wasn't an area dense with herb and wood spirits. Yi Yun wasn't in a hurry and continued onward, passing by a vibrant green weed. This weed was perfectly integrated with its surroundings, and Yi Yun didn't pay it much attention. As he walked forward, suddenly, the weed's 2 slender leaves, like 2 emerald longswords, fiercely stabbed towards Yi Yun's back. Yi Yun had always maintained vigilance, and his spiritual power was constantly radiating. He reacted the instant the weed flared up. In their first exchange, Yi Yun didn't underestimate it. A layer of black gloves appeared on his palm, and he turned to grab the weed's leaves. When his right hand touched the green leaves, Yi Yun felt a strong impact, and the tips of the leaves had a powerful penetrating force. Fortunately, the Black God suit's defense was stronger, and it negated 90% of the attack power, so Yi Yun didn't suffer any damage or shock. Instead, his black-gloved right hand exerted force, firmly gripping the 2 long leaves in his hand. After just this brief exchange, Yi Yun had already determined that this peculiar weed-shaped herb and wood spirit, purely in terms of strength, was comparable to a mid-level, Lord-level monster. With their natural camouflage and sudden sneak attacks, even God of War-level powerhouses would be in great danger. His thoughts raced, but Yi Yun's movements didn't stop. Two flying daggers rapidly sliced towards the main body of the weed. The weed's two long leaves were firmly gripped by Yi Yun, and the remaining leaves collided head-on with Yi Yun's flying daggers. Yi Yun's flying daggers were all SS rank, and in just a few cuts, they severed all the remaining leaves. With a full burst of power from his right hand, Yi Yun roared and actually pulled the weed out by its roots. Every herb and wood spirit has its own core, which is their most valuable part. For willow-shaped herb and wood spirits, the core is usually a millennial willow heart, while for most grass-type herb and wood spirits, the core is likely something like spiritual dew essence. The core essences of these herb and wood spirits all have powerful effects. Although their specific effects vary, their value is undeniable. They even hold some value for planetary-level powerhouses, not to mention God of War-level powerhouses below that. A single millennial willow heart can not only enhance cell activity and greatly improve recovery, but after consumption, physical quality can leap from a beginner God of War to an advanced God of War. Millennial black crow root, when brewed into wine, can enhance physical quality and make skin incredibly tough. 100 dew grass can quickly heal injuries and detoxify. Most herb and wood spirits can significantly improve physical quality. Some top-tier ones can even increase a person's physical quality by 6 to 10 times. Although the limit is advanced God of War peak, it can still be said to be quite exaggerated. Yi Yun didn't know much about herb and wood spirits. After pulling out the weed and observing it carefully, he looked at its thick root and immediately understood that even if this root wasn't the core essence, the essence liquid must be contained within it. He immediately put the root away and continued deeper into the island. Yi Yun wasn't sure how many herb and wood spirits were on this island, and his goal wasn't to explore the entire island. As Yi Yun delved deeper, he encountered carnivorous plants with flowers larger than a human face, as well as elusive, thick vines like small trees. Yi Yun remained calm, handling each one, and hadn't yet encountered a situation he couldn't manage. Along the way, Yi Yun collected 5 different herb and wood spirit core essences and was gradually approaching the island's core. Yi Yun didn't continue further. On this island, there was a planetary-level cloud-caressing vine. As a relatively popular auxiliary plant life in the universe, the cloud-caressing vine is actually much stronger than an ordinary human martial artist at the same rank. Yi Yun wasn't even planetary level yet, so it was naturally impossible for him to deal with this cloud-caressing vine. Just now, while exploring the outer reaches of the island, Yi Yun specifically searched and found the locations of 9 willow tree herb and wood spirits. After roughly understanding some information about them, Yi Yun proceeded steadily. Relying on his powerful spiritual power as a god of war peak, he swiftly dealt with the outermost thick willow tree, obtaining an egg-sized millennial willow heart crystal core. Why obtain a treasure and not use it? Yi Yun's current physical quality was still far from reaching the god of war peak. He had only just broken into advanced god of war. According to his estimation, the essence within this millennial willow heart should be enough to help him achieve this step. Thinking this, Yi Yun casually waved out 6 flying daggers, arranging them in a circle with their blades touching, leaving only a tiny gap. Then, with all the dagger tips pointing downwards, these 6 flying daggers, under Yi Yun's spiritual power control, began to spin rapidly. At a glance, the daggers were no longer visible, having transformed into a silver drill due to their rapid rotation. Once the drill was fully formed, Yi Yun's spiritual power pressed down sharply, and the drill plunged fiercely into the soil. The SS rank flying daggers were capable of cutting through iron like mud. The island's ground, soil, and rocks could not impede the flying dagger drill's progress at all. In the blink of an eye, it opened a 1-meter-wide hole in the ground. Yi Yun continued to manipulate the flying dagger drill to dig downwards. Not long after, Yi Yun arrived at a depth of 3,000 meters below the surface. Here, an underground river flowed. Yi Yun excavated a 10-meter-wide space beside this underground river, sealed the entrance, and slowly sat down. Taking out the 5 different herb and wood spirit core essences he had obtained, Yun temporarily set aside the other 4, including the root, and held the millennial willow heart in his hand. Based on the difficulty of dealing with the herb and wood spirit, Yun estimated that the value of this millennial willow heart was in the middle among the 5 cores. At least 2 others would be more precious than this millennial willow heart. The reason Yun chose to use this millennial willow heart was simply because he knew the correct way to use it. Each herb and wood spirit's essence core has its own unique method of use. These methods are derived from practice. If one operates haphazardly without knowing the correct method, unforeseeable consequences may occur. The millennial willow heart was an egg-sized green crystal, completely transparent, allowing one to vaguely see its interior. There seemed to be liquid flowing inside, looking as if fine wine was contained within a green glass, very peculiar. Holding the millennial willow heart, Yun could feel a cool sensation surge from his hand throughout his body, and his spirit became refreshed. In addition to improving physical quality, the millennial willow heart could also enhance cell activity and provide stronger recovery abilities. Lightly exhaling, Yun tossed the millennial willow heart into the air. The sharp tip of an SS rank flying dagger grazed the outer shell of the millennial willow heart. With the sharpness of the SS rank flying dagger combined with Yun's spiritual power strength, the millennial willow heart's outer shell was directly cut open. Threads of clear, bright green liquid slowly flowed out of the millennial willow heart, enveloped by Yun's spiritual power into a ball, quietly suspended in midair. The next moment, Yun manipulated this ball of crystal-clear liquid, guiding it slowly into his mouth, which he had opened. The amount of this liquid was only about a small wine glass. After it flew into his mouth, Yun directly swallowed the liquid. After the core essence liquid of the millennial willow heart was swallowed by Yun, it quickly spread throughout Yun's body. The energy surged, but it was not intensely violent. Instead, it was full of coolness and gentleness. Yun only felt an incredibly comfortable sensation rise from the depths of his heart, and he couldn't help but let out a sound. Ah, tilde tilde, this was a comfort that permeated his soul and marrow. His entire body was filled with the immense energy brought by the essence liquid. Every cell inside his body vibrated, genes rapidly perfected, useless genes were shed, and repeated perfect integrations caused cell activity to rapidly increase. The improvement of cells led to overall changes in his entire body. Yun could feel every inch of his skin, bones, and internal organs rapidly undergoing enhancement. The process was dominant but without any discomfort, very gentle, making Yun feel as comfortable as a massage. During this process, Yun's physical quality was also rapidly undergoing enhancement. With abundant energy, cells are the foundation. As cells undergo enhancement, physical quality also rapidly increases. Soon, it improved step by step, from newly entering advanced God of War, slowly strengthening, moving step by step towards the physical quality of a God of War peak. At the same time, in Yun's sea of consciousness, surging spiritual power continuously erupted. The dark golden sphere rotated smoothly, then suddenly shattered into fragments, submerging into the already liquid spiritual power ocean. After about half an hour, the initial burst of the millennial willow heart's energy was released, and the changes in Yun's body gradually stopped. However, Yun knew that the core essence of the millennial willow heart had not been completely consumed. A portion remained in his body, not directly absorbed, and would still be effective during his future training, boosting the speed of his physical quality improvement. Chapter 46. Babada Yun stood up and stretched casually, confirming that, after using the millennial willow heart this time, his physical quality had reached the peak of an advanced God of War, with the next step being planetary level. His spiritual power had already reached the peak of an advanced God of War, so there wasn't any significant increase without a breakthrough. The herb and wood spirit was just a secondary objective. Yun specifically came to this mist island not just for a simple herb and wood spirit. He had expected it in his heart, so Yun wasn't particularly surprised by the improvement in his physical quality. Instead, He was still thinking about the comfortable feeling after consuming the core essence of the millennial willow heart. The soul-deep experience was indeed unforgettable. It seems the essence liquid of this millennial willow heart can be used as my regular beverage in the future. As Yi Yun was letting his thoughts wander, he suddenly noticed a faint white light flickering in an underground river not far away. This was already 3,000 meters underground, which meant it was incredibly dark. So, no matter how faint the white light was, Yi Yun still caught sight of it. He flew forward, extending his spiritual power deep into the underground river, and with a precise grasp, brought the object emitting the white light from the underground river before him. He examined it briefly. The object emitting white light was crystalline and not very large. As he got closer, Yi Yun smelled a strong aroma of rice. Just by seeing and sensing it, he could tell the immense energy contained within. Suppressing the joy and excitement in his heart, Yi Yun showed no expression on his face, instead adopting a puzzled look. Seeing this, Yi Yun immediately understood that the sudden appearance of the Mu, Ya crystal, clearly indicated that Babata, who was deep underground, had already begun to act. Knowing this, Yi Yun consciously guarded his divine thought, slightly resisting any potential mental influence Babata might use. He put away the newly acquired Mu Ya crystal and made it seem as if he was about to leave. Just then, in Yi Yun's line of sight, a strong rice aroma wafted from further down the underground river, accompanied by a white light. Yi Yun immediately rushed downwards and discovered 2 more sparkling Mu Ya crystals. Thus, Yi Yun maintained his actor-level performance, his face beaming with wild joy, like a treasure hunter who had discovered a massive treasure trove. Guided by the step-by-step appearance of the Mu Ya crystal, he delved deeper into the underground. As he slowly descended, Yi Yun's tightly strung nerves suddenly became alert. Earlier, a voice in his heart seemed to tell him that the deeper he went, the more benefits he would surely gain. With this prior preparation, this rank of mental influence was naturally broken by Yi Yun, and he instantly understood that Babata's arrangements were underway and should be guiding him into the underground ruins. However, what Yi Yun found very strange was that he had now slowly delved about 10,000 meters underground, but he had not encountered the spaceship hull fragments that Luo Feng saw in the original work. Without any guiding clues, Yi Yun had no intention of searching on his own. Following the Mu Ya crystal and the unconscious mental guidance, he continued to move deeper underground. 10,000 meters, 12,000 meters, 15,000 meters. Yi Yun had been calculating the distance in his mind, knowing that he was approaching the spaceship's location. It wasn't until Yi Yun pushed aside some shattered rocks and picked up another Mu Ya crystal that his spiritual power finally sensed something completely different from rock and soil. Without hesitation, Yi Yun unleashed his full power, immediately carving a passage deep underground. With a deliberate choice of direction, he could see at the end of the passage ahead a dusty, strangely silvery white metallic door. This door, similar to the hatch of an intelligent fighter jet, was currently half closed. Yi Yun released his spiritual power to probe it, and immediately sensed that inside the hatch was a passage about 12 meters wide and 8 meters deep. The end of the passage led to separate wide passages to the left and right. What made Yi Yun want to complain was that on the floor of this hatch passage, there was a pile of white glowing crystals, all gathered together, emitting a strong rice aroma that was intensely stimulating. Babata is really simple and crude, but the people of Earth nowadays indeed cannot resist the temptation of Mu Ya crystal. Coupled with the subtle psychological influence, they probably won't suspect anything upon arriving here. Yi Yun quickly collected the clusters of Mu Ya crystal on the passage floor. He roughly counted them and found there were about 30. Adding the Mu Ya crystal he had collected along the way, he had harvested a total of over 270. Babata was indeed quite generous. The black god's suit unfolded, completely enveloping his entire body. Yi Yun slowly walked along the entrance passage, reaching its end. Ahead was a left-right intersection. After a quick glance, Yi Yun saw huge indentations of fists on the wall of the left passage, and not far away on the passage floor, leaning against the wall, was a massive corpse. This massive corpse had dark skin, thick arms, and wore battle armor with special intricate patterns. Most striking were its still half-open, scarlet eyes. As soon as Yi Yun's eyes met that pair of eyes, his heart trembled as if he had encountered the most terrifying thing, and his mind stopped thinking for a moment. Is this the power of an undying expert? After tens of thousands of years, the corpse remains undying, and a trace of residual might in its eyes can make me completely lose all resistance. The pressure from a higher life rank is indeed terrifying. Yi Yun felt the cold sweat on his back and couldn't help but sigh, gaining a more intuitive understanding of the experts in the universe. He quickly averted his gaze, not daring to look at the corpse's blood-red eyes again. The trembling sensation subsided considerably, and he slowly calmed down. Passing the 8-meter-long corpse, Yi Yun continued along the passage without encountering any obstacles. Ignoring other forks, Yi Yun consistently followed the widest passage deeper inside. After walking about 300 meters, the passage turned, and a tall door appeared before him. Upon entering the door, Yi Yun found himself in a semicircular hall. The hall was very spacious, dozens of meters high and nearly 200 meters long and wide. Inside the hall were 6 different corpses. 5 of them, like the corpse at the entrance, showed no signs of decay, maintaining their state from before death. The last one was reduced to only golden bones. Everything else had decayed away. Aside from these corpses, the hall was very empty, with nothing else inside. Just then a drip sound rang out. Suddenly, the previously dim hall was illuminated by dazzling light shining down from the high ceiling. The entire hall instantly brightened, and at the same time, strange rays of light converged in the center of the hall, forming a black virtual figure. Upon closer inspection, it was a small individual, only about 1.45 meters tall, like a child, with 2 pointed horns on his forehead, blood-red eyes, and dressed in a black robe. Yi Yun, you've arrived. The black-robed child looked up at Yi Yun, his face showing no expression. Who are you? How do you know my name? Yi Yun asked, his face full of vigilance. The black-robed child said in a low voice, my name is Babata. You can call me Demon Babata. I am the Yunmo Planet Master's combat partner. Essentially, I am an intelligence, but I have long since transcended mere intelligence and can be called an intelligent life. Like you, human life, animal life, plant life, and so on, we are all life forms in the universe, possessing normal joys, angers, sorrows, and also capable of cultivating and evolving. After a brief introduction, Babata changed the subject. Yi Yun, you must be very confused right now, aren't you? Yi Yun nodded lightly, then spoke. Are you an alien? Babata burst into laughter upon hearing Yi Yun's question. After a moment, he replied, alien. This entire Earth, the Milky Way galaxy, all belong to my master. If it weren't for that battle 50,000 years ago, my master wouldn't have fallen, and I wouldn't be trapped here alone. Babata began a simple introduction. Although Yi Yun already knew everything, he still listened attentively. He could clearly feel Babata's emotions. The sadness when Hu Yanbo and his servants and disciples fell, the hatred for the automaton race enemies, and the loneliness experienced over 50,000 years. Although he had long known about the marvels of intelligent life, this first encounter still left Yi Yun somewhat amazed. They were completely indistinguishable from other life forms. After a while, Babata spoke again, this time his voice carrying a hint of seriousness. Yi Yun, are you willing to join my Yunmo planet and become a member of Yunmo planet? Yi Yun suddenly felt very strange. He was arguably the first human to arrive at this deep underground spaceship ruin in 50,000 years. Babata's attitude from the beginning was very cold, completely unlike Luo Feng's situation in the original work. Now, he was only asking him to join Yunmo planet, without any intention of having him meet Hu Yanbo. Babata's scarlet eyes swept over Yi Yun, and he said indifferently, with a hint of regret in his voice, Yi Yun, for you to cultivate to this extent at your age, your talent is indeed outstanding and quite good among Earthlings. However, it's a pity your brain region expansion is too low. You actually don't meet the entry requirements for a disciple of my Yunmo planet. but given the special circumstances, I will accept you as an elite disciple of my Yun Mo planet, which can also be considered inheriting a part of my Yun Mo planet's legacy. Brain region expansion. Babata nodded and briefly introduced the knowledge of brain region expansion. Chapter 47, Harvest. According to Babata, his brain domain expansion was only 13, which was considered good among Earthlings, but in the entire universe, it was obviously very poor. Based on the innate genetic strength of Earthlings, even breaking through to planetary level was difficult, let alone the realms beyond that. Even with all resources poured into him, Babata could not guarantee that he would become an expert of territory lord rank or above. Babata had followed an immortal expert like Hu Yanbo for many years, and his knowledge and vision were excellent. His judgment of Yi Yun, logically speaking, was without any problems. Yi Yun's potential development was indeed, as Babata said, with great limitations and very limited room for improvement. Even if Yi Yun had the opportunity to undergo possession after becoming powerful, his innate brain domain expansion was not strong, indicating that his talent was also very ordinary. The time it would take to cultivate secret techniquests, the difficulty of comprehending laws, and even the difficulty of possession would all be far greater than those geniuses with high innate brain domain expansion. Therefore, deep down, Babata could not accept Yi Yun inheriting Hu Yanbo's true legacy. It was like picking the tallest among the short, but Yi Yun, among the short Earthlings, could not even be considered tall. He was merely somewhat outstanding. Yi Yun immediately understood in his heart that after all this, he must have been looked down upon and disliked by Babata. Fortunately, his strength was quite good, and coupled with his young age, his talent seemed quite good. Otherwise, Babata might not have paid him any attention, let alone allowed him to come to the spaceship ruins. However, Yi Yun had no dissatisfaction whatsoever. His purpose for coming this time was not to seize Luo Feng's opportunity, but merely to meet Babata. Now that his goal was achieved and Babata did not think highly of him, it just saved him some other effort. Saying that, Babata handed over a black wristband and said softly, "This wristband is a common item in the universe. It has various systems such as an auxiliary optical computer, consciousness sensor, and life butler. You can use it for now, and when you have the chance to go outside, you can replace it with a better one." Yi Yun took the wristband and slowly put it on his hand, then heard Babata continue. "There is also a small storage space in the wristband. I have placed some Yun Mo planet secret techniquests inside, both for martial artists and psyker masters, plus some Muya crystals, which are enough for your cultivation from planetary level to astral rank. As a member of Yun Mo planet, Yi Yun, you have the responsibility to make Yun Mo planet flourish again. However, your talent and potential are not enough, so I hope that after you return, you can search for outstanding geniuses on Earth and test their brain domain expansion. For Yun Mo planet to truly rise again, I must find a suitable disciple for my master." Wearing the black wristband, Yi Yun returned to the ground of Mist Island. Babata did not follow him, but remained deep underground, guarding the spaceship, waiting for someone fated to arrive. Yi Yun was very satisfied with this trip to Mist Island. He verified his ideas, largely achieved his goals, and at the same time, did not seize his brother Luo Feng's opportunity. Yi Yun left Mist Island contentedly. On August 29, 2056, when Yi Yun arrived at the original landing point of the passenger plane, many elite training camp trainees were already waiting there. Around noon at 12 o'clock, a passenger plane slowly flew from the horizon and stopped in front of everyone. Sitting on the plane, as it slowly took off, Yi Yun scanned the cabin. It was crowded, but the number of people was about 20 less than when they arrived. These trainees must have perished in this life-and-death adventure. What surprised Yi Yun was that Louis, the second ranked in the elite training camp, was also missing. It was likely he had also met with an accident, which made Yi Yun sigh at the impermanence of life. Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share Infinite Novel Audio. As his emotions faded, Yi Yun closed his eyes slightly, relaxing his tense nerves from the past few days. After leaving Mist Island, Yi Yun finally fully immersed himself in battling monsters. After his physical quality was further enhanced, even advanced Lord-level monsters could not pose any threat to him. In the last few days, Yi Yun, who had completely familiarized himself with his strength, set his sights on king-level monsters. Only after truly fighting with king-level monsters did Yi Yun feel the gap between himself and them. His spiritual power amplitude had reached about 14 times, and with full power, he had the attack power close to planetary-level First Order. However, it was only attack power. In other aspects, he was completely inferior to king-level monsters, and the battle was one-sided. If not for the Black God suit being truly effective, Yi Yun, who was so reckless, would have already been unable to endure. Therefore, Yi Yun had a very difficult time in the last few days, constantly in a cycle of provoking king-level monsters getting beaten up running away, and then provoking again. However, fighting king-level monsters also had great benefits. His movement technique was clearly smoother, and the extent of improvement exceeded Yi Yun's expectations. After returning this time, I can consider the matter of breakthrough. With the help of Mu Ya Crystal, becoming a planetary-level martial artist will definitely not be a problem. With his thoughts flying, Yi Yun felt the plane slowly descending, finally returning to Hongning Base City. Returning to the elite training camp, as Yi Yun stepped into the courtyard of Twilight Cloud Pavilion, a rich aroma wafted towards him. Yi Yun smiled knowingly and walked in, seeing Gu Yi in his familiar unrestrained posture, with a barbecue grill in front of him. A large beast leg was on the grill, and Gu Yi was constantly brushing oil and sprinkling seasoning. Seeing Yi Yun enter, Gu Yi chuckled, "You brat, you've come back just in time. I specially had someone bring back a whole large leg of a blazing fire chicken, and it's about to be roasted. You're in for a treat." Yi Yun picked up a bottle of ice beer nearby, gulped down a large mouthful, and shouted boldly, "Satisfying." Saying that, he stepped forward and directly reached out, tearing a large piece of chicken meat from the thick, blazing fire chicken leg, not feeling the heat at all, and directly stuffed it into his mouth. Gu Yi watched Yi Yun's actions and couldn't help but scold loudly. "It's not ready yet, what are you rushing for? And have you washed your hands before eating?" 10 minutes later, Yi Yun let out a soft burp, threw away the chicken bone in his hand, and immediately felt an endless aftertaste. The tender chicken leg of the blazing fire chicken, coupled with Gu Yi's barbecue skills, made the roasted chicken leg meat truly delicious, causing Yi Yun to eat more than half of it by himself. Gu Yi finished the beer in his hand, felt Yi Yun's powerful aura, and immediately asked in surprise, "Tell me honestly, what level of strength have you reached now?" Yi Yun chuckled, not directly answering Gu Yi's question, but smilingly said, "Old Gu, you'll know in a while." After these few months of getting along, Yi Yun and Gu Yi's relationship had become very deep, and Yi Yun also understood Gu Yi quite well. He knew that beneath Gu Yi's relaxed and uninhibited exterior, there was a heart striving for progress. His pursuit of surpassing the god of war had never stopped, but he had been stuck at the peak of advanced god of war for several years, and his sharp edge had been worn down, no longer as prominent. Yi Yun could feel that if he broke through to planetary level, then the day he left Earth would not be far away. Rubbing the black wristband, Yi Yun patted Gu Yi's shoulder, then returned to his room. For the last 2 days of August, Yi Yun did not arrange high-intensity training for himself, but instead engaged in some gentle exercises. He planned to raise his condition to the best state, and then attempt a breakthrough. At 12 o'clock on the night of August 31st, Yi Yun flew out of the elite training camp in his king-level intelligent fighter jet and arrived in a wilderness area. After some effort, clearing the ruins of a city, Yi Yun entered a dilapidated villa, burrowed underground, and slowly took out a Mu Ya crystal. Without using it directly, Yi Yun held the Mu Ya crystal, which emitted a rice fragrance, gently floating in the air, adjusting his breathing, maintaining a peak state. Then Yi Yun did not delay further and directly threw the Mu Ya crystal into his mouth. After the Mu Ya crystal entered his mouth, a surging energy erupted, continuously surging within Yi Yun's body, wanting to penetrate into every cell of Yi Yun, transforming Yi Yun's genes, seemingly wanting to forcefully elevate Yi Yun's life gene level to planetary level. The immense amount of energy entering his body brought about pain erupting everywhere. Although the energy of the Muya crystal was very gentle, it was only relative to planetary-level martial artists. Yi Yun gritted his teeth, enduring this intense transformation with difficulty. In comparison, when he applied and absorbed dragon blood back then, it was not worth mentioning at all. Yi Yun's physical quality at this time was only that of an advanced god of war. The energy of the Muya crystal was actually suitable for planetary-level martial artists, which was why Yi Yun felt such pain. But only such stimulation could help an apprentice-level martial artist advance towards planetary level at a crucial moment. Yi Yun understood this principle and was not hindered by the intense pain from his thoughts diverging. He still consciously restrained the scattered energy, putting all his effort into it. Every cell in his body was struggling to absorb the energy, and cells were constantly bursting. However, under the effect of the immense energy, more cells were dividing and producing new cells. These new cells were clearly genetically optimized and stronger in all aspects, causing Yi Yun's overall physical quality to be elevated to a higher realm. He was sweating all over, and along with the sweat, some eliminated cells and bodily impurities were flowing out. At first, there were more impurities flowing out, but as he slowly absorbed and improved, it became difficult to see new impurities being discharged. Yi Yun could also feel that the initial pain was slowly weakening, but his body's absorption of those violent energies had not stopped. On the contrary, he was able to absorb more due to his body's enhancement. Chapter 48 Breakthrough, Planetary Level. As the energy was absorbed, Yi Yun's body gradually began to change internally. Infinite energy converged in Yi Yun's danshan, slowly beginning to compress. The body's transformation continued, and an unprecedented sense of lightness began to permeate Yi Yun's entire being. Yi Yun immediately understood that his physical body had begun to elevate towards the planetary level, so absorbing the Muya crystal's energy was no longer as difficult. Instead, it was a supplement to his body, which was why he felt so comfortable. The energy in the danshan had reached a saturated state, and the compression process of the internal energy began to accelerate, constantly expanding and contracting, expanding and contracting. Finally, with a sound like a boom, the energy inside the danshan disappeared completely, replaced by a miniature sky-blue planet. The miniature sky-blue planet emitted a hazy glow. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that this miniature planet was composed of countless hexagonal crystals, which were currently rotating in Yi Yun's danshan, emitting strange fluctuations. With the formation of the miniature planet in his danshan, Yi Yun understood that, after using the Muya crystal, he had successfully achieved a breakthrough and become a martial artist at planetary level 1. As Yi Yun's mind stirred, a slight magnetic fluctuation emanated from the miniature planet, causing Yi Yun to float directly, counteracting Earth's gravity, and slowly rise into the air. Being in midair, Yi Yun felt as if he had let go of a heavy burden he had carried for many years. He had never felt so light. Disregarding Earth's gravity, it was such a wonderful feeling, completely different from his previous experience of flying using spiritual power. Under Yi Yun's control, wisps of sky-blue genetic primal energy overflowed from the miniature planet in his danshan. In a short time, it flowed throughout Yi Yun's entire body. Whether it was his bones, internal organs, or any other part of his body, all received the nourishment of this sky-blue genetic primal energy. Immediately, Yi Yun's body was enhanced again. He felt that having just completed the breakthrough, his life level had been elevated. With the nourishment of the planetary-level genetic primal energy, the strength of his body slowly, but completely reached the standard of a planetary-level martial artist. Yi Yun knew that no matter what path he would take in the future, he must prioritize the strength of his physical body and various aspects of training. This was not only the foundation of the martial artist, Dao, but also a required course for the late-stage advancement of a Psyker Master. Lacking either would prevent him from going further. To put it simply, a Psyker Master is actually a martial artist with more elusive attacks. To unleash the power of spiritual power, one must have a strong body and genetic primal energy support. Similarly, for a martial artist to become strong, they also need to focus on improving their spirit and will. The powerhouses in the universe have no weaknesses. Yi Yun was floating in midair, experiencing the changes in his body. Just then, the spiritual power in his sea of consciousness also suddenly began to surge. Feeling this change, Yi Yun was overjoyed. His goal for this evening was actually just to break through to a planetary-level martial artist first. After all, although his spiritual power was already at the apprentice-level peak, the amplitude of his spiritual power was still slightly lacking, and the estimated breakthrough time had not yet arrived. However, what Yi Yun did not expect was that his prior breakthrough to the planetary-level martial artist tier led to the improvement of his spirit and will, triggering a strong reaction in his spiritual power. With the mental amplitude reaching the required conditions, a breakthrough only needed a catalyst, and now that catalyst had just been achieved. Understanding the key, Yi Yun's attention was fully focused on his sea of consciousness. The situation in his sea of consciousness was completely different from before. All the mist had disappeared, replaced by a surging golden ocean, within which faint, dark golden fragments could still be seen floating. This breakthrough in spiritual power felt like a natural progression. These golden ocean-like spiritual power, without Yi Yun's own control, automatically gathered into a super-large water sphere. Then, the water sphere began to self-compress, constantly reducing its volume with a mysterious rotational trajectory. At the moment of extreme compression, the water sphere suddenly burst open, as if it were the explosion at the beginning of the universe. Countless spiritual power began to scatter into every space of the sea of consciousness. Immediately after, at the core of the sea of consciousness, a powerful suction began to erupt. The spiritual power that had just scattered wildly converged. In a short time, there was no longer any spiritual power in the entire sea of consciousness, leaving only a crystal-clear miniature planet floating in the very center. This miniature planet in the sea of consciousness was different from the sky-blue planet in Yi Yun's Danshan. It had a layer of aura outside, and its internal structure was composed of countless pyramid-shaped crystals. The aura radiated outwards, illuminating Yi Yun's entire body. The two miniature planets in the Danshan and Sea of Consciousness seemed to have no connection, but through Yi Yun's body, the fluctuations they emitted subtly resonated in a mysterious way, making Yi Yun feel as if he had ascended another stage. It was a completely different experience from when he had just broken into the planetary level a moment ago. With his spiritual power having completed its breakthrough, Yi Yun finally had time to investigate what special abilities he had gained after his genetic primal energy had spread throughout his body and transformed it. After a careful sensation, a gentle flow of genetic primal energy passed over his body, and Yi Yun immediately understood. This feeling should be Khalid Soft Water Body. Right, Yi Yun was now a martial artist at planetary level 1. The enhancement level of his physical body was similar to that of an ordinary planetary level 1 martial artist, but Yi Yun could feel that his muscle fibers and some tendons and other tissues had received additional enhancement, possessing even better flexibility and stretchability. The reason for this was that the special ability Yi Yun gained after breaking through to a planetary level martial artist was the water attributed soft water body, which provided even better strengthening for the body's flexibility. At the same time, when applied to the body's surface, it could also serve to counteract and weaken attacks, making it a very good ability. Upon gaining this special ability, Yi Yun immediately understood that his body was inherently affinity with the water attribute. Simply put, he had the best talent in the law of water, which was why this special ability emerged. This was also beyond Yi Yun's expectation. He had copied Hong's talent in the law of light. He originally thought that after his breakthrough, the special ability he would gain would most likely be light-based. He didn't expect it to be water attributed in the end. Yi Yun couldn't help but wonder if his main body's talent in the law of water was even higher than Hong's talent in the law of light. Feeling the mysterious resonance between the miniature planet in his sea of consciousness and the sky-blue miniature planet in his Danshan, Yi Yun had a flash of inspiration. His spiritual power fully expanded, and his own genetic primal energy also manifested on his body's surface, elevating his entire will and spirit to their peak state. Coupled with the mysterious resonance between the two miniature planets, Yi Yun immediately felt a special domain appear around his body. This unique domain was not large, encompassing Yi Yun's body. Sky-blue light appeared within it. Within the domain, Yi Yun immediately felt more at ease in his movements, and he had complete control over certain matters within this domain. Whether using genetic primal energy or spiritual power, he could gain a certain enhancement, and the consumption was also significantly reduced. This the domain. With the formation of the sky-blue domain, Yi Yun couldn't help but believe his earlier judgment. The original owner of his body had no talent in genetic primal energy or spiritual power, but possessed an extremely strong talent in the law of water. However, such talent could only be displayed at the planetary level. Without Yi Yun's fortuitous encounter, it might never have been displayed in his lifetime. Just now, during the breakthrough to the planetary level, Yi Yun's genetic primal energy, spiritual power, and his own will and spirit achieved a perfect resonance. Leveraging the experience of the breakthrough, combined with his powerful talent in the law of water, he formed his unique first layer of water domain. The formation of the domain was a complete surprise for Yi Yun. He had originally planned to study Hong's law of light after breaking through to the planetary level. With Hong's talent and experience as a guide, there was great potential, but he didn't expect his own water domain to suddenly emerge first, disrupting Yi Yun's plans. But this is nothing, it's actually a good thing. I have advantages that others don't, so I naturally need to maximize them. Not only the law of water and the law of light, my goal is to fully comprehend the 8 lower laws before entering undying. This is just the beginning. Harboring aspirations for the future, Yi Yun, after experiencing the surge in his power, returned to the elite training camp aboard his king-level intelligent fighter jet. Although he had broken through to the planetary level, Yi Yun did not experience any mental imbalance. Compared to the geniuses in the universe, his current achievements were truly insignificant. Only his comprehension of the water domain was somewhat presentable. Other aspects, whether it was his body's force exertion or the amplitude of his spiritual power, were completely trampled underfoot compared to the geniuses in the universe. The more he thought about this, the deeper Yi Yun's yearning for the universe became. Earth was truly too weak and too remote. Staying on Earth indefinitely would not greatly help his advancement. Yi Yun already had plans to leave Earth. The vast swallowing starry sky world could only be accessed by stepping out of Earth. He did not want to waste his time on Earth. Chapter 49 Headquarters Base on Earth. Besides Hong and Thunder God, those planetary-level powerhouses were no match for Yi Yun at all. With a domain, it could be said that even the current Thunder God wasn't someone Yi Yun couldn't fight. There were no longer any challenges on Earth. Yi Yun's breakthrough was silent, not attracting anyone's attention. When he returned to the elite training camp's Twilight Cloud Pavilion, it was already the morning of September 1st. Guyi was doing his first round of morning exercise in the courtyard. Seeing Yi Yun walk in from outside the courtyard, he felt strange. After stopping his movements, he was about to ask a question when he suddenly froze in place. The curved saber in his hand unconsciously fell to the ground, making 2 clanging sounds that echoed in the quiet courtyard of the early morning. In Guyi's perception, Yi Yun was still the same Yi Yun with a smile and a mouthful of white teeth, but upon closer inspection, he found that Yi Yun was completely different from before. It was an elusive feeling, a feeling Guyi had only experienced from Inspector Wang and Hong. The courtyard wasn't large. Yi Yun stood at the edge of the courtyard, but strangely, the center and core of this courtyard automatically shifted to Yi Yun's location after he appeared. No matter where Yi Yun was, He was the core of this courtyard. How could Gu Yi not understand what had happened? Recalling Yi Yun's unfinished words from a few days ago, he immediately said with some emotion, so fast. At this moment, countless complex emotions surfaced in Gu Yi's heart, finally transforming into these simple 3 words. Yi Yun walked forward lightly, his steps steady, not making a sound. By the time he reached Gu Yi's 2 curved sabers slowly flew up. Yi Yun took the curved sabers in his hand and handed them to Gu Yi. Old Gu, it's nothing. I just walked a little ahead. I believe that with your talent and effort, you'll be able to take this step sooner or later. Gu Yi had now completely accepted the fact of Yi Yun's breakthrough. Thanks to Yi Yun's consistently heaven-defying performance, it wasn't that difficult to accept now. Gu Yi returned to his usual self, without the restraint he would show towards a planetary-level powerhouse. He stepped forward and thumped Yi Yun's chest. Good kid. You achieved this step in less than half a year. You could say you're the youngest counselor-level powerhouse, right? I thought the curator was motivating you, but I didn't expect you to be even more outstanding and abnormal than he predicted. Haha, the curator is really going to bleed a lot this time. Gu Yi was genuinely happy for Yi Yun, and also happy that the Dojo of Limits could have a genius martial artist like Yi Yun. Gu Yi knew that Yi Yun's birthday was in November, which meant that Yi Yun was currently under 18 years old and had become a counselor-level powerhouse. Who knew where Yi Yun's future limit was? Yi Yun chuckled, nodded, and then said, Old Gu, I'm also saying goodbye to you today. I estimate that after this, the curator won't let me stay in the elite training camp anymore. I wonder what your plans are, Old Gu. Gu Yi smiled and said, There's nothing to be conflicted about. From the moment I received this mission, I knew that my job as a teacher at the elite training camp wouldn't last long. In fact, you could say I was assigned as your exclusive teacher, and I would only accompany you here for a maximum of 5 years. Now that you've successfully graduated, I have no reason to stay here. After today, I should return to the Dojo of Limits headquarters base and continue to cultivate. Yi Yun understood Gu Yi's plan. For Gu Yi, he had simply taken a job. Now that the job was finished, it was natural for him to return to the Dojo of Limits headquarters base. Old Gu, hurry up and pack. It's on the way, I'll give you a ride. Gu Yi initially didn't understand Yi Yun's meaning until shortly after Yi Yun's words fell. A dark blue, king-level intelligent fighter jet stopped directly above the Twilight Cloud Pavilion. Gu Yi clicked his tongue, couldn't help but shake his head, and sighed at Yi Yun's wealth. He immediately didn't delay, simply went back to his room to pack, and saw that Yi Yun was already ready. Then Yi Yun held Gu Yi's shoulder and slowly ascended into the king-level intelligent fighter jet. It was Gu Yi's first time experiencing high-altitude flight, and he was a bit unaccustomed to it at first. Fortunately, the distance this time wasn't long. After entering the intelligent fighter jet, Gu Yi even felt a bit of lingering pleasure. Being able to fly in the air was actually a very wonderful experience. Ada, go to the Dojo of Limits headquarters base. The voice command was given, and the king-level intelligent fighter jet, or Ada as Yi Yun called it, sprayed blue light and headed towards the Dojo of Limits headquarters base. Oh right, Old Gu, you usually live at the Dojo of Limits headquarters base, right? When we arrive, don't go straight home. Go to the airport at the headquarters base. I parked there. Go verify your identity and it'll be yours from now on. What? For me. Yi Yun lay comfortably in the fighter jet cabin and said with a light chuckle, That's right. With Ada, I don't need Giving it to you will make your future travels more convenient. Seeing Gu Yi's expression, Yi Yun didn't give Gu Yi a chance to refuse. Old Gu, what's our relationship? It's just a king-level intelligent fighter jet. Just keep it. When you get one yourself, you can return it to me. Gu Yi was speechless for a moment. He had wanted to refuse, but the next moment he thought that Yi Yun's current strength was completely not on the same level as his. Something like a king-level intelligent fighter jet really wasn't much to Yi Yun. Thinking of this, Gu Yi also smiled frankly, and the psychological burden disappeared. Okay, Yi Yun, I won't be pretentious. Don't worry, I won't always be left behind by you. One day, I will also become a powerhouse who surpasses a god of war. Yi Yun laughed heartily and did not deny Gu Yi's goal, chatting with Gu Yi during the flight. The Dojo of Limits headquarters base. like the elite training camp, was located within Hongning Base City. So it didn't take long before the intelligent fighter jet indicated that it was approaching the location of the Dojo of Limit's headquarters base. At this moment, the fighter jet's hatch opened at Yi Yun's instruction. Yi Yun stood at the hatch and turned back to Gu Yi with a smile, saying, "Old Gu, Ada will take you to the airport. I'm going to see the curator first." With that, Yi Yun leaped out, then separated from the intelligent fighter jet and flew in another direction, slowly disappearing from Gu Yi's sight. Gu Yi looked at Yi Yun's disappearing figure, and a sigh rose in his heart again, which was immediately replaced by a firm determination to work hard. Yi Yun had already soared, and his future was limitless. As for his, Gu Yi's, future Dao, what would it be like? Following the map's guidance, Yi Yun quickly arrived at the location of the Dojo of Limit's headquarters base. Looking down from high altitude, he saw that the headquarters was a giant spaceship, 10,000 meters long and 100 meters high. The spaceship had a huge hatch tens of meters wide facing outwards, which was the main gate of the Dojo of Limit's headquarters base. Outside the main gate of the Dojo of Limit's headquarters base, there were a large number of troops stationed, making it look very strict. Yi Yun knew that this Dojo of Limit's headquarters base was a real universe spaceship, but due to damage and energy issues, it could no longer fly. After Hong discovered it, he used it as a facade, which looked very impressive. Yi Yun slowly descended and arrived in front of the spaceship base's hatch. The soldiers of the army made no movement. A blue light shot out from the spaceship, enveloping Yi Yun. Beep. Identity verification passed Yi Yun. "Please enter." Hearing the clearance sound, the troops surrounding the hatch opened a passage, and at the same time, the hatch slowly opened. Yi Yun slowly walked into the spaceship base. As soon as he arrived, Yi Yun had already informed Inspector Wang of his breakthrough. After Inspector Wang knew, he immediately contacted Hong. He was invited by Hong, which was why he brought Gu Yi to the Dojo of Limit's headquarters base. Along the hatch passage, Yi Yun entered the interior of the spaceship base. Not long after walking, two men and women in blue robes walked over with smiles. At their invitation, Yi Yun followed them through various spaces. Finally, the blue-robed men and women stopped and said softly, "Yi Yun, along this passage ahead, you'll reach the curator's reception room. The curator is waiting for you there." Yi Yun nodded lightly. Following the corridor, he quickly reached the outside of a quiet room. As Yi Yun approached, the room door automatically opened, and Yi Yun lightly stepped into the room. Upon entering the reception room, Yi Yun found it to be an empty, pitch-black space with only 3 cushions. 2 of the cushions were already occupied by Hong and another woman wearing a golden mask. Both Hong and the woman with the golden mask focused their gaze on Yi Yun after he entered. Although there was a mask, Yi Yun could still feel a curious expression on the masked woman's face. Before Yi Yun could even sit down, Hong suddenly unleashed his aura. The full pressure of a planetary-level Stage 7 powerhouse was displayed, precisely directed towards Yi Yun's position under Hong's control. Yi Yun didn't expect Hong to greet him this way upon meeting. He couldn't help but take a small step back at first. Knowing that Hong probably wanted to test his strength, he immediately no longer hesitated. The gentle water attribute genetic energy spread throughout his body, and at the same time, his spiritual power erupted, resisting Hong's pressure. His body no longer retreated. Although the resistance still seemed a bit difficult, he was able to persevere. After a while, Yi Yun suddenly felt the pressure disappear. A trace of a smile appeared on Hong's stern face, and he gestured with his hand. "Come, Yi Yun, sit." Chapter 50. Your treasure house. It's my treasure house. Sitting to Hong's right, Yi Yun watched as Hong pointed to the figure on his left and quietly introduced, "This is my personal guard. You can just call her Yao Rao." Yi Yun nodded and briefly greeted Yao Rao, who was wearing a golden mask. Hong looked at Yi Yun's still somewhat youthful face, a nostalgic expression appearing on his face, and said softly, his words full of emotion, "Soon after the great nirvana began, Thunder God and I grew up together in an era overrun by monsters. During those years, we fought monsters every day, and our strength increased extremely rapidly. Coupled with the help of various ancient civilization ruins, we achieved what we have today. Yi Yun, your external environment is different from ours. To be able to surpass God of War and enter the planetary level so quickly is truly impressive. Planetary level. Yi Yun feigned confusion. Hong nodded. The warrior, warlord, and God of War level powerhouses on our Earth are actually only apprentice level in the universe and are not considered true martial artists. Only by surpassing the God of War level, which is the planetary level, does one initially gain the qualification to wander the universe. All the current council members in the Martial God Palace are at this realm. You will slowly understand these things later. I called you here today mainly for two matters. First, since you have successfully breakthrough into the planetary level, as a member of my Dojo of Limits, are you willing to become our Dojo of Limits 6th Patrol Inspector? After saying this, Hong looked directly at Yi Yun, awaiting Yi Yun's decision. Yi Yun did not hesitate much and replied with a smile, Hall Master, I have long been a member of our dojo, but I will not take on the position of Patrol Inspector. I only want to cultivate properly and not be distracted by trivial matters. However, Hall Master, please rest assured that, when the Dojo of Limits needs me, I will certainly not shirk my responsibility and will not refuse. The Dojo of Limits generally has two assignments for members above God of War. One is to stay behind, but for planetary-level powerhouses, there are not so many restrictions. In Hong's view, Yi Yun's choice did not exceed his expectations. To have such strength and realm at this age, in addition to outstanding talent, he must be very enthusiastic about cultivation and does not want to be delayed by worldly titles and trivial matters. This is completely understandable. Hong nodded slightly, with a faint, almost imperceptible smile. I approve this. I will reserve a residence for you at the headquarters. You can freely choose to stay here and cultivate, or return to your Jiangnan base city. I will not restrict you, but if there are missions that summon you later, you must not be absent. Seeing that Hong's attitude had not changed, Yi Yun nodded, then scratched his head and said in a low voice, Hall Master, you see, I have now fulfilled our agreement. Can the conditions you promised me be realized now? Hong shook his head slightly, slowly stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and said softly, Follow me. With that, Hong led the way out of the reception room and headed deeper into the spaceship. Yi Yun lightly followed behind Hong, seeing many blue lights flash along the way, but none of them reacted. The two walked on until they reached a black door. Hong faced the door, and with a drip sound, the door slowly opened, revealing a narrow passage wide enough for only one person. This passage was not long, but as Yi Yun walked through it, he felt a slight palpitation, as if any improper movement would result in him being instantly killed. Reaching the end of the passage, Yi Yun's eyes suddenly widened, revealing a huge circular hall. Unlike the narrow and low passage, this circular hall was at least tens of meters high and very spacious. The entire hall was very bright, but the light was not dazzling, instead giving a comfortable feeling. Following Hong to the center of the hall, Yi Yun looked around and saw that the surrounding walls had many openings of varying sizes and depths. Each opening contained an item, and transparent glass doors blocked the openings, allowing a clear view of the contents. In just a few glances, Yi Yun saw many different types of herb and wood spirit, as well as various weapons like swords, knives, and spears. Many of the items Yi Yun did not recognize at all. Yi Yun couldn't help but exclaim, Hall Master, your treasure vault is truly impressive. Hong's tone rarely showed a hint of pride. He swept his right hand from left to right and said with a smile, Yi Yun, this is my private treasure vault. Although the quantity of its collection cannot compare to the Dojo of Limit's main vault, in terms of quality, it is absolutely not inferior. In fact, many items here cannot be found elsewhere. Since you have fulfilled our agreement, I will not go back on my word. You can freely choose 3 items here. No matter what they are, as long as you choose them, they are yours. At this point, Hong smiled and changed his tone. However, I will not give you any guidance. You can only choose based on your own intuition and knowledge. What you gain depends on your own fortune. With that, Hong stood with his hands behind his back again, saying nothing more, leaving the time for selection to Yi Yun. Yi Yun glanced at Hong, and seeing that Hong had already closed his eyes slightly, he immediately said no more and walked towards one direction of the hall, arriving at an opening. Through the opening, Yi Yun saw a shuttle-shaped object emitting a metallic luster placed inside. He immediately activated his copying eye, scanning it into his sea of consciousness. Then, Yi Yun moved swiftly, running around the hall. After about 30 minutes, Hong opened his eyes, looked at Yi Yun, who had returned to his side, and said softly, "Yi Yun, have you made your choices?" Yi Yun nodded and pointed to 3 locations. Hong waved his large hand, and the glass doors of these 3 openings slowly opened. Yi Yun's spiritual power enveloped 3 different items, which flew before the 2 of them. Hong said with a half-smile, "Yi Yun, are you sure? Once you leave this treasure vault, you won't have a chance to regret it." Yi Yun replied with a straightforward smile, "Hall Master, as you said, choosing what treasures depends entirely on my luck. I haven't seen many things here, so I really can't distinguish their value. Instead of wasting time, it's better to decide quickly. Anyway, anything that can be collected by you, Hall Master, into your treasure vault is definitely not simple. I will absolutely not lose out." The 3 items Yi Yun ultimately chose were a dark, black fruit, a strange, long saber, and finally, a gray, billiard ball-like object that shimmered with a metallic luster. Hong knew that Yi Yun had been cultivating for such a short time, and his development trajectory had always been under their observation, so he believed that Yi Yun would certainly not recognize most of the items in the treasure vault. Now that Yi Yun had confirmed his choices, Hong said nothing more and led Yi Yun out of the treasure vault. What Hong didn't know was that the wristband Yi Yun was wearing at this time had a scanning function, and its technological level and stored information far exceeded what Hong possessed. Therefore, Yi Yun could clearly distinguish the value of these treasures. In the 30 minutes, Yi Yun did not waste any time, scanning many valuable items. As for the 3 items he finally chose, their value was only at a middle level among all of Hong's collections. After raiding Hong's treasure vault, Yi Yun did not stay at the dojo of Limit's headquarters. After greeting Gu Yi, he took Ada and returned to Jiangnan Base City. The dark blue King-level intelligent fighter jet landed within the Bright Moon community in Yangzhou City. As the owner, Yi Yun did not attract anyone's attention. Following the address Luo Feng had given him, he arrived at the villa Luo Feng had been assigned in the Bright Moon community. Luo Feng had already gone to the wilderness area on August 28th with the Fire Hammer Squad to carry out a mission. So at this time, only Luo Feng's family was in the villa. Walking slowly to Luo Feng's house, Yi Yun saw Luo Feng's mother pushing Luo Hua, Luo Feng's younger brother, in his wheelchair, taking a stroll in front of the villa. Yi Yun greeted them from afar, "Xiao Hua, Aunt Gong." Luo Hua and Gong Xinlin heard the familiar voice and saw Yi Yun walking towards them. Immediately, a smile appeared on Luo Hua's pale face, and he also waved at Yi Yun. Yi Yun walked closer, knelt beside Luo Hua and said softly, "Xiao Hua, feeling good." Yi Yun had lived with Luo Feng's family in the low-rent housing community since he was young. After Yi Yun's parents died in the Beast Tide, Luo Feng's family took good care of Yi Yun, so Yi Yun had a very good relationship with Luo Feng's family. Luo Hua showed a bright smile and said very happily, "Brother Yun, my brother is already a formal martial artist, and now we live in this Bright Moon community. We no longer have to live like before, so of course I'm happy." Yi Yun gently stroked Luo Hua's head. He knew that although Luo Hua was still cheerful now, his biggest concern was his crippled legs. He usually didn't show it, just to avoid causing more trouble for Luo Feng and his family. After the 3 chatted for a while, Yi Yun took out a test tube containing about half a liquid. Yi Yun gently placed the test tube in Luo Hua's hand, then said, "Xiao Hua, this is water of life researched by the American military. It can regenerate severed arms and legs. As long as you take it, Xiao Hua, your legs can return to normal and you can stand up again." Luo Hua and Gong Xinlin were stunned for a moment when they heard Yi Yun's words. They had never heard of such a miraculous thing that could regenerate severed legs. Wasn't that the immortal medicine from legends? Even without understanding this miraculous water of life, Luo Hua and Gong Xinlin could feel its extraordinary value and immediately wanted to refuse. Yi Yun waved his hand, interrupting Luo Hua, and said in a somewhat serious tone, "Xiao Hua, Aunt Gong, you have always taken great care of me since I was young. Without you, I certainly wouldn't have achieved what I have today. Luo Feng and I are brothers, and Xiao Hua, you are my own younger brother. What's wrong with helping my own younger brother?" With that, Yi Yun gave them no more chance to refuse, and with a leap, he disappeared into the sky. Looking at Yi Yun, who flew away like an immortal, Luo Hua and Gong Xinlin exchanged glances, both somewhat disbelieving everything that had just happened. Feeling the slightly cold test tube in his hand, Luo Hua's eyes slowly brightened. Back in his own home, Yi Yun lay on the sofa. This bottle of water of life was something he had asked Gu Yi to get at the Martial God Palace auction on August 15th, and his original intention was to buy it for Luo Hua. Yi Yun had grown up with Luo Hua, and as he said himself, he had long regarded Luo Hua as his own younger brother. Luo Feng would certainly prepare water of life for Luo Hua eventually, but that would be a year later. To allow Luo Hua to end his suffering and embrace a new life as soon as possible, Yi Yun naturally had nothing he couldn't part with. After hanging up Luo Feng's call, Yi Yun recalled his experiences over these past days. His gains on Earth were almost complete, and he began to ponder his upcoming journey to the universe. The fastest way to enter space in a short time should be that Black Dragon Mountain X-81. I need to prepare well. Yi Yun calculated in his heart, and had already made a decision. Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share infinite novel audio.